At this time, Zhu Rui didn't feel as stinging as before, but he couldn't move around. When he moved his pants against the skin that had just been scalded, it felt tusk. "Boss Li, what do you say about this?" Zhu Rui stared at Li Jianguo and said viciously, "Today, this thing must not be neglected. Brother Zhu, my waiter has been beaten like this by you. So what do you say?" Li Jianguo, who has the confidence, asked without humility. Since the other party cannot appear in the future, there is nothing to be afraid of, and he doesn't care about Zhu. Reno wanted to eat his eyes. According to the development of the script, he couldn't just leave it alone. It had to cause a conflict. He was still waiting for the police to end the scene. As for Zhu Rui, there were so many people on his side, he didn't believe it. Zhu Rui would rush up stupidly, and by the way, he would be extorted by these people a few days ago. Thousands of dollars were gone, and he was angry to think about it. Zhu Rui was taken aback when he saw Li Jianguo's attitude so tough. He didn't expect that Li Jianguo, who had bowed his eyebrows to him a few days ago, was suddenly not afraid of him like a different person, but at this time he didn't have time to think about it, and he couldn't recognize him at this time. Counseling. His subordinates are still watching, and there are so many onlookers who have been around for so many years. He knows that he can't lose his momentum at this time. If he is counseled, he will really not be able to get off the stage. He immediately threatened, "Oh, Boss Li, it seems that you don't want to do this business. Or do you think you have confidence if I hit this guy? Tell you, what if you call the police and the police come? Even if you put some of the first tell me about the matter of heaven. Our brothers will be able to come out within half a month at the most. Then let's wait and see. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Of course not. My business is still going to be doing for a long time. How dare I tell you? It's just that you hurt my person. Seeing that he still hurts a lot like this, I have to give my men an explanation." Li Jianguo pointed to Qian Zheng, who was still screaming on the ground, and said. At this time, several of the onlookers also saw the unusual. They were also witnesses. What if a slap could beat that young man like this? No matter how painful you are, you shouldn't scream for so long. At this time, Li Jianguo, Tang Qing, and others also realized this. Looking at Qian Zheng, who was still wailing on the ground, Li Jianguo was also a bit embarrassed. It's all because he didn't explain clearly before. You can just pretend to be almost enough. No matter how you look at it, there are problems. This acting skills give a bad review. Fortunately, the observers are clear, the authorities are fans, and Zhu Rui and others are obviously not aware of this situation. Zhu Rui is in anger as a victim. The two brothers are full of thoughts about how to be smart after blackmailing Li Jianguo. Take care of these things that are wrong. Then how do I count it? I was burned. His slap would be fine for a few days at most. This may be a lifelong matter for me. Zhu Rui was anxious when he heard Li Jianguo's words, and he usually blamed others. No one else has mistaken himself. Seeing Li Jianguo kick the ball back, Zhu Rui, who rarely played the weaker side, didn't know what to say for a while, and even unconsciously started to reason. What can you do if you just burn it? You don't even scream. It's probably going to be fine in a while, but my guy seems to be hurt very much. If it is a concussion, it will be a lifetime thing. Li Jianguo still pointed to the money. At the beginning of nonsense, he must provoke contradictions anyway. Otherwise the script will not go on, and he will definitely not be able to reconcile. What you mean is to forget it, Zhu Rui said with a sullen face, and at the same time cursed Li Jianguo secretly in his heart. Especially, who is the gangster? Why did you feel that you have become a weaker party? And there is even a feeling of being touched by porcelain. Hee. How can it be forgotten? You have to pay for my brother's medical expenses, Li Jianguo said with a leisurely smile. Seeing Li Jianguo say this, he was completely overwhelmed by his own feelings. Zhu Rui also found that something was wrong with him. He was not stupid, but he just couldn't understand the relationship. Does the other party have any support? But if there is, why it was not used before? Or are you going to call the police to clean up? That shouldn't be right. What's wrong with the police? They don't even want to find evidence if they want to make trouble, and they haven't heard of Li Jianguo's background before, otherwise his protection fee would never be collected. As for the two younger brothers, they looked at Zhu Rui suspiciously, and still haven't realized that the problem is wrong. While Zhu Rui was wondering, the police sirens sounded from far to near. Li Jianguo finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the police siren. Zhu Rui would definitely see the flaws in the first scene. He also blamed his acting and line design for a bit bad. If he wears help, Zhu Rui admits to pay indemnity and leave. He didn't know what to do. There was no such item in the script. Later, as the boss, Li Jiangguo would definitely follow to the police station to record his confession. As for the business in the store, since the meal is now over, the signature dishes are basically available, and the rest of his apprentices can handle it, so it did not affect the business much. In the end, the customers who did not leave the hall were free of orders at noon, which aroused cheers from the diners. As for the customers in the box, the price is half. In general, Tang Qing's loss today, plus the promised reward, is at least 15,000 or more. By then, he will definitely pay for the medical expenses of the 3 gangsters, but I think it's only 10,000 or 20,000. To solve such a big problem, thinking about the harvest of this incident, 20,000 yuan is not too cost-effective. It is a true value. Tang Qing and Li Kai did not follow to the police station, but waited for the news in the shop. Tang Qing had to contact his uncle to prepare for the next plan. Just as he was about to dial the phone of his uncle Qin Yugong, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Picking up the number of his uncle, Tang Qing also immediately understood that his head teacher must have contacted his uncle. The head teacher did not know Tang Qing's number, or even that he had a mobile phone. Then Tang Qing walked out of the hotel to the side of the road and pressed the answer button and said, "Uncle, Tang, where are you now? Your head teacher just called and said that neither you nor Li Kai went to school in the afternoon, and Li Kai's father's phone number could not be connected to the landline at home. What's the matter? Did you encounter something?" La, Qin Yugong said eagerly. He did not directly criticize Tang Qing. His nephew understands that he would never do such things without a valid reason. He is just a little worried about his safety. After all, if there is an emergency and the teacher asks you a vacation is also fine. So he can't worry about absenteeism without making a sound. "Uncle, I'm here at Li Kai's hotel. 3 clerks who charge protection fees and hit this place were arrested in the police station," Tang Qing said slowly. As for his own figure in this matter, he was deliberately arrested. Erase it. Anyway, the goal is achieved. There is no need to show IQ. Qin Yugong immediately got up from his chair when he heard that there was a disturbance and asked concerned, "Are you okay?" "Of course I am fine. Haha. I am not the clerk. I just have something I want to tell you. I don't know if it is inconvenient for you to talk now," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Convenient. I'm alone in the office, so let's talk about anything." Qin Yugong was relieved when he heard that Tang Qing was fine, and then he wondered if there was anything that needed to be so serious and cautious. Tang Qing organized a few words and asked carefully, "Uncle, do you know the murder in the backyard of a bar in the provincial capital last September?" As soon as Qin Yugong listened to it, he quickly compared it in his head, but found out the information about the case in a second. After all, how could he not know about this major case involving the provincial leaders? It was just a bit of delay in the province. There are no clues. For this reason, a branch chief was down. When chatting with a few friends in the system, he still said that if anyone cracked this case, the promotion would be just around the corner, isn't it? Thinking of this, Qin Yugong immediately stood up and said in a trembling voice, Tang, how did you know? Do you have a clue?" After speaking, Qin Yugong was a little nervous and awaited Tang Qing's answer. He was also a normal person and had an enterprising spirit. After all, as a former soldier, he had to fight for victory in both the battlefield and training, so of course he was very eager for promotion, but he had never had a chance. No matter, if this case is finally solved in his hands, it will really be the most important turning point in his life. Yes, I have clues here, which can definitely help you solve this case. Just wait for you to listen to me. Tang Qing slowly said what Qin Yugong wanted to hear. This case can definitely be solved at the first hearing. Qin Yugong's heart inevitably accelerates, and then he takes a deep breath to suppress the excitement, and said in a deep voice, Tang, do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know what I'm talking about, and I know you are my uncle, my relatives. I will not harm you. I also hope you have a good future. Tang Qing said sincerely. This is definitely in his heart at the same time. The higher the position of my uncle, the more stable my future industry will be. Then tell me what I need to do. Qin Yugong asked. At this time, he didn't treat Tang Qing as a child, and knew that Tang Qing would not fool himself. That's it. I need you to send a policeman. It's best to have a new face staring at the door of the police station. Then follow the criminals and find their residence. As for how to let them explain things, I have my own way. Tang Qing said. Tang, are you sure? This is not a trivial matter. Qin Yugong asked again. After all, this involves police officers performing tasks, so I must not be joking. But fortunately the director and the instructor, I went to other provinces to exchange and study, and I will come back 3 times next week. Otherwise, let's not say how troublesome the tracking and arrest process this time is. It is not certain who gets the credit in the end. Don't worry. Uncle Hu is okay. There will surely be an iron proof at that time. Tang Qing said proudly. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? Qin Yugong asked again. One thing, this person must be a trustworthy person, can't leak the wind, and is skilled in business. Don't be spotted by 3 people when following them. One of the 3 people has a big birthmark on his face, which is easy to recognize. This fight is not serious, and a few people should probably come out in the afternoon. The person who asks you to be careful at that time, once you find their residence, then you will find a reason to arrest them directly and arrest you, uncle, across regions. There should be a way. No problem, as long as the evidence is conclusive. It is only a small matter in this case. Qin Yugong promised that as long as the murderer of this case is caught, the leaders will not care too much about the details. After all, it is the credit of the whole city. From the view of the municipal party committee leaders above, the entire city is under their leadership. As for which police station is important, it is obviously not important. That's all right. Uncle, quickly arrange someone. It's better to be in place within half an hour. Li Kai and I won't go to school in the afternoon. You can ask for a leave of absence for the head teacher, Tang Qing said. Okay, I got it. Wait for my message. Qin Yugong hung up after speaking. Qin Yugong, who hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair and pondered the question of candidates. But in a moment he picked up the landline and dialed a call. Xiao Wang, come to my office. Originally, the police wanted to mediate on the spot, but there was no injury to the 2. One was hot, and the other was slapped. They are not stupid. A slap can slap a person like this, deceiving ghosts. Moreover, it is troublesome to bring all of them back to the office, which increases the workload in vain. But Li Jiangguo insisted on paying compensation, and he would never give up if he didn't compensate, and he looked like a savage mess. Although Zhu Rue realized that things were a bit weird at this time, he was a master who refused to suffer. He resolutely refused to compensate, and even clamored to go to the hospital for an examination. The police in the lead saw that the 2 sides were deadlocked and refused to give in to each other. Seeing that the mediation failed, and the noise was really upsetting the leading police, so I thought about bringing them back to the police station and getting ready for education. Then the police took the lead and took Li Jiangguo and Zhu Rue back to the police station. The 2 more were witnesses, a waiter, and a crowd of onlookers who wanted to join in the excitement. Fortunately, when I came here, I heard that there was a fight. A dozen people were confronting each other. They also drove the only large van in the place, otherwise there would be no more people. In the car, the 3 of Zhu Rue had been staring at Li Jiangguo fiercely, thinking that they had to get this tone, and even started planning to bleed Li Jiangguo at that time to let him know the fate of offending him. Li Jiangguo also saw Zhu Rue's eyes in the rearview mirror in the front row, and his heart was unavoidable. After all, he was just a small business before and didn't dare to mess with these social bastards. He only hoped that Tang Qing would not cheat. He would disappear completely and no longer cause trouble for him. Otherwise, his family business that he just started would be troublesome, and it would be terrible to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. As soon as he got off the car at the police station, Li Jiangguo whispered to the leading policeman beside him. Police officer, are you Director Guo here today? The policeman taking the lead was taken aback. He didn't expect that Li Jiangguo would still know his director. He wouldn't be a relative, so he hurriedly smiled and said, Here, do you know our director? I don't know, but the people behind me know. I have something to do with him. I don't know if I can take me to see him. Li Jiangguo said vaguely. He couldn't say that he didn't know him. He just had to pull him to see the director. Tiger skin. At the same time, I relaxed myself, and the second step has already begun. The leading police didn't feel anything. The world said it was big, and small. It's not strange to know one's own director. As a law enforcement agency, There are countless people who greet each other up and down in a year. Not surprisingly, at the same time I decided to take care of the people on Li Jiangguo's side. Okay, I'll talk to the director later, see if I have time. The lead police agreed. Okay, thank you, police officer. Li Jiangguo quickly thanked. You're welcome, wait for my message. The lead policeman smiled. Great. Seeing Li Jiangguo and the lead police whispering something, the police's attitude is still very good. Zhu Rui, who is walking behind, feels a little hairy. It doesn't matter if the other party really has something to do with him, or it's just a bureau, that's it. To beat yourself? At this time Zhu Rui also woke up a bit, but how did he know that there were beatings, and that was about hammering? It's a big deal, I will wait for a moment, wait for me to go out. Even if you have a relationship, I won't give you a chance to use the relationship next time. Zhu Rui, who was walking behind, decided to himself. Being bullied like this by a small businessman. How could he swallow this breath? He was not going to let Li Jiangguo go. The leading policeman handed a few people to the police station and went up to the second floor to find the director. Although he was also surprised that Li Jiangguo didn't look for the person behind him, he didn't think about it anymore when he thought that maybe the other party was low-key. His work may be useless if he does it well, but he may have it if he doesn't do it well. Of course he knows how to choose. In 3 minutes, before it was Li Jiangguo's turn to take the transcript, the lead police went down and said that the director wanted to see him and brought Li Jiangguo up. When I arrived at the director's office on the second floor, the door was not closed. Li Jiangguo could see from the door that the director was not working, but sitting on a chair by the window and drinking tea leisurely, looking at the fat-eared man. The director, Li Jiangguo, felt unspeakably disgusting, but he didn't really hate the other party. After all, he didn't know him. Any disgust can only be attributed to the group disgust that has been cultivated by various departments for a long time. After all, he is getting older, he has experienced more things, and he wants to open a lot. He doesn't have the impulse and passion of young people, and he is not interested in hating those officials. It's the truth to live his life well. He thinks about it all day. It's uncomfortable here and unsatisfactory there. Slowly, his heart will become distorted. Li Jiangguo has also met several people like this. He didn't know why he was so fragile. He complained about this, complained about that, listened to them. At first, Li Jiangguo didn't think it was a big deal, but the reality that he heard for a long time was a kind of frustration in his heart, as if the government had never done a good thing, and he felt a little bit mentally ill. Later, after realizing these problems, he slowly moved away from those friends. After all, he was exhausted from work a day, and you were sick. I recalled those bad memories and couldn't solve any real problems. He could only say goodbye. Yes, think about it. I've already eaten with a smile. At this time, you have reminded me of this unhappy experience countless times. Even if the starting point is good, it makes me very unhappy in the result, so I can only say friends all. Moreover, although the total number of officials with corpse positions in the country is large, most of them are good. There are only a few who have decision-making power. They cannot overturn a boat with a single pole. There are not a few people who have dreams and passions. Most people he is also conscientiously doing his own contribution in his post to maintain the normal operation of the country. Although Li Jiangguo didn't read much, but he was not confused about his age, he could still see through this. Director, Li Jiangguo is here. Well, go ahead. Guo Qingyang said with a faint smile. Okay. After speaking, the leading policeman turned and left the office, took the door behind him, and saw that the two were about to discuss matters. He still had a wink, although he did not like the one inside after graduating from the subject. Long, but who calls him the director? He doesn't pretend that he has a high degree of education, and that is simply looking for death. Mr. Li, come sit down. I heard that you are looking for something to do with me. Guo Cheng didn't get up to greet me. He just pointed to the chair in front of him and said. He knew about Li Jiangguo's restaurant. He also went to eat twice. The taste is indeed yes. It's just that he really can't remember who Li Jiangguo has a relationship with. If he is a big leader, he will definitely greet himself. Obviously, Li Jiangguo is not the type he fears. He just thinks it is the relationship of a friend, so it is very casual. That's it. The following people blackmailed us thousands of dollars a few days ago, and they beat my buddy today, so they want to ask Director Guo to be fair. Li Jiangguo said evasively. This was designed by Tang Qing before. Okay, as for telling Zhu Rui that he wouldn't report him before, of course it was a lie to him, and he had no evidence to prove that the other party had blackmailed him, just to cooperate with the scene. Oh, I don't know who is my friend you said. Guo Cheng didn't immediately agree. He first figured out where the relationship was, and then talked about the intensity of the case. He can't be moved by anyone. When I heard this, Li Jiangguo took a deep breath and slowly said, Qin Yugong from Chengnan Police Station. He didn't know why Tang Qing would let himself talk about things in front of Guo Cheng, who was having a holiday, but Tang Qing obviously did it deliberately, not really asking for help. As for the purpose, he hasn't guessed it until now. He couldn't even think about a head-on confrontation with a director. He was always a policeman at the lowest level who could easily handle him. But now he is going to offend and provoke a director face-to-face, or in his own hotel's jurisdiction. Cadre. This made Li Jiangguo inevitably see some cold sweat on his forehead. Li Jiangguo can only count on Tang Qing not to harm himself. When Guo Cheng heard Qin Yugong's name, his face instantly became cold. It didn't take long for his brother-in-law's matter to have passed. How could he have forgotten it? This incident has been spread throughout the circle. His brother-in-law was detained by Qin Yugong for half a month, regardless of the reason. These are all facts. They can't be changed, and his face was flushed. Not only that, during that half-month my wife and mother-in-law had trouble with me every day, and I couldn't control Qin Yugong. The police did not want to reconcile, and Qin Yugong did not intend to give up. The director of the Chengnan police station could not do it for peace. Guo Qinghan, who was equal to himself, took the heart of the people under him and let go. So Guo Cheng couldn't make any effort at all. How could he forget such an unforgettable experience? At this time, Guo Cheng shouted in his heart and finally fell into my hands. Haha, don't even think about opening your restaurant. If you don't give me face, I will let you taste the taste of being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Guo Cheng had 1,000 thoughts in his heart, thinking about how to teach Li Jiangguo a lesson from this matter. At that time, waiting for Qin Yugong to beg to his door, then slapped his face back. Guo Cheng, who had a care, said to Li Jiangguo, Is there any evidence that he blackmailed you, and whether the other party was seriously injured? Listening to this obviously prejudiced words, Li Jiangguo also realized the problem. This was obviously partial to the other party, but Tang Qing had said long ago that regardless of the process, as long as a few people are allowed to go in, he will talk to the director. Regarding the protection fee, I don't need to worry about other things, and the script is over here. This is not true. I was terrified at the time, and there is no evidence. As for those people, they just got burned a bit. Li Jiangguo said, If there is no evidence, don't talk nonsense. If there is a burn, it is not an injury. When there is no evidence, Guo Cheng immediately changed his face and asked, Even if there is evidence, I can let you have no evidence. Immediately, Guo Cheng called the previous policeman up. Director, what's the matter? The leading policeman opened the door and said, Their confessions are all recorded yet. Guo Cheng asked, It's over, it's very simple. The waiter accidentally burned the other party, and the other friend slapped the waiter. It didn't matter much. The beating party expressed willingness to compensate for the medical expenses, but the one who was beaten insisted that he still had to compensate for the loss and spirit of the store, lost fees, and the like. After finishing speaking, the police took the lead and looked at Guo Cheng. Until now, the police in the lead have also noticed that it is unusual that Li Jiangguo has offended a few unemployed people so deftly. Even if he has his own director, the boss obviously has a brain problem. But it didn't look like it. Things were a bit weird, and he didn't see the way. Seeing his men finish speaking, Guo Cheng looked at Li Jiangguo. He knew that this must be Li Jiangguo's instigation. Otherwise, a waiter would not dare to be so arrogant. Now he definitely cannot stand on Li Jiangguo's side. Plus, it is not a big case. It's too important, 2 official words, black, black and white. Nothing will happen to you. Li Jiangguo looked at Guo Cheng and saw that he understood that he was about to express his position. In addition, he did not really pursue the loss of the store. Anyway, Tang Qing paid the bill. He did not feel embarrassed. The business belongs to the business, and the friendship is returned. Friendship, he is still unclear about the whole situation now. If it turns out that the other party really will not come to the store again, then the loss must be borne by him and Tang Qing together. He still has this awareness. It's okay. Just be bitten by a dog. I agree with this solution and I will convince the employees. Li Jiangguo pretended to make a major decision and died with a gloomy expression. Seeing that Li Jiangguo's face was not good, Guocheng felt comfortable in his heart and finally took revenge, but this is not enough. Just look, if you don't find something for you, you really don't take my strength in your eyes. Well, reconciliation is fine. You should also make up a transcript first. Guocheng said again. Okay. After talking about Li Jiangguo, he followed the lead police to make a transcript. Looking at Li Jiangguo's back, Guocheng sneered and said softly, "The show has just begun. It's just that he hasn't figured out who is watching the play and who is in the play." When Zhu Rui recorded his confession just now, he didn't know whether the police who took the confession intentionally or unintentionally, and revealed to him Li Jiangguo to go to the director's office, which made him uneasy. He did not expect that Li Jiangguo really had a relationship with the police station, although he didn't know how deep it was. However, it was very unfavorable to me in any case. Thinking that the police would definitely favor Li Jiangguo, in line with the principle of being a hero not to suffer immediate losses, he agreed to compensate Qianjing for medical expenses. As for my own injuries, I could only endure and save him. Let's talk about the difficulties ahead. It's just that Qianzheng was still clamoring about compensation for mental losses in the shop, and Zhu Rui was so angry that Zhu Rui almost rushed to beat him. But now he is on the other side and at the police station. No matter how resentful he is, he can't leave here. The restaurant he would never agree to pay for the loss. He was afraid that Li Jiangguo would not be able to open his mouth, and he would not be able to pay for it. After learning that Li Jiangguo agreed to his compensation plan, Zhu Rui also breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to stay here anymore. I don't know why he sent all kinds of bad premonitions as soon as he entered today. He was uneasy. He heard Li Jiangguo. After going to the director's office, he also blamed the cause here. After Li Jiangguo finished recording his confession, Zhu Rui took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qianzheng. At the same time, he stared at Li Jiangguo and his eyes were full of coldness, as if saying that you are finished. The look in Zhu Rui's eyes, Li Jiangguo couldn't help but feel a little hairy, but when he thought about it, since he had done everything and had already offended Zhu Rui to death, there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Jiangguo, who had figured it out, also looked at each other with Zhu Rui. After the settlement agreement was signed, Li Jiangguo ignored Zhu Rui and walked straight out of the police station. Li Jiangguo waited outside the police station for a while, but did not go back directly. He also wanted to watch the last scene. That is, Zhu Rui came out of the scene. Li Jiangguo, who didn't see a few people coming out after a few minutes, was also a little confused, so he called Tang Qing and said, "Xiao Tang, I have already come out, and the other party has accompanied him for 500 yuan. But those gangsters have not come out yet. Is there anything wrong? How long have they stayed in there?" Tang Qing said after a moment of thought. "About 10 minutes. Li Jiangguo answered truthfully. "Well, rest assured, I know what's going on. You come back first. I'll wait for you in the store. I have my own plan." Tang Qing also seemed to have thought of something at this time, with a mysterious smile on his face. "Okay, I'll be back soon." After finishing talking, Li Jiangguo hung up the phone and took the taxi back to the hotel with his subordinates. Police station, second floor. Guocheng's office. "I heard that some of you went to that hotel to collect protection fees a few days ago." Guocheng leaned on the chair and held his hands and smiled at Zhu Rui and the others. At this time, Zhu Rui and the three were standing in a row at Guocheng's desk nervously. It was the first time that they had seen a director-level police interrogating them. They were nervous, and the two were timid when they heard this. The little brother immediately flicked his legs and almost knelt down. After all, what he was doing was illegal, and he was spotted by the police chief in front of him. It was fake if he was not afraid. "We won't dare anymore next time. Please let us go. We must have reformed and rebehave." Zhu Rui stammered, saying that he even rebehaved. But he had already, "I don't care what I'm talking about. Anyway, it's right to show weakness first." Of course, the sentence "that I dare not" is just an excuse, but his hatred for Li Jiangguo is getting deeper and deeper, and a director just makes him scared for a while. Hee. "People, you must persist in doing things. I hate people who give up halfway," Guocheng said with a smile. Seeing these three people are so afraid of themselves, His self-esteem is also very useful. This kind of power brings the sense of beauty will never get bored. Zhu Rui didn't catch the clues at first, plus the preconceived belief that the police on behalf of the righteous side was educating him. He was just about to reassure him, and he suddenly stunned. He, who was a little clever, immediately understood what Guo Cheng said. The meaning of this obviously meant to retaliate against Li Jianguo. No, didn't this director know Li Jianguo? How can they help themselves? Do they still have grudges? He didn't want to think about it anymore. As for the grudges between Guo Cheng and the two, of course he didn't dare to ask. Thinking that he now has the support of this director, Zhu Rui immediately felt that he had a lot of confidence and a lot of self-confidence. With the official instruction, he could be considered as a backer. Then he can walk sideways in the future. Zhu Ruiren, he couldn't help planning his future beautiful life happily, but he still wanted to be sure, so he asked weakly, Director, do you mean I continue to trouble Li Jianguo? Hey, don't think about it. I didn't say anything. Just talk about the feelings of life for so many years. I didn't let you commit crimes, just let you do things with perseverance. Guo Cheng's expression changed. Speaking solemnly, he is not stupid after all these years, so how could he be able to teach others a sense of truth? If Qin Yugong catches these people and shakes himself out, it will be no good. As for these three people, he had long been used as cannon fodder, and he would not tell them Qin Yugong's things. If a few people did this, Qin Yu would definitely have to take care of them. He didn't want to have his own instigation in the confession of the other party. At that time, whether it is Qin Yugong directly participating in the peace or seeking his own head, he will be able to grasp the initiative. Thinking that he could finally win a round, Guo Cheng almost couldn't help laughing. I just didn't think that when Qin Yugong was not the only participant in this incident. His few words are definitely not as simple as there is no evidence. Understand. We are all law-abiding citizens. How can we know the law and break the law? We are all great young people who are fighting hard for our dreams, but we have never encountered any opportunities. While saying this, Zhu Rui couldn't help but curse inwardly. With the sound of the old fox, every official is really a fuel-efficient lamp. At this time, he fully understood what Guo Cheng meant. That is, in his jurisdiction, he can safely bully Li Jianguo, and after so many years, he can be regarded as a person with an umbrella. At this time, he still didn't realize that his identity was just a bargaining chip for all parties. It was just a plate of Chinese food. This may be the sadness of the little man. Well, I believe you will not let me down. I hope you will make greater contributions to this society and the government will support you. Guo Cheng said with a smile when he saw that he understood what he meant. He likes this way of speaking by leaders more and more. Leaders are full of positive energy for what is good or bad. Zhu Rui cursed hypocrisy in his heart again when he wanted to set up an archway, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Don't worry, we won't let the government down. Zhu Rui said casually with respect to courtesy. Well, don't salute in the future. If you insult this posture, go back. Guo Cheng waved his hand and said. After saying that, the three of them looked down at the documents on the table. Although he is not a good person, he is not a good person. Civil servants, as a member of the police, will never allow anyone to insult and salute at will, and the other party is still three gangsters. He still has this political consciousness. Yes, Director. Zhu Rui quickly put down his hands and laughed. Then Zhu Rui bowed and exited the office. The whole conversation between Zhu Rui and Guo Cheng was not long, but the two younger brothers were confused. From beginning to end, they did not understand what the older brother and the director were talking about. The boss was fighting with the director. What a dumb riddle. Why did it involve aspiring young people again? One of the younger brothers could not help but ask in a low voice. Big brother, what were you talking about just now? What government and what contribution? What did he tell us to do? After hearing the little brother's question, Zhu Rui immediately stopped and looked around for a while to make sure there was no one, and said triumphantly, Idiot! In general, the director may have a feast with Li Jianguo just now, and wants to borrow our hands to fix him. If nothing big happens, he will stand by our side. And the old fox doesn't want to leave any linguistic handles. If not, your elder brother is smart. I really can't understand it. The two younger brothers suddenly realized that if they put the conversation between the two people in this context, everything would make sense. This group of officials is terrible. really deserves to be in charge of people, the level of speaking is really different. Then what shall we do? This time, we must not let the man surnamed Li easily, and we must strike him hard this time. Well, let's go home first. This matter needs to be considered. I must not be able to do it today. I cannot be so reckless. This time I must teach him an unforgettable lesson. Zhu Rui clenched his fist and said bitterly, Okay, listen to the big brother. Let's go home first and think of a way. Not only the Li Jiangguo, but the money needs to be repaired. It's so irritating. Yes, get him. At this time, the three people who were dreaming of revenge lost their previous caution and did not notice that they had followed a small tail behind them. Thinking about it, in the eyes of the current three Zhu Rui, even the director is his own. What's terrible about this place? The so-called ignorant person is fearless. That's the kind of person he is talking about. Director, the target has come out, and it has been followed. Continue following. Yes. Li Jiangguo had just returned to the hotel at this time. Tang Qing also received a call from his uncle, saying that he had followed the three of them. When he found a place to live, he would shut down the internet at night, so as to try to get the result of the interrogation tonight, so as not to have long dreams. He has told his uncle the main points of the case and the chain of evidence, the murder weapon and the jade pendant. When the time comes, he will personally steal and obtain it. Qin Yugong really felt relieved when he heard about Yu Pei. How could he not know such important evidence? Qin Yugong felt excited when he thought that he was about to solve such an important case. As for arresting people at the door of the police station, it really means that you don't leave any face to your peers. Guocheng is not the only one who gets beaten up at that time, and Tang Qing doesn't want his uncle to do such stupid things. The development of the matter here is almost over. Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The entire matter has been laid out, and he is waiting to close the net. Thinking about what happened during the time when Zhu Rui and the three came out late, Tang Qing could figure out what happened with his buttocks. It must be a matter of discussing revenge. He originally only wanted the three of them to go in and turn around and find something for Guocheng. It's troublesome, but seeing Guocheng like this is simply too cooperative, and he directly participated in it. Then this matter will have fun. Originally, Tang Qing dug a pit and prepared to bury Guocheng half of his body by the way, but Guocheng thought that the pit was for himself and others, and dug the depth of the half of his body again. But he didn't know that the pit was going to be buried in the end. He also put it in. Thinking of this, Tang Qing couldn't help but show a smile. This is called self-inflicted crime. As you can imagine, the three of Zhu Rui were arrested by Qin Yugong before they returned to their residence for half an hour. Zhu Rui kept calling them and Guocheng are friends, and the arrested police directly punched him. I'm finally honest. My deputy director leads the team. It doesn't matter whose friend you are. They see a lot of this kind of criminals. They are always yelling about who they know, and their ears are calloused. They are the most annoyed by such uninspired words. When they arrived at the police station, the three were interrogated separately, in front of the murder weapon and jade pendant with iron evidence. With the idea of who should confess the merits first, one of the younger brothers took the lead in explaining the whole criminal process. After the first breakthrough, it would be easy to handle. The other two confessed to the facts of the crime one after another. It is true that because the content of the interrogation also involved the collection of protection fees in byway, the three directly explained the process that Guocheng asked them to trouble Li Jiangguo. The policeman who participated in the interrogation also knew how big the case was, and even the writing hand trembled with excitement. There was only one thought in his mind, that he caught a big fish. Qin Yugong got the interrogation record and read it carefully and immediately called his director, He Jinshui. The whole case has been tried. According to the process, you must first call your director to know, and then report to the director level by level. If you call the director of the municipal public security directly, you will obviously report it by skipping the level and committing a crime. Taboo. He Jinshui was shocked when he heard Qin Yugong's report. He couldn't believe that this case was solved in his own company. His first reaction was how much he could benefit from it, but this case was solved by Qin Yugong. Yes, he is still in a field, and he can be regarded as a good leader at best. Although Qin Yugong said that he was suspected of receiving a report, He Jinshui doubted that Qin Yugong had already grasped the situation before he acted. Otherwise, such an irregular arrest would be Qin Yugong's rigorousness would not do this, but now is not the time to delve into it. Besides, there are so many real truths in officialdom, and doubts can't be used as evidence. Next, of course, in accordance with the process, He Jinshui first reported to the director of the municipal bureau. At this time, he also understood that Qin Yugong meant that you can lead with merit, but you have to keep it away. But even if Qin Yugong didn't mean it, He Jinshui knew how to do it. The ins and outs of this matter will definitely go to the standing committee of the provincial party committee, and the other party will definitely find out what I have done. If it is a general case, it is fine. But what kind of case is this? It is about the other party's deceased son. What would the other party think if he was still thinking about taking credit for promotion? Get promoted and make a fortune through the life of your own son? That tragic death on the cliff, without the need to speak, his own leader can kill himself. After all, as a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee, who has the right to vote, it is not surprising that there are 1 or 2 cronies in Qingyan City. By then, I'm really not human inside and out. As for our director Guocheng, after Feng Hai, secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission and director of Public Security, he knew that Guocheng was finished. If this is a general case, he should carry a warning at most. After all, he has not left a confession. But this what kind of case? My subordinates indulged and sheltered a few criminals, entered the police station and released them and instigated them to harm the society. The nature of this case is serious, and it is not generally serious. Besides, that member of the standing committee is still his own old leader, and he must express his stance on this matter. After Feng Hai reported it to the Provincial Public Security Department according to the instructions of the Municipal Party Committee, the Municipal Party Committee leaders urgently convened a standing committee. At this point, the case has been heard and the evidence is conclusive. Tomorrow, the Provincial Public Security Department will come to refer people to hand over the case. As for the standing committee, an important item of content is Guocheng. Thinking of the confession in the confession, the leaders of the Municipal Party Committee blushed, and this face is expected to be lost to the Provincial Party Committee. Therefore, they hated Guocheng and they all thought that he must not be spared easily, and let our entire Municipal Party Committee. If you lose a big face in front of your superiors, then we can only make you lose your official position. At this time, due to the confidentiality of the case and the involvement of important leaders, Guocheng only knew that Qin Yugong solved the big case. He did not know what it was or who was involved. However, thinking about what happened even if the big case was solved, he was promoted to the next level. How? At most equal to myself. I could discuss you long ago. And Guocheng unconsciously looked forward to the scene where Qin Yugong came to ask for himself, and the more he wanted to laugh, the happier he was. Just before he was happy for a while, the people at the procuratorate took away the dazed Guocheng. As for what Guocheng did in the end, no one is paying attention. What everyone is most concerned about now is Qin Yugong, who cracked this case. It is not difficult to speculate that Qin Yugong will definitely fall in the eyes of the Provincial Party Committee member, and the future of Qin Yugong will definitely be unimpeded. As for the position of Director Guocheng left, the standing committee members already had a candidate in their hearts. Although Qin Yugong had many procedural loopholes in his handling of the case, it was not too much. Compared with the merits, it can be completely ignored in this matter. The city leaders must also express their opinions to the top leaders. With Feng Hai's strong recommendation, the city leaders also preliminarily approved the proposal. Qin Yugong didn't go home this night. After the interrogation, various reports and incidents followed. So he went straight to the police station for one night, and there were more things to do the next day. After learning that Zhu Rui and others were arrested, Tang Qing stopped paying attention to this matter. He believed that his uncle Qin Yugong would handle it. Tang Qing hung up the phone and looked at Li Jiangguo with a smile and said, "Uncle Li, you don't have to worry about those gangsters coming." "Really?" "Xiao Tang, what the is going on? What did you do?" Li Jiangguo questioned, and he was still in the dark with curiosity. "Those people are fugitives. My uncle has already caught them," Tang Qing said lightly. As soon as he heard that he was a fugitive, Li Jiangguo was shocked and immediately stood up and said in horror, "The fugitive? Don't worry, they are arrested, so don't even think about coming out again." Tang Qing said, "Deliberately killing people on the heads of 3 people is generally not sentenced to death. But even if it is not a death sentence, those few people want to come out safely. It was a daydream. As far as he knew, the family power behind the wife of the standing committee member was not small, and the woman who guarded her calf was so terrible. Faced with the murderer of his son, Tang Qing really didn't believe that those people could come out alive. Just now, Li Jianguo was just instinctively afraid of the fugitive. At this time, he felt relieved when he heard that he was arrested. But why did he go to the police station for a walk? Could it be? Li Jianguo was not stupid and immediately thought of something. He looked at Tang Qing's eyes full of shock and couldn't help asking, "Xiao Tang, you let the other party go to the police station?" "Yes, I'm not afraid to tell you. Isn't my uncle having a grudge with the director? I just wanted to cause him some trouble, but I didn't expect him to bury himself. At that time, those gangsters must be I was told to take care of us." Tang Qing said coldly. There is no need to avoid Li Jianguo now. As an important ally, he still has the right to know. Besides, it's not a secret. Smart people can figure out the reason when they think about it. Li Jianguo suddenly felt that he didn't recognize the boy in front of him at this time. He digs a big hole to put his enemies in and pushes his uncle up. It is simply, "Okay, Uncle Li, don't think too much. Remember to keep it secret for me. I am compelled to do so. Don't ask other things. You just need to know that we are on one side." Tang Qing stopped Li Jianguo's dream and comforted. But think about it. No matter which elder sees someone who is still in high school, he can design to frame people like this and fight the criminals and the police. How can he not be afraid in his heart? But when he thinks that Tang Qing is his own, he is not so. I was scared. After all, my child also had a good relationship with Tang Qing, and at the same time I decided that my son must have a good relationship with Tang Qing. There must be no conflicts. With Tang Qing's strength and IQ, he has a bright future. It might be covered by Tang Qing. In the end, Tang Qing did not directly give out the cash to Qianzheng. Li Jianguo, who knew the truth, wanted to bear the loss alone. After all, he had suffered from the future and wanted to befriend Tang Qing. But Tang Qing insisted that 1.5 Li Jianguo did not dare. The contention continued, and finally decided to pay the money out of the store and deduct it from the dividends. At the same time, he told Qianzheng to be more strict. If the plan was finally leaked, he would be held accountable. Qianzheng quickly promised to keep it confidential. Of course, Tang Qing and Li Jianguo never let Qianzheng know the identities of those people and the grievances between Guocheng and his uncle. Otherwise, the risk of leaking out would be too great, and it may cause a little trouble at that time, although it won't. It's too big, but disgusting. He believed that Li Jianguo would not open his mouth, but he did not believe in Qianzheng. Tang Qing, who returned home after dinner in the restaurant, was also questioned by his aunt in various ways. Of course, he would not truthfully explain it. He just said something that he had discussed with his uncle, otherwise his aunt would not nag him to death. Even though he skipped class for an afternoon, he still had to do his homework. The teacher asked the neighbor Shuaba to take his school bag back. Speechless all night. The next day, Tang Qing came to the school early in the morning and walked on the campus. Tang Qing felt very at ease. He did the first major thing in his life yesterday, digging a hole. His evaluation of this action is just one word: perfect. The next step is to do system tasks. Tang Qing. Just when Tang Qing was thinking about the system tasks, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling his name. Turned his head and saw that it was Wang Yan. There was a hint of joy on the girl's pretty face after Tang Qing turned her head, but it quickly disappeared. Wang Yan speeded up and came to Tang Qing in a slightly questioning tone and said, "Why didn't you come to class yesterday afternoon? The teacher said you have something, but didn't tell me anything about it." Although it was only one afternoon, Wang Yan, who had been secretly in love with Tang Qing for 2 years, was still worried. This secret love was very deep. She knew that Tang Qing had a fiancé and knew that the relationship between the two was very deep, but it was fundamental. Can't stop thinking about him. But she doesn't want to ruin the relationship between Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. So this love has been buried in her heart. Later, she also thought about why she liked Tang Qing. After all, she was not chased by no one. Was not that she had never seen someone better than Tang Qing. Tang Qing was not so handsome, so she thought about it for a long time. At the end of the month, he actually came to the conclusion that he likes Tang Qing's infatuation and dedication to Lin Jiaxue. If there is a word that can express her thoughts, This conclusion is a beeping dog. The reason for liking someone is that he likes other people. This is a complicated relationship that can't be understood in any textbook. Plus, Li Kai didn't come. She thought that both of them were in an accident, and she asked the class teacher to find out that there was something wrong with the two of them. As for the class teacher, she didn't say anything about it. It's okay, just help others. Tang Qing explained with a smile. Seeing Wang Yan's plain face, Tang Qing also felt a little speechless. If ordinary people saw it, they would think Wang Yan was just asking casual questions. But how could Tang Qing not know Wang Yan's anxiety? He was very concerned, but pretended to be casual. When he was thinking about all kinds of past lives, his heart was full of guilt. Wang Yan is not the kind of little girl who likes to be shy. She has an independent, strong, and assertive personality. She hides her emotions very well at a young age. She has never made any idiotic blushing expressions. All the eyes and observations with him was disguised as casual. Tang Qing, who knows Wang Yan, can't help but admire that women are really acting, and smart women are simply shadow queens. If it weren't for Wang Yan's concern at the moment, and Tang Qing's understanding of Wang Yan later, she knew she had a crush on herself since the first year of high school. If so, no one can tell that Wang Yan likes or has a good impression of Tang Qing. Shy and shy nympho. When he was in high school, he couldn't see these characteristics of girls at Wang Yan, and even Lin Jiaxue didn't see them. After all, he had known Lin Jiaxue for more than 10 years. One is too familiar, the other is too good to cover up. This life is really interesting. November 3rd. September 21st of the lunar calendar. It is advisable to travel and avoid mating. Yesterday afternoon, when he was waiting for news in the hotel, Tang Qing had already contacted the loan customers recommended by the system this month. Like Zhang Dongqing last time, when he heard that Tang Qing's loan interest rate was extremely low and the conditions were good, he immediately agreed to today's meeting. As for what the other party was doing, Tang Qing didn't ask too much. By then, he would know that the content of this mission was almost the same as the last time, but the dining place had become his own restaurant. Li Kai did not follow at noon, but made up yesterday's homework at school. Li Kai did not bring him a school bag. When Tang Qing didn't take it last afternoon, he didn't bother to go to school to take it. It was a chance for De Guangming to escape his homework. He won't let it go. Even if he wants to make up, he will play it first. Li Jiangguo also knew at this time that Tang Qing was also operating other loan businesses, and his own restaurant had become a bargaining venue. The shrewd Li Jiangguo thought this was almost equivalent to having regular customers. Tang Qing was nothing but those who needed loans. Most of them are bosses. These people have many friends, consume and socialize, and have a complicated relationship network. With Tang Qing as a link, this network will become larger and more numerous. Mindful of this, Li Jiangguo has asked Tang Qing to tell him good things and take care of the hotel's business in the future. Li Jiangguo believes that within a year, the business here will definitely rise to a higher level, not just a step. Bigger and stronger can also open larger stores, earn more money. It's perfect. Today, because the other party arrived first after school night, there are still two people, but the other person is just the finances of their factory, and the private room was left by Zhang Jing, and I told the other party yesterday. When Tang Qing arrived, the other party hadn't ordered food. He wanted to wait for him. Of course, he was shocked when he saw Tang Qing in school uniform. He almost thought he had encountered a liar, but looked at the cash bag and the professional messy contract. He dispelled the doubts in his heart and instantly became interested in friendship. Still the same way, signing the contract, verifying the capital, writing the receipt, and then the necessary information investigation. Now Tang Qing has done these things very easily, and it is done quickly, and the other party is also in a hurry, hurriedly ate lunch, and then checked out and left. After signing the contract, Tang Qing did not go back to the school directly, but wrote a risk assessment report in accordance with the system requirements. He wanted to see what happened to the secondary system immediately. Tang Qing, who had experience, wrote it in only 10 minutes this time. After the report was recovered by the system, Tang Qing immediately felt that his body warmed up. It felt the same as the source energy value obtained last time, but this time it continued. Nearly 20 seconds. Then Tang Qing closed his eyes and recited the personal information silently. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 2. Experience, 0 out of 200. Loan amount this month, 30/500,000. Personal quota this month, 20/200,000. It has been overdrawn until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 210,000. Spirit, 51 plus 40. Physique, 49 plus 40. Genius value, 40. Convertible foreign currency, US dollars. There are a lot of changes in the system. Except for the 20-point source value reward and 200,000 renminbi. It is the option to exchange foreign currencies. Then there is no more. From his personal information, he really did not see how big the secondary system is. After the change, Tang Qing asked the system, "The system, are there any new features in the second level?" The secondary personal account has opened the currency exchange function of the personal account and can withdraw US dollars. The system simply replied, "I can understand withdrawing and recovering US dollars, but what does currency exchange mean?" Tang Qing asked, "There are many ways to understand currency exchange, so it's better to ask more clearly. The personal account of the system is based on the domestic currency as the unit of settlement and will not change. In the future, whatever currency is recovered, the system will be forced to automatically convert to the national currency, and the exchange rate will be rounded to the nearest high price according to the current international exchange rate." Hearing this, Tang Qing understands that no matter what money is received, it will be automatically converted into the national currency, but all currencies that have been opened can be selected when extracted. As for the rounded conversion ratio, it is easy to understand, and I am used to system rounding. The capable Tang Qing didn't think there was anything. Generally speaking, the second level has opened the recovery and exchange function of specific foreign currencies. Tang Qing, who thought that there will be a new function, was a little disappointed. "I thought there was a surprise, this feature." "It's nothing, what is it?" "Mommy, I'll rub it." Tang Qing, who seemed to have thought of something, immediately got up from the chair, his face full of shock. "What is the use of this function?" "Of course it's very useful. Rounding, exchange rate rounding. Isn't it possible to carry out risk-free arbitrage naked?" Risk-free arbitrage, as the name suggests, is risk-free arbitrage of profits. For a simple example, suppose that the US loan interest rate is 3% and the domestic interest rate is 6%. Then why not lend the US money to the domestic among enterprises? There is 3% of other arbitrage profits, and there is no risk at all. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, which is easy to understand. The actual operation involves a lot of transaction costs and other complicated things. The profit is not that high. But what are the transaction costs of the system? Not at all. What are the complicated processes in the system? No, the currency exchange can be completed instantly within the system. Strongly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Tang Qing wanted to confirm again. This can't be ambiguous. "System, do you mean I can freely convert according to the rounded exchange rate?" "Yes, but the number of exchanges per day does not exceed 10 times, and there is no limit." The system replied. It was confirmed by the system that Tang Qing also let go of his heart. He was afraid that he had misunderstood just now, and he would be happy. As for the 10 restrictions, Tang Qing automatically ignored it. The interests involved were too huge. For example, suppose that in reality, $1 can be exchanged for 8.55 cents of renminbi, but it can be exchanged for 9 renminbi if rounded within the system. And if the 9 renminbi exchanged is withdrawn, he can go to the bank and directly follow the 85 cents. 5 cents per dollar is converted into $1, and the net profit in the middle is 4.9 cents. It seems that 4.9 cents is not much. But if this number is as large as 10 million US dollars, he can make a net profit of 4.9 million yuan, which is nearly 5% risk-free profit. This is so crazy. This is still a relatively large exchange ratio between RMB and US dollars. If it is 151, the net profit of that transaction is a quarter, 2.5 million US dollars, and this time can even be shortened in the account. A few seconds of money in the account, a quarter of the net profit, 1 time 25% of the profit, if 10 times of compound interest calculation, 3 times the profit. Tang Qing swallows thinking of this. Slobber. The news was so shocking, it was crazy to this system. If the exchange ratio is 1 to 8 to 49, then you can't just play it the other way around. In any case, you have room for arbitrage. System, you won't be kidding me. I don't want to make money, so I want to hurt me. I don't want to fail the 10th level assessment. Tang Qing stammered. This is the money printing machine. Risk. He really couldn't believe it and asked again. The secondary host has the right to view the details. The risk-free arbitrage within the system is one of the main auxiliary functions of the system, and it is also a variant of the risk-free arbitrage between banks. It is just that the arbitrage targets are different. This is also one of the system's benefits. There are no restrictions on the number of withdrawals and withdrawals of domestic currency and the quota, but for non-national currencies, there are no restrictions on the number of ins and outs, but there is no limit on the number of times in and out of the currency. Regardless of the daily limit of 10 times in and out, refreshed at 24 o'clock every day. Speaking of this, Tang Qing also understands the meaning of the system. No matter how you want to carry out this risk-free arbitrage transaction, you will not be able to exchange foreign currency with the system. As long as the system controls the number of times, then this behavior is controllable. Think about it. Also, in today's information age, if there are no restrictions, millisecond-level transactions can be done, and a transaction earns 5%. In one day, he is the richest man in the world. In a few days, this global wealth is his own. How could it be? How could there be such a big loophole? But this is only an exchange rate under extreme conditions. How can it be stuck at 8:05 a.m.? And now there are only US dollars. The profit will not be so high at all. He remembers that the renminbi was not freely convertible until he was born again. As a student, he went to the bank to exchange foreign currencies 10 times a day. This goal was too big. Even if you use account transactions, this goal should not be too obvious. In the future, he is ready to study the real-world currency trading rules to see if there is any unobtrusive and large-scale trading method. After all, the fields are different. His previous life was just an errand, and he understood the trading rules in the financial field. There are not many, and at most I have a little knowledge of stock futures, which is useless. Although it won't be very useful in a short period of time, this function will be of great use in the future, not to mention the growth of one's own assets. Once more currencies are unblocked, the currency view may have a large spread. Combine the spreads, TSK, crazy. You can even do investment funds and so on. It's crazy to attract hundreds of millions of billions of funds from others to do this kind of arbitrage trading, but it's better to be careful now. It's definitely risky to play this way. In the era of big data, the abnormal trading account is estimated to be immediately promoted as a key monitoring target. He has to think about how to operate it. It is still early. No one believes that he will give himself money at all, and he has no interest in using other people's money to make money. Although the function of the system is a bit crazy, but he likes it. It's just like a banker. Is wrong. What does the high price rounding mean? So Tang Qing asked this question again. The system gave an answer. The high price rounding means that which currency has the higher value. The system will set it as 1 in the exchange rate, and the lower value currency will be proportional. For example, the system displays the exchange rate between the US dollar and the renminbi in the form of 1:8. Tang Qing does not know the current exchange rate of the US dollar. The ratio is obviously below 8.5 in the system. Whole. Otherwise, the other way round is 1:0 and 1:25, and the rounding will become 1:0. How could that be possible? According to the algorithm of the system, Tang Qing found that if the ratio of rounding to the RMB is too large, there will be basically no profit. For example, the Korean won, $1 is worth hundreds, and the percentage of rounding to hundreds of digits is too small. Negligible. Unlike the US dollar, at least 1% of the profit is taken as a whole. The closer the currency is to the renminbi, the higher the arbitrage value. So in his opinion, all Korean won and Japanese yen are rubbish, and there is no arbitrage value. By the way, how do you calculate the Hong Kong dollar and the Taiwan dollar? Tang Qing thought of another question at this time. That is, these two currencies are strictly different from the renminbi, but they belong to the same country. A sovereign country has only one form of currency in the system. The Hong Kong dollar and Taiwan dollar belong together as a subsidiary currency of the national currency. It only provides recycling services and does not provide cash withdrawal and transfer services. Tang Qing nodded. Generally speaking, these two currencies are only allowed to enter but not to exit. Although this setting is a bit inconvenient, or even strange, he didn't think much about it because he didn't bother to ask. My mind is messy enough now, and I don't care about other things. In the box, Tang Qing's heart could not be calm for a long time. Although it does not seem to generate much profit now, the goal depends on the long term. When the time comes, the era of opening an international account and arbitrage between various currencies is not far away. Tang Qing was in a state of excitement for the entire afternoon. The reason was that the secondary auxiliary function opened by the system was too bad. The speed of making money, even if it is not as exaggerated as 5%, is a percent. 2. 10 transactions a day is more than 20%, minus the cost of exchanging foreign currencies. It is at least 20%. This rate of return will have to kneel down on any fund. He has already decided to unlock another currency. Plus, he should have some money by then. He will go abroad to open an account to do this kind of arbitrage transaction. He also asked, the system can be bound to external individuals. The number of accounts depends on the level. A country at the first level can only be bound to one account, and it can be changed once a month. At the second level, each open currency country can be bound to 2. That is to say, Tang Qing is currently in China and the United States. A total of 4 accounts can be bound to 2, and transactions in these accounts can be escrowed to the system for free. These accounts do not matter whether they are in Tang Qing's name or not. Of course, they must actually be accounts under Tang Qing's control. Otherwise, wouldn't it be nonsense to bind a wealthy person's account? In the short term, he really dare not participate in such arbitrage transactions. After all, my country implements foreign exchange control. Banks supervise these types of transactions too strictly, and they are basically unable to operate. Then he will be regarded as a key monitoring target and charged himself with money laundering or other crimes. It would be a tragedy to stare at himself. It is really indisputable, because he can't explain the source of the money at all. So in his opinion, it is better not to involve the renminbi. Anyway, the system also said that each level unlocks a currency. Waiting is. Now the most important thing is to increase your own capital. Your own assets are still too small, and upgrading is the right way. However, the upgrade is a bit slow now. The level 200 experience is a bit too much. In addition, the system tasks will only be refreshed on the 1st of next month. You can imagine the level 1 task to upgrade the level 2 experience, but there is no way. Unless you upgrade before your own assessment, you can only wait until next month to refresh your quota and tasks, and you don't know when the next upgrade will happen. Qin Yugong returned home very early today. After the case was handed over in the afternoon, he had nothing to do with him. He already knew that he would take over Gua Cheng's position in the future. So many people wanted to treat him, but he refused today. Now, Qin Yugong has too many doubts in his heart, eager to talk to Tang Qing. Brother, eat quickly, and go do homework together after eating. Qin Shiqi urged Tang Qing to eat and eat. Cheer, eat slowly, big girl, and still so impatient, learn from your sister. Aunt said helplessly. She has said this many times, but Qin Shiqi has been doing her own way, so she can't listen to it. This eldest daughter has been a raging life since she was a child. She is careless, and she can do everything quickly. I don't want it. If I follow my sister's way, I won't have to die in a hurry. Slowly, sister, you should learn how I eat to be refreshed. Qin Shiqi said vaguely while eating. Qin Xiu, who was on the side, just smiled slightly and started eating with small mouthfuls, chewing slowly, and did not speak. Tang Qing and Aunt looked very speechless. The two sisters were completely in two directions, too extremely. One does not like to talk and likes to do things, and one likes to talk but does not like to do things. No matter what, I can't reassure my aunt, especially the youngest daughter, who is easy to be deceived. When the time comes to marry and be bullied by her natal family, she will surely swallow her anger, but the little girl's face is thin and hard to say, just like her sister. Do not listen, a word worry. Qin Yugong didn't speak much during the entire dinner. I didn't know what he was thinking about. Tang Qing didn't know what to say and kept silent. He knew that there would be this time, and his uncle would definitely talk to him. In addition, Li Jiangguo went to the police station to record a statement today. A lot of things feel a little bit overwhelming. Of course, the weird atmosphere between Tang Qing and Qin Yugong was only felt by her aunt, but she didn't ask the clever one. The two cousins are young and have different concerns. The big cousin is still the same, the most active pistachio in the whole family. Tang Qing, he also enjoys the atmosphere and feels at ease. He really hopes to continue like this. But when the time comes to school and work, everyone will be separated. There are not many opportunities to get together like this. Tang Qing can't help feeling a little sad when he thinks about this. There is no permanent banquet in the world. In the end, his relatives will also leave, and his cousins will also get married. After college, it is estimated that it will be difficult to meet with uncles and others. Unlike seeing each other like this every day, Tang Qing can't help but feel sad when he thinks of this. Even more, he decided to cherish the remaining more than half a year of getting along with each other. He only knew to cherish it after losing it, and only after the incident did he know the aftertaste. This may be the only way for people to go. Cheer. Wait for you to do your homework by yourself. Tang and I have something to go out and talk about. At this time, Li Jiangguo spoke. After the whole case was handled, he was full of doubts. You can see a lot from the confession of Zhu Rui's trio. However, in the report, he did not reveal who the reporter was, but said that the reporter was anonymous. Otherwise, he would think of Zhu Rui's entry into the police station. It is very likely that Tang Qing was involved. Because of the confession of collecting protection fees, Li Jiangguo went to the police station to make up his confession today. In the confession, Li Jiangguo did not explain Tang Qing's affairs, and he didn't even mention anything. Of course, this was also instructed by Tang Qing. Qin Yugong read Li Jiangguo's confession many times, because in his opinion the whole thing reveals a deep and weird. If there is no report from Tang Qing, Li Jiangguo's behavior can only be said to be unconvinced and want to be fair to the employees, and there are doubts about it. Not much. But if Tang Qing is involved in the whistleblower, then this matter is complicated. If Tang Qing knows that the other party is a fugitive, then the conflict between Li Jiangguo and Zhu Rui will immediately become like a premeditated matter, even Guocheng's matter. One link after another. If the whole incident is one round, then Qin Yugong couldn't imagine that his nephew who was in high school would have such careful thinking and courage to plan such a bureau. He dug holes and buried 3 murderers and a police station chief, indirectly pushing himself to the top. He came back from socializing this afternoon. He just wanted to have a good chat with Tang Qing and wanted to know what role he played in it. After dinner, Qin Yugong took Tang Qing to the community to wander around. It was still dark at this time, and the two were walking on the side of the road, and neither of them spoke. Tang, let's talk about it. How did you know that these people are criminals? Seeing Tang Qing being silent, Qin Yugong asked first. Uncle, a very good friend of mine told me the details of the case while chatting, and then I wrote it down. Later, I saw the jade pendant by accident. At that time, I was thinking of helping my uncle. Tang Qingji answered Zhang Shengshi. He knew it a long time ago. This day came, but it was not easy for Qin Yugong, who had a confession, to deceive him. He didn't bother to think about the reason, so he pushed it out directly. It was not too difficult to deceive a senior policeman. Friend? What friend? Qin Yugong asked. Tang Qing had a lot of doubts in what Tang Qing said just now, but he was most concerned about who this friend was. Remember my cell phone and clothes last time. He passed by and invited me to dinner the other day. He said it while chatting. Tang Qing lied. Didn't you say that you didn't have contact information? Qin Yugong asked in confusion. The other party refused to let me say that his status was not low, so I wanted to keep a low profile. I hope my uncle understands. Tang Qing replied. Hearing Tang Qing said this, Qin Yugong didn't ask anymore. He automatically made up an image of a rich or powerful character, and he could understand if the other party wanted to keep it secret. What is the relationship between you and Li Jiangguo? Qin Yugong changed the subject again and asked. Tang Qing often went to that restaurant during this time. Thinking about it is abnormal, and what happened to other people's restaurants? I have my shares in the restaurant. Tang Qing hesitated and gritted his teeth and replied. Sooner or later, he has to say that he will become richer and richer in the future, so he must have a showdown with his relatives. Sooner or later, plus the caution of his uncle, after being transferred to the director, it is very possible to investigate his affairs privately. Uncle must not be able to find out the source of the money, but the content of the agreement with Li Jiangguo is not completely confidential, because there are too many people who know, and the waiters in the store are all. It's better to be honest if you know about his little boss. Qin Yugong immediately stopped when he heard it, staring at Tang Qing with a serious expression. Where did you get the money? Of course he knows how much Tang Qing has. The pocket money, plus what may be left last time, is not much. It is far from the point where he has the money to invest in the restaurant. Thinking that Tang Qing dug Guocheng Kong, he was afraid that Tang Qing would embark on the path of crime. My friend lent it to me. He has a lot of money in his family, so he can help me if he thinks about it. No interest is needed. You can pay it any time. I didn't tell you before that I wanted to invest it myself, so that you wouldn't charge me. Tang Qing explained hurriedly, sighing inwardly that the matter was finally rounded up. Can you tell me who he is? Qin Yugong asked again. Although Tang Qing said so, he was really uneasy. I'm sorry, uncle. No, he wants me to keep it secret, but you can rest assured that the money is completely legal. After all, I have nothing worthy of the other party. It is completely grateful. Tang Qing refused. Can I not worry about you like this? Qin Yugong sighed and said, friends who don't understand at all. Even if they are rich, he certainly understands that there is a lot of fraud in society. What he is most afraid of is the other party using Tang Qing to achieve illegal purposes. Uncle, believe me, I'm a student, plus I helped him a lot. This little money is really not worth mentioning, and I'm not that easy to cheat. Tang Qing promised. Well, you can talk to your uncle if you have something in the future. Although your uncle may not be able to control it, it is still useful. I will be transferred to the post of Chengxi Police Station next week. Qin Yugong said. Since Tang Qing didn't say anything, he did. I didn't ask any more, just relying on this bureau to do it. He didn't treat Tang Qing as a child. Congratulations to uncle. You can take care of the hotel business at that time. Tang Qing joked. Although he had expected it, he couldn't help being happy when his uncle was promoted. How is that restaurant? How much money can you earn each month? Qin Yugong asked again. I invested 300,000. And this month's dividend is estimated to be 50,000 to 60,000. Tang Qing said truthfully. So many. Isn't it going to make a profit soon? Qin Yugong said in surprise. He didn't expect the profit of the hotel to be so high. Well, it's not too much. This little money is really useless. Tang Qing replied. This is what he said in his heart. Even if it is hundreds of thousands, it is not very useful for him to make money by himself. But it is a bit slow in Qin Yugong. It seems that this is pride. Smelly boy, this is not much. Don't be too far-fetched. It's on top of your uncle's family's income for more than 2 years. Qin Yugong patted Tang Qing on the head and said with a smile, Haha, no matter how much money you have, I'm not your nephew yet. If your uncle needs money in the future, tell me. Tang Qing said with a chest. Well, okay, I won't say much, but academics are important. Remember, everything is inferior, only high school. Qin Yugong exhorted. Uncle, why are you still holding such old thoughts? Tang Qing asked in confusion. How can it be an old thought, the so-called old bottled new wine? There are many ways to understand this sentence. In my opinion, this sentence is not for you to take an exam, not for you to pursue your academic qualifications. What are you reading? The thoughts of predecessors, experience, and lessons. In any case, you can only go further if you learn more and make progress. Another understanding is that from ancient times to the present, ancient and modern, at home and abroad, nearly all rights of the entire society are in the hands of intellectuals. After the emperor turned over, his descendants are constantly learning to consolidate power. Remember, whether it is in the past, present, or future, the rights of this society, whether it is politics, military, or economics, will only be in the hands of this group of people. To eliminate or become a complete screw, you have to learn, you have to make progress, and you have to go up. Qin Yugong said as he walked. Although he has an upright personality, he is by no means stupid. He knows a lot of things, but doesn't say anything. This is the first time I have spoken of these insights to people. In his opinion, this idea is common after a person has truly matured, and it is not very special. I understand that no matter how much money I earn, I won't give up on studying, and I will definitely get a good college entrance exam. Tang Qing said firmly. Of course he knew what his uncle meant. He also agrees with Qin Yugong's understanding of this sentence. The experience written by the predecessors in a lifetime can save people many detours. It's just that most people don't like to read these things, or the knowledge of later generations will explode. Impetuous, utilitarian and strong. It is difficult to calm down and study and study. In the end, I took a detour and suffered a loss and gained insights. Then these insights and experiences were passed on to future generations, who were still reluctant to listen and felt obsolete. This is the process of infinite loop. Well, it's not early. Let's go back to work on homework. Qin Yugong saw Tang Qing's serious expression and knew that he had listened. He was afraid that his nephew had some money and thought about not studying, so he could relax. Can explained to his sister, he has high expectations for this nephew. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing went back to do his homework. Aunt and elder cousin also asked something curiously. Of course, they didn't tell the truth and found a good reason to prevaricate. After this showdown, Tang Qing's heart has changed tremendously at this time. The next day, at noon, Tang Qing came to the hotel to sign a loan contract with Zhang Dongqing and his friend. Zheng Xiu didn't come this time. Think about it. A policeman or a leader who is about to be promoted to a cadre rank is indeed not suitable to participate too much in this kind of thing. It's because you want to help your comrade Zhang Dongqing check and frighten the opponent. This time, everyone is familiar with it, and you are not afraid of being trapped. In addition, there are outsiders. Some things should be avoided so as not to cause trouble. The owner of the clothing factory is called Lu Jianwei. He has been in the clothing business for more than 10 years. The factory is not small, with more than 100 people and a lot of fixed assets. However, it is too troublesome to go through the bank loan process, and small and medium-sized enterprises require very flexible funds. It is high, so he has to use private loans. Before, he usually used money from other homes. The interest rate was high. It could be as high as 2.5 in a short period of 1 month. But there is no way. You can use it for 1 month, which is useful for months and 6 months. You are going to pay the other party soon, and you have to find someone to borrow it again. And these are all costs, time, manpower, risks, etc. How can it be possible not to increase the interest rate? He had heard that Zhang Dongqing had recently taken a large order and wondered whether he would borrow a month with ample funds, and he was so familiar with it. He believed that Zhang Dongqing would not demand high interest on him, and the two factories were not far from Zhang Dongqing. I also understand the situation of my own factory, and Zhang Dongqing does not need to worry about his ability to repay. It's just that Lu Jianwei didn't expect Zhang Dongqing to have no money at the moment. Most of the money was used to buy equipment to recruit people. Although he was not short of money, he couldn't spend a lot of money to save himself. Later, Zhang Dongqing said the previous paragraph. Lu Jianwei was also surprised at the time to borrow money from Tang Qing. Is there such a low interest rate? There is no difference, so I begged Zhang Dongqing for help, and I began to hear Zhang Dongqing say that the other party was young, but when he saw Tang Qing in a school uniform, Lu Jianwei also had the urge to kill more people. This time the contract became a tripartite contract due to Zhang Dongqing as the guarantor. So the content of the contract has undergone some changes, but the system style is still rigorous, the terms are clear, and there is no dispute. The contract period is 1 month, and the repayment date has been changed. The signing is on the 2nd of next month, unless it is determined that he can upgrade before the 1st, otherwise he will not be able to add risk to himself before signing on the 1st. After signing the contract, it will naturally be a variety of chat investigation information. The guarantee contract can also be signed in bank loans. Several companies jointly guarantee each other, but one cannot pay back together. Generally, the same industry guarantees each other. This is also the sorrow of small and medium-sized enterprises. Even if they have asset mortgages, they have to group together to survive. This is easy to say when the industry is booming, but when the industry is down, it will cause a chain reaction to kill a large number of companies at once, and the risk is very high. After the meal, Tang Qing asked Zhang Dongqing to leave something to say, while Lu Jianwei paid the bill wisely and left. Uncle Zhang, I want to ask something. Do you know anyone who is more reliable and needs to exchange US dollars? Tang Qing asked. This was what he decided to do after thinking about it for half a night last night. He was really dissatisfied with the speed of his development. After the loan was completed this time, it would be difficult for him to grow his assets on a large scale in a short period of time. It's too uncomfortable to return to the pre-liberation period. Looking at the 10,000 balance in the account, Tang Qing only feels that the two characters are useless. Which protagonist in the novel is not all kinds of bulls and all kinds of money, but he has the system to pay for it. It's shameful to care about this and that. So he had to take a risk. Yesterday afternoon, I planned not to use this trick for fear of causing trouble, but now I can't take care of it so much, and I have never thought about exchanging with the bank, but with a private person. Although there is a risk, please don't take any risk. Drink water can be choked to death. In addition, the system did not say what the next level of open currency is. If you open up one Korean won, Japanese yen, Vietnamese dong, or a controlled currency, then it really won't work. Dollar? You have US dollars? Then why don't you go to the bank to exchange it? Zhang Dongqing questioned. That's it. My partner has a bit of US dollars in cash, and he wants me to help exchange it. I also make a difference, by the way. It's just that the bank review is too troublesome, the quotation is still at a loss, and the exchange limit is also limited, so I want to find a channel to redeem it, first to avoid the trouble of review, and second, to make more money. Tang Qing slowly explained. This is just an attempt, or that Zhang Dongqing is not sure that Zhang Dongqing can help, but he is ready to start this business. If Zhang Dongqing has no way, he is ready to think of a solution. As for the direct transfer of US dollars with cash instead of opening a US dollar account by himself, he doesn't want to cause trouble. Cash exchanges are fine. Cross-border transfers involve money laundering when it comes to trouble. Domestic foreign exchange transfers are completely under strict supervision. At this stage, he can't operate, although as long as the transactions involving the system are erased by the system or procedurally legalized, this kind of legality is like a firefly in the dark in the country. Needless to say, once you dare to involve a domestic account for the large-scale US dollar exchange, he had to kneel down properly. I know someone, because the exchange price of the bank is lower than the international exchange rate after deducting various handling fees, and the review is very strict. I heard that I have to go to the Public Security Bureau to stamp and file if I want to buy US dollars. The procedures are cumbersome. Each person still has a quota limit, and the reason is not sufficient. Therefore, it is impossible to exchange large amounts in formal channels. However, there are many people in the domestic private sector who need US dollars. Therefore, many such reverse currency markets have been born, but they are small. Tang, you can go to such a black market. How many they can eat? Zhang Dongqing looked at Tang Qing suspiciously after speaking. I don't want to deal with them. Those people are too dangerous. Tang Qing said truthfully. Of course, he also knows that there are such a group of people doing this kind of foreign exchange reselling. After all, there is a huge domestic demand for US dollars. Not only the government, but the private sector also urgently needs US dollars, such as those who go abroad for study, tourism, or other reasons. It needs US dollars, but everyone's annual foreign exchange quota is limited. Later, Tang Qing remembers that it was 50,000 US dollars per person per year. He didn't know which year it was implemented. It stands to reason that it is basically enough to go abroad for shopping, but it cannot stand it. There are many people with money. Many people don't want to use their personal quotas or have used them up. Some people want to go abroad for large-scale purchases. Some people use underground money houses to launder money, transfer assets, overseas gambling, and speculate in US stocks and Hong Kong stocks, etc. Some even have strange hobbies. It is not too much to collect and store US dollars or to pay bribes and the like. Such a huge demand, but domestic banks can't meet them at all. Even Tang Qing thinks that it's good if domestic banks can meet 10%. The other 90% is flowed into the private sector by relying on this group of bad guys. Knowing how big the transaction volume is, Jane has reached the point where it is stunned. The entire private foreign exchange market is basically under supply, and demand has always been very strong. So much money is available. The key is, what do these papas do? Part of it is that those countries that want to study abroad or purchase large tourism purchases are not too strict, but a considerable part of them are used for money laundering, smuggling, and illegal transfer of personal assets. It is too dangerous to cooperate with them, and he can't tell the difference between the two, or both are doing these two kinds of business. Maybe he will get into it. Zhang Dongqing nodded as soon as he heard it. The group of people Zhang Dongqing also knew that they were not doing any formal things. They were walking on the edge of the law. In his opinion, Tang Qing's behavior was also illegal, but what is it about him? Even if something went wrong, it was just an insider, and the stronger Tang Qing's strength, the better. Well, yes, That line is mixed and messy. You can find them if you want to trade less, but if it gets bigger, it may be jealous, and it will be a lot of trouble at that time. Zhang Dongqing said, yes, my partnership is all over the sky. There are a lot of dollars, but only cash. No transfers are provided. Tang Qing said again, okay, I just met a friend who likes a large amount of US dollar cash, an absolute serious businessman. But the domestic control is too strict. Business transactions are better to say something. You can go through the normal process, but personally want to hoard a large amount of US dollar cash only through the black market he used to buy on the black market. I don't know if he needs it now, but if your price is a little more favorable, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Dongqing said. As for what Tang Qing's partner does, I'm not stupid enough to ask, but for such a large amount of US dollar exchange, the most likely thing is to get foreign exchange from the bank, and secondly, the other party is also a member of the foreign exchange master, but no matter what kind, it has nothing to do with him. He makes friends only to see that the other party is not trustworthy and does not suit his appetite. As for whether it is illegal or not, there is no requirement. If it suits his appetite and there is a valid reason, what about the murderer? He still praises his brothers and brothers. Okay, no problem, then trouble Uncle Zhang. Tang Qing thanked. It's a trivial matter, don't wait for the next time. I will ask him now if he needs it. Zhang Dongqing finished speaking and took out the phone. Seeing that Tang Qing was very anxious, Zhang Dongqing didn't want Tang Qing to go back and wait for anxiousness. If a normal friend, he could also show how difficult things were. In the end, the other party was grateful that he had worked so hard as if he had tried his best, but Tang Qing was a friend he recognized, and he didn't need to play this kind of virtual reality. A true friend should have the privilege of a true friend. Then Zhang Dong called the other party. Hey, Brother Liu, what are you up to? Zhang Dongqing asked in greeting. Of course it's lunch at noon. What else can I do? What's the matter with Dongqing? You haven't contacted me for a long time. Lu Gan smiled. Isn't this busy recently? Zhang Dongqing said embarrassedly. Knowing that you took a big order, why didn't you talk to my old brother when I was short of money? It's too far-fetched. I don't think I am a friend. Lu Qian pretended to be angry. You are my ultimate weapon. How can I use it so easily? Zhang Dongqing joked. Well, Yuhali, let's talk. What's the matter with me? Lu Gan scolded and said with a smile. Brother Lu, do you still need US dollars? I have a friend who has a lot of US dollars in cash. Zhang Dongqing said sternly. I said, Dongqing, when did you start doing this? Lu Gan said, I am a very good friend, just ask for help. Zhang Dongqing explained. Well, how much does he have? I don't want to be without me. Lu Gan said with a smile. Wait a minute, I'll ask. Then Zhang Dongqing held the microphone and said to Tang Qing, Xiao Tang, how much do you have there? Tang Qing hesitated and gritted his teeth and said, as much as you want. Now that I have started playing, there is no need to back down, so let's play a big ticket. What? Zhang Dongqing stood up in shock as soon as he heard it. He dared to tell how much this kind of thing was, how strong is the strength behind it, but he was very puzzled why the other party would find Tang Qing as a middleman and find one. The students at school are totally unreasonable, but this kind of thought just flashed through his mind. Generally speaking, there are many strange people in this world. It is considered that Zhang Dongqing, who has seen a lot of weird works, immediately accepted this kind of thing. There must be inside information in it, but he doesn't know it. There is no way under the sun. What's new? The reason why you don't understand a thing is just because you are ignorant. Let's just say that, Uncle Zhang. Tang Qing smiled and nodded and said, this is a bit big, but it's cool. Tang Qing's words pulled Zhang Dongqing back from his thoughts. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't seem to be joking, he stammered a little. Then Zhang Dongqing took a deep breath and took away the hand covering the microphone part, and said, Mr. Liu, my friend said that there is as much as you want. What? Wintergreen, would you not lie to me? This joke is not funny at all. Lu Gan said in a slightly suspicious tone. No, my friend is very reliable, and he won't talk nonsense. Zhang Dongqing immediately promised. There was silence on the other end of the phone, but after 10 seconds or so, Lu Gan's voice rang. Well, I'm in the provincial capital now, and there is a project here that needs me to come forward, so I'll tell him that I'll be back this weekend. Go to my house on Funday morning to talk, and I will call you later. Okay, Big Brother Liu. Then you are busy, goodbye. Zhang Dongqing waited for the other party to answer and hung up the phone. Of course, Zhang Dongqing understands why Lu Gan said to call herself later. In the conversation, Lu Gan obviously knew that the person involved was right next to him. Some things were difficult to ask. He was going to call and ask questions later, but one source was unknown. No one of the collaborators dared to come and go. After all, this is not just a matter of course. Zhang Dongqing hung up the phone and turned to Tang Qing and said with a smile, "Well, he is in the provincial capital. We will go to his house on Funday morning, and we will have an interview at that time. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, this time. You have done me a great favor." Tang Qing thanked. This is indeed the truth. Ma is not fat, and if you don't have rich money, you will be crazy. Haha, little things, you also helped me twice a lot, isn't it? It's just a matter of hand. You have to talk about it yourself. Zhang Dongqing smiled. Okay, if I get a lot of commissions in the end, the money I earn will not be without the introduction fee of Uncle Zhang. Tang Qing said, That's not okay. Don't mention it if you are a friend. Just ask me for a few meals at that time. Talking about money is too vulgar. Zhang Dongqing waved his hand and refused. For one thing, he didn't like the commission. It's better not to get this kind of money, so as not to cause trouble. He can help with the line, but he will never participate in and benefit from it. It is not that Tang Qing will harm him. He is worried about the person behind Tang Qing. That's okay. A few meals are trivial. Tang Qing smiled. Of course he knew Zhang Dongqing would refuse, but there is an old saying that I don't need it, but you can't help it. This is a question of attitude. This is also for everyone to step down and then use the scene to make it round on the bright side. Xiaotang, do you really have a lot of dollars? Zhang Dongqing finally couldn't help but asked. Everyone has curiosity, and he feels itchy not to ask. Well, to be precise, my partner has US dollars. I just run errands and make a little hard work. My partner has a lot of hands and eyes. He can do as many as you want. Of course, this amount is not unlimited. It's just that in my partner's opinion, basically no one can eat his goods alone. Tang Qing continued to lie. Of course, just brag about it, so as not to cause trouble. That's fine. I won't ask much. When the time comes, I will take you to my friend. His name is Lu Gan. I don't know how much this person is, but he is worth at least hundreds of millions or more. In the real estate business, basically every city in this province has his company's real estate projects. Even the community here is developed by his company. Although he is not the richest man in Qingyan City, he definitely ranks in the top. And I have saved his life. Because of this, he owes me a favor and always wants to pay it back. But the so-called good steel is used on the blade. You borrow hundreds of thousands of people worth hundreds of millions of dollars in a month to pay this favor. It's too cheap, so I didn't ask him to borrow money. Although your Uncle Zhang is very straight, he is also a businessman. Unpredictable things happen in the sky. I will not use this favor before life and death. Zhang Dongqing in a whisper, this kind of thing shouldn't have been told to Tang Qing, but I don't know why. I can't stop the words. Well, thank you, Uncle Zhang. I won't forget you when I make money, Tang Qing said solemnly. Zhang Dongqing can tell himself even this kind of thing, obviously treating him as his own. And Zhang Dongqing and others are his words. Although Tang Qing does not seem to have much money now, it is clear that the people behind him have, no matter what it is, whether it is good or evil, as long as a friend speaks credit and has money to develop his career. Both are extremely helpful. What are you polite with your Uncle Zhang? Xiaotang. Then I will go first, and you should go to class soon. Zhang Dong said to Tang Qing when he looked at his watch. Okay, see you on Funday. Tang Qing got up and said. On the other side of the phone, Lu Qian hung up and fell into silence. Zhang Dongqing did not overlap with himself in business, and there were not too many intersections in life. He just inadvertently mentioned to Zhang Dongqing that he likes to collect dollars, so the other party didn't know. I also have the identity of doing a reverse foreign exchange business. The domestic currency has always been extremely hungry for US dollar cash, and the supply is in short supply. Although each one does not make much, but when the equivalent is large, it will make a lot of money, and the turnover rate is fast, so it is necessary for the dollar to be as much as it is, because it is not only the exchange rate difference, but there are many places that can play a bigger role and generate more benefits. It's just that Tang Qing's words just startled him. It's too arrogant. The first reaction was a trap. After all, no one in the country, except for their peers, could dare to say such big talks. There is another kind of internal bank. People with hands and eyes open to the sky. This kind of person has this strength but is not so arrogant, and this kind of person will not be short of sales at all, and has a lot of connections to do this kind of thing. Is it a newcomer doing this? After thinking about it for a while, Qianlu didn't think of the reason. He couldn't escape these three identities anyway. When the time comes, he will ask Zhang Dongqing about the background of the other party. As long as it is not a node, he wants the other party most. It's an internal agent, that's the safest, and it can be a peer or a newcomer. As long as there is money to make, it doesn't matter who he is. After half an hour, Lu Gan dialed Zhang Dongqing's phone and asked straightforwardly, "Holly, tell me what's the situation with the other party." Big brother Lu suspects the identity of the other party. Don't worry. This is a particularly good friend of mine. I don't know how much he has, but he is definitely not a confidant. There shouldn't be any problem with the origin of the money. He also suggested that he go to the black market to exchange money. He told me that he didn't believe in those people and was afraid of trouble. I also saw brother Lu doing a serious business, so I wanted to introduce you to know him. Zhang Dongqing explained. Haha. Thank you, Dongqing, for your trust. Does the other party have any background? Lu Gan was also surprised when he heard that Tang Qing did not believe in the black market. After all, he also did this. It is inevitable that he has a guilty conscience. Knowing that he is in this business, he has no guilty conscience. As far as I know, he doesn't have a big background, because I have recently investigated this person's information. It seems that recently I suddenly had a very powerful and rich cooperator. He should be able to enjoy super low interest rates. I got the money from the other party. That is, he settled my loan, and the interest was still very low. I guess his partner should be an internal bank relationship. Zhang Dongqing said his guess. He believed that Lu Gan would definitely investigate Tang Qing, and there was no need to conceal it. Well, it's very possible. What's his name? Lu Gan asked again. This time he can already be sure that the other party is an internal bank relationship, otherwise it is impossible to do this kind of thing. The peers must raise interest rates. How can I be interested in earning that bit of hard money? Tang Qing, his uncle is Qin Yugong, who is about to be transferred to the head of the Chengxi police station. I believe Mr. Lu will investigate him. But this good brother is a good friend of mine. I thought of you the first time I thought of you. By then Mr. Lu give a preferential price. Zhang Dongqing said. Okay, of course it's okay. You will never lose out to your friend. This time I'll thank you, Dongqing, and we'll talk about it on Fun Day. Lu Gan was surprised when he heard that there was a police relative, but he immediately relaxed. Tiaozi would not do this blatantly, and even involve his relatives. There would be no such undercover, which made him more certain that the other party was judged by a bank insider. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Gan finally felt relieved. At least for now, I can determine that this cannot be a game. Otherwise, the identity of the people involved is too strange. There are so many flaws that it is impossible for someone to do the game and want to fix themselves, or even those who dare to fix themselves. I will never be so stupid to find such a person, and of course I can't relax completely. I still need to verify the details of the other party. You can't take this business lightly. Besides, even if the opponent is trying to fix himself, he is not a vegetarian. On the face of it, he is a real estate businessman, but his strength behind the scenes is indeed intricate, and not everyone can move himself. Tang Qing has been worried for the past few days. First, he was a little nervous. After all, the next thing to do is very risky and might cause big trouble for him. Second, he is a little excited. If it succeeds, will bring a lot of profits to myself. In the past few days, whenever Tang Qing was worried about the legality of doing so, he would look at the 10,000 personal account balance in the system information. This so low balance made him more confident. Lao Tzu, when he is poor, he will live a very useless life if he develops like this. Huge loans flow out in his own hands, but his assets are often cleared. This makes him very unbalanced, even if he adds a restaurant in the future. The dividends don't make him feel safe at all. It's okay if the system opens up a currency that is easy to operate and has a large arbitrage space next time. If there is not much currency to use, it will be a tragedy for yourself. It is better to do this first and explore the way. If the open currency is easy to operate, I have a big deal to stop this kind of business. And if the system fails in the end, I won't be foolishly waiting for these 2 months. With the principle, It will be more than 2 months to make a profit from the stocks in my memory. Otherwise, I can expect that I will not be able to get 1 million in cash in 2 months, so I'm still playing SHD. In order to be able to go out on fun day, Tang Qing started frantically doing homework the night before. It was not finished yet, and there was a little left. He finished it early the next morning, sitting at home and waiting for Zhang Dongqing's call, and his aunt asked too. What's the matter? He just said he was going out to play with his classmates. The big cousin Qin Shiqi was still clamoring to go, but when her aunt said that you hadn't finished your homework, she went back. She could only look at Tang Qing with bitterness, and kept scribbling him. In the end, Tang Qing, who couldn't stand it, promised to bring her a gift, and then reluctantly went back to his room. After 9 o'clock in the morning, Tang Qing hurried out to the meeting place after receiving a call from Zhang Dongqing. Today Zhang Dongqing drove his Santana in his car. They agreed to gather at the crossroads in front of Tang Qing's uncle's community, lest her aunt and the others could see it badly. Today, her uncle is not at home. Tang Qing heard her aunt said that she was out with a friend. Xiao Tang, I saw him as a big boss this time. It's not an exaggeration to describe him as a treacherous and cunning boss. You are 1 year older than me. You have to be careful. It doesn't mean that he will have bad thoughts. It's just that he has to talk and have an attitude, think twice. Don't be confused by his few words. Zhang Dongqing drove the car and exhorted. Although Tang Qing's life in the world is remarkable to him, there is no deep-rooted person in the face of this kind of human spirit. Experience and a cautious attitude are not rivals at all. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I take your words to heart. Tang Qing said gratefully. Zhang Dongqing accepted his words humbly. He was just a small person in his previous life. Even if he is reborn, he still faces people of this level. For the first time dealing with, if it were not for the backing of the system, even if he was reborn, he would not have any confidence to talk to the other party. Don't be too nervous, just be careful. Zhang Dongqing smiled. 20 minutes later, Zhang Dongqing's car came to a place in the suburbs, which was obviously a villa area. Looking at the huge group of villas in front of him, Tang Qing was also surprised. There was a villa area here. Tang Qing didn't know. I have never paid attention to it in my previous life. Looking at the layout and environment here, it is estimated that there is no millions of dollars at all, and it will cost at least 10 million in more than 10 years. I can see that Tang Qing said to Zhang Dongqing, who is not familiar with here. This is the villa area developed by his company. Although it is not the largest in the city, the greening and layout are the best. I live, so all kinds of supporting facilities are very complete. There are kindergartens, supermarkets, golf courses, swimming pools. The last time I came to Lugan, I took me to play golf, but I really don't like this kind of sport. It's meaningless. This amount of exercise is better than playing basketball. Tang Qing did not answer, but quietly listened to Zhang Dongqing's introduction. After strict inspection, the car drove into the villa area. The greenery inside is quite good. The well-trimmed grass and trees. The villas have different styles and the number of floors. Some have 3 floors, some have 4 floors, and some have only 2 floors, but they occupy a very large area. The villas are not close to each other. Many villas have a small parking lot at the entrance. The luxury cars show the family's wealth. Tang Qing secretly swears by looking at these that I will definitely be richer than all of you combined. After a while, Zhang Dongqing's car stopped in front of a huge 3-story building. As a developer, he certainly had privileges. This 3-story European-style villa was specially designed by a foreign designer, and the renovation took 2 years. Moved in halfway through, it is also the last completed building in the villa area. When Tang Qing got out of the car, he saw a middle-aged man in a nightgown standing at the door of the villa looking at them. Behind him stood 2 powerful men who looked like bodyguards. Haha, Dongqing, long time no see. Lugan walked quickly and shook hands with Zhang Dongqing. He wouldn't go up to shake hands with ordinary small bosses. It's a shame to be able to stand and wait for the other party, but Zhang Dongqing is different. Not to mention the life-saving grace. This time I will introduce a very capable Tang Qing. No matter what reason is worth his initiative to come forward. Yes, Brother Liu, how long have you seen your health recently? Zhang Dongqing smiled. I'm fine. The people below do everything. But you, pay attention to your body. Don't always do it yourself. Lugan said with concern. Okay. Thank you, Brother Liu, for your concern. Xiao Tang. This is Mr. Lugan Lu. You can call Uncle Lu, Brother Lu. This is the young talent I told you, Tang Qing. Zhang Dongqing introduced. Hello, Uncle Lu, Tang Qing. The first time you meet, please take care of me. Tang Qing stretched out his hand and smiled, neither humble nor humble. Lugan stretched out my hand, and I stayed with Tang Qing's hand and smiled. Haha. It is really a talented person. I have made you a friend. As for the care, I need your care. Tang Qing naturally knew what Lu Ganji's care meant, and he was not a mysterious person who did not exist behind him. Whether it was able to get dollars or his identity, Lu Gan was worthy of friendship. Uncle Lu joked, we help each other for mutual benefit. Tang Qing laughed. That's right. Let's stop talking outside. Walk in. Go in for tea. Gongzi, call Xiao Lu to make tea. Lu Gan finished speaking and made a gesture of invitation. Yes. The big man on the left replied and turned and walked into the villa, while the other followed Lu Qian without a word. After a while, the tea was ready. Lu Qian and Zhang Dongqing exchanged a few words before turning to Tang Qing and said, Xiao Tang, I won't scribble around. I heard that you have a lot of cash in US dollars. To be precise, I have many partners. Tang Qing said with a straight face. That's not the same. Can you give a definite number? Lu Gan asked again, looking at Tang Qing hopefully. I don't know this, but it's at least tens of millions. Tang Qing pretended to reveal a little, saying that it was not in the right way, and he said too much, but it was too ostentatious. 10 million is just right. What? Lu Gan stood up excitedly. There was only one word in his mind: tens of thousands. Too many people were in contact with him, and the demand for funds was increasing because of this. He also made friends with a lot of powerful dignitaries. With the help of these powerful dignitaries, his real estate business was flourishing and unimpeded in the province. This is also his confidence that he is not afraid of Tang Qing's problems. He wasn't shocked by the 10 million quota, but the strength behind him. After so many years, he has not encountered such a large shipment. He thought that Tang Qing hadn't met the previous world before saying how much it would be. This time it seemed to be a misjudgment. The other party did have the confidence to say such things. Xiao Tang, what you said is true. Lu Qianxiang asked, suppressing the shock in his heart. Well, really? Tang Qing nodded. Little Tang. Good. We will be friends in the future, and we will have more contacts in the future. Lu Gan, who was confirmed by Tang Qing, was happy for a while. He was short of US dollars recently, and it would be a disadvantage to exchange from his counterparts in coastal areas. If there is Tang Qing here, supplements can solve a lot of things for yourself. I don't know what the trading method is like. Lu Gan asked. This is what he cares most about. That's the case. We offer two trading methods. One is that you transfer the money to our designated account. We will provide cash in US dollars in 1 hour. If you are in cash, the same is true. Give the money first, and then the goods. It is also to avoid trouble. Two kinds of money cannot exist in the same place at the same time. I hope you understand. Tang Qing explained that in order to make the whole set, the wording has also changed to us. Lu Gan heard it and didn't think there was anything. This was exactly what he wanted. If the two kinds of money don't exist in the same place, there will be no so-called stolen goods and gains. After all, I am carrying cash to run around you. Evidence is not easy to collect, and at the same time, he also praised Tang Qing's caution. The stupid thing of paying for the money and delivering the goods is not always applicable. As for the two ways to give RMB in advance, he didn't think there was anything. Large transactions have such privileges. To do this kind of business, it depends on credit. Small exchanges on the street are often not necessary. It's not an appointment. It's normal to give the money first and then give the goods. That's okay. I don't know if we can trade today. Lu Gan asked tentatively again. He wanted to verify Tang Qing's strength. No problem. Tang Qing promised with a smile. Of course, he also wanted to make money by trading quickly. I don't know what your exchange rate is here. Lu Gan said again. At 8:3, how does Uncle Lu feel? Tang Qing said the ratio decided earlier. No problem. This is indeed a fair price. Then I will exchange it for 500,000 US dollars, totaling 4.15 million renminbi. That's right. Lu Gan said. Of course I can't exchange much at the beginning, but I have one. The big boss can't be stingy and only exchange $100,000. He still can't afford to lose that person, and too little may make the other party dissatisfied. Still took a compromise. Okay, no problem. Tang Qing was excited after hearing this. Damn, this kind of thing comes fast. He can make 150,000 yuan, which is really huge profits. Then give me the account, and I'll let someone put money in now. Lugan said. Immediately Tang Qing gave the account number. He went to the bank to do it yesterday. Of course, he would not foolishly use his ID card to do it, but the identity of someone else who bought it. Anyway, as long as he has the bank card password, the system can be used as is to bind, and any future transactions will not need to go to the bank, and there is no need to worry about being traced. It is quite safe and easy to use. Of course, you must use a small number to protect your life. After a while, Tang Qing received a system message that the account had reached 4.15 million, and then Tang Qing pretended to send a text message to his partner. At the same time, I asked the system to transfer the 4.15 million directly to the system's personal account and retrieve personal information. Tang Qing looked at the 4.16 million balance in the account, and Tang Qing's heartbeat could not help speeding up. A huge amount of money, a properly huge amount of money, can finally make money quickly, but he has never had so much money. Although it is not his own, but there is his own 150,000 in it. It will definitely be more in the future. This is a good start. Well, I received the money. I don't know if Mr. Liu is in a hurry. I can get the money now. Tang Qing put away the phone and said, Okay, I'll wait for you here and have lunch together at my house then. Lugan said, There is no need to be hypocritical at this time. Business belongs to business. Okay, Uncle Zhang, I'm going to trouble you to send me a trip again. Tang Qing knew that Lugan wanted to see his strength, and he wanted to end this first deal soon. Okay, then I'll be a driver again. Zhang Dongqing smiled. After Lugan sent Tang Qing and Zhang Dongqing out, the big man called Gongzi whispered in Lugan's ear. Brother, do you want to send someone to follow? No. Firstly, I believe that Zhang Dongqing recognizes the friend. Secondly, so as not to be discovered by them who offend the other person. Thirdly, the young man is very interesting. Let's just wait and see the changes. Lugan said with a smile. Yes. Uncle Zhang, go to Qingyan Buyuan. After getting on the car, Tang Qing said to Zhang Dongqing. Zhang Dongqing just gave an acknowledgement and didn't ask too much. It's better to ask less about this kind of thing. Tang Qing asked the intermediary to find this at noon the day before yesterday. Because he had a phone number when renting the staff dormitory before, he entrusted the other party to see the house at noon, and finally asked the intermediary and the landlord to have lunch at Li Jiangwo's. The house is in a building behind the hotel, and I use my ID card. After all, there is no real cash there. It's just a deception. When he arrived at Qingyan Buyuan, Zhang Dongqing stopped by the road at the gate of the community to wait for him. Tang Qing came to the house he rented, and it was empty. At that time, he rented this 2-bedroom and 1-living house directly for safety. Now it is still a clean water house without any furniture. At first glance, he can only see the cushion on the floor of the living room. I placed a checkered bed sheet with 10 empty black handbags on it. The handbags are not big, but it's not a problem to pack 500,000 each. Close the door and draw the curtains, and withdraw $500,000 in cash directly from the system according to 1 to 8. Looking at the remaining 160,000 balance in the system's personal account, Tang took a deep breath, feeling really good about making money. Immediately, Tang Qing began to put $500,000 into the bag. Looking at the free space, it is absolutely no problem to put another 200,000 in the bag. The US dollar is smaller than the RMB bill, and the length is only 1 millimeter, which is very difficult for the naked eye. But the width of the US dollar is 11 millimeters smaller than that of the renminbi, which is more than 1 centimeter. Seeing that there were all consecutive US dollars in his hand, Tang Qing thought that it was so, but it felt too ostentatious. Such a large amount of consecutive cash would definitely arouse people's suspicion in future transactions. Is there any benefit to the system? Is the serial number of cash just to prevent him from being so unscrupulous? Tang Qing thought about it carefully and thought that it was quite possible. If the money was random and there were old money, he would really be brazen, and if he couldn't control it, he would probably bring a murderous disaster. It's just like the first lesson the system taught itself, fearing unknown risks. Seeing Tang Qing coming out with a black handbag, Zhang Dongqing naturally knew what it was inside. It was $500,000. He hadn't seen it before, but he didn't ask to look at such silly questions. When the time comes, you can see it somewhere. 2. Because the whole process involved the transaction with Lu Qian, Zhang Dongqing seldom talked on the way and waited until they finished the transaction for any questions. When the two returned to the villa, Lu Gan was also waiting at the door, and the two bodyguards stood behind them competently. After all, outsiders could not enter this kind of place without the instruction of the owner. Several people met and entered the villa without much greeting. "Uncle Lu, take a little bit." After sitting down, Tang Qing passed the bag in his hand and said, "Okay, Gongzi, monkey, you too little bit, just click here." Lu Gan took the bag without opening it and handed it to his subordinates. This kind of transaction is cleared in person and turned around. This is the rule. The guy named Gongzi took the bag and opened it with his hand. After finding that there was nothing else, he poured it directly on the marble coffee table. Seeing the brand new $100 bills on the coffee table in front of him, Lu Qian couldn't help feeling excited. It's not that I have never seen such a large amount of US dollars, but so many new bills are rare, just like they just got off the machine. But he was instantly suppressed when he had seen the big world. Of course, it is not only the quantity, but also the true and false. He has been in the trade for many years. Of course, he knows the practices of the traders who exchange US dollars on the street. Many times there will be counterfeit US dollars in them, and ordinary people can't distinguish them or make transactions in a hurry. I left. I couldn't find anyone after the incident, and it's useless if I found it. If I didn't order it in person and turned around, I'm not responsible for it. This is a rule. If you said mine was a counterfeit bill, I also said that you put it in and wanted to corrupt me. Yes, once these are separated, it is not clear at all, and in the end it will basically be nothing. Of course, if you encounter someone with a background, they will exchange real money. But that kind of situation is very rare, and it can't stop this trend. The two quickly checked the banknotes and saw that they were veterans. As for Tang Qing and the others, they watched them drinking tea without speaking, and the atmosphere was very strange. Zhang Dongqing also looked at the pile of dollar bills in a daze. It was the first time that he saw such a large amount of dollar bills, and it was very shocking. As for Lu Gan, he looked at these two people calmly, and from time to time he held the dollar bills that had been ordered and confirmed to be correct. "What are you thinking about?" "Boss, no problem." Gongzi and Monkey looked at each other, nodded, and reported to Lu Ganwei. "Haha, good. Gongzi, put it away, let's go eat." Lu Gan laughed. "Yes." Then the two began to put the money back in their bags and put them on the second floor. This is just a trial transaction, and there will be more in the future. With a partner like Tang Qing, Lu Qian feels that it is not too good. "Xiao Tang, I want to exchange $1 million later. I don't know if there is any problem." Lu Gan said again during the meal. "No problem, the old rules. As soon as your money arrives, I'll get the money for you." Tang Qing said with a smile in his heart, "Another large sum of money." "No problem. You are really happy to meet Xiao Tang today. Dongqing, you have brought me a great friend. Many of the US dollars that I have exchanged before have been exchanged by some friends. You also know the domestic US dollar market. How hot it is. Those friends who know that I have this hobby are looking for me, and I can't refuse directly. All of them are big bosses, and the exchange volume is quite large. In addition, sometimes the business is borrowed and mortgaged, and I don't have anything left. How much has been made? Xiao Tang. I hope we will have more cooperation opportunities in the future." Lu Gan raised a glass to Tang Qing and Zhang Dongqing to express his goals, and at the same time indicated 2 points. One is that he lacks US dollars, and the other is that he knows more friends and there are more markets. In short, he is to find a suitable one for his next large-scale transaction. Reason, and he didn't lie. Both business friends and official friends like the dollar very much. "No problem. I also hope that there will be more opportunities for cooperation with Uncle Lu, and everyone will benefit each other." Tang Qing and Lu Gan clinked their glasses and said, this time everyone was drinking beer. As for Zhang Dongqing driving, he directly said that he would drink beer. You can't get drunk at all. Besides, isn't there a snake like Lu Gan, drunk driving or something? It shouldn't be too simple to solve with a phone call. Now Tang Qing also sees a little way. The Gongzi and Monkey are not good at first sight. Lu Gan will never be a serious businessman, but think about it. He still knows a little about the real estate development, a serious man. It is basically impossible to make a way out of it. One demolition problem can kill you, but Tang Qing just suspects that the other party is involved in gangs and did not think about the identity of the father, or it is useless to think about it. It's not so easy to get on the boat. He believed that Lu Gan would not provoke him. A person who can give out so many dollars is definitely not what Lu Gan would like to provoke. Even if Lu Gan is in a foreign currency exchange business, he would never dare to disadvantage him. A reliable source of US dollars that can provide such an amount of US dollars, no one dares to make an idea. In fact, Lu Gan thinks the same way. Such a powerful channel is even more powerful than the most powerful bank leader in Lu Gan's network. It is not something he can provoke. If you do a bad move, that would be troublesome. So at this time, Lu Gan already regarded Tang Qing as a person in the same position as himself. After eating dinner in the afternoon, Lu Gan directly sent people 8.3 million into Tang Qing's account, and Tang Qing brought $1 million to Lu Gan as before, and now Lu Gan no longer doubts Tang. The strength of the people behind Qing, such a large amount of even dollar can be obtained, it is simply a sky, because in reality, even if the central bank wants to find such a consecutive dollar, it is not too easy, and there is no super huge transaction cost. If this situation is not possible, it may even be intercepted smuggled goods, but no matter which kind, the opponent's strength is not to be said, and he is definitely not comparable, and he also attaches more importance to Tang Qing in his heart. After the afternoon transaction, Lu Gan took Tang and Qing to the golf course of the villa for an afternoon. After that, he went to the swimming pool in the villa area for a few laps. Although Lu Gan's villa is large, it does not have a separate swimming pool. Of course, dinner was still eaten at Lu Gan's house. During this period, Lu Gan tried to find out about Tang Qing's backer through various side knacks. But how could Tang Qing say that after a few gags, Lu Gan stopped asking questions, and at the same time secretly sighed the little fox? But he admired Tang Qing more and more in his heart. He was so capable at a young age and had such a clever collaborator. It's not bad to have such a clever collaborator. He looks down on people who can be informed by just a few words. The cultivator is simply unbearable and can't get close to each other, or he will be sold sooner or later. Sitting in Zhang Dongqing's car on the way home, Tang Qing looked at the funds in his personal account over and over again, feeling happy. Looking at the 460,000 balance in the account, Tang Qing couldn't calm down for a long time. These are all his own, and finally no longer need to look at the disgusting person in the account. Zhang Dongqing looked at Tang Qing on the side and didn't know what to say. He completed tens of millions of transactions in one day. Is this still that little brother? It shocked him too much. Little Tang, you will be fine if you do this? Zhang Dongqing finally couldn't help but worry. Relax, Uncle Zhang, I know in my heart. I also see that Uncle Lu's use of dollars is a bit problematic, but you can rest assured, no matter what he does, I am not afraid to investigate, and he dare not ask me for trouble. Don't worry, Tang Qing said relieved. Now it's hard to ride a tiger. Even if there is a problem, he has only one way to go to the dark. It is all because the system does not tell him what currency to open at the next level, and he has to take the risk. Anyway, please, just throw the pot and give it to the system. Otherwise, the responsibility will not be feared every day. Well, you can know it in your heart. You are still young, and you must protect yourself. If he dares to move you, tell me that I have personal feelings that can be used at least, Zhang Dongqing said again. This is not only a statement, but also an investment. He believes that the investment in Tang Qing will see huge returns in the future. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, I won't let you down. I will just touch your heart. If you want to use the money in the future, just tell me, no interest. Tang Qing said with a touch of emotion, whether Zhang Dongqing has it or not. What thoughts and goals, but this favor cannot be erased. Hee. Then I would like to thank you first, but the interest is still required. 1 yard goes to 1 yard. Zhang Dongqing laughed. Tang Qing didn't answer, but just looked out the window, saying that no matter how much it is better to do more. Let the facts prove everything. Monday morning. Math class. Tang Qing is listening to the math teacher's lectures seemingly earnestly. After a month of adaptation, he has become accustomed to the teacher telling him on the top, and he thinks of himself below. On the surface, he looks like a 3 good student. From time to time, he nodded his head and said, well, I finally understand. Life is really like a play. It all depends on acting. If you observe carefully, his pupils are already dilated, but he is thinking about other subjects or memorizing Chinese poems. He will listen carefully for a while unless he doesn't understand. Now his spirit is as high as more than 90. The system says that the human limit is 100, but he didn't realize how horrible his brain development was, nor did he have the ability to remember. It's just that his memory is much stronger. If you want to remember a text for a long time, you have to memorize it for a long time. 6 or 7 times. Some vague memories of previous lives have also become clear, but they are still far from the point where they can remember everything they have seen. As for the increase in physique, he feels it. Now he only needs to sleep for 5 or 6 hours every day, and he can be full of energy for the whole day. The proportion of his body is getting better and better, and his skin is getting better and better. Even if she didn't wear a shirt, she was stunned by the big cousin. If she didn't eat the same meal and drink the same water, the big cousin would definitely force her to ask herself the secret formula for maintenance. He also tried his own strength. He can split a brick with one palm. His fist strength has not been tested, but it is definitely not too low. He can feel the powerful explosive force hidden in his muscles when he clenches his fist, but now he has only brute force and no skills, and his nervous reaction is very fast. He plans to have time to sign up for a free combat class or learn martial arts from the policeman in his uncle's office. Otherwise, the posture in a fight will be really ugly. If you beat people to death in the same way, it really won't end up. He also asked why the system is almost at its limit. The system's answer is that the gene lock will be unlocked after both attributes reach 100. His current body cannot provide stable energy for higher intensity body and spirit. The body is an ecosystem. Too strong output and intake will disrupt the balance and must be transformed. Knowing this, Tang Qing ignited new hope. Men have violent genes, and the pursuit of personal force is innate. He is looking forward to changes in the next 100 years. The teacher in the distance could not see Tang Qing's distraction, but occasionally noticed how Tang Qing's Wang Yin might not have noticed Tang Qing's strangeness. She inadvertently saw Tang Qing's empty eyes, and she knew this table-mate it's gone again. Since Tang Qing came back from November, compared with her before, Tang Qing has spoken a lot less, and her temperament and conversation have changed a lot, which made her feel strange, but the love in her heart is even better. I don't know why. As long as she is by Tang Qing's side, she feels at ease, very comfortable, and wants to keep going like this. Seeing that Tang Qing was running away, Wang Yin thought that Tang Qing wanted to do something on an errand. Based on the principle of urging Tang Qing to learn, Wang Yin immediately touched Tang Qing with her elbow, trying to pull Tang Qing out of her thoughts. At this time, Tang Qing remembered that he would have to take the monthly exam in a few days. This time he struggled for the privilege of staring at the blackboard not so stupidly for a month. This time he must pass the top 10 in the class. Name. Wang Yan's elbow pulled Tang Qing back from her thoughts. Yu Guang glanced at Wang Yan, only to see that she didn't look at herself but was immersed in the question as if she hadn't touched her just now. Wang Yin has always been the top 3 in the class, so don't stare at the blackboard stupidly, but look at the problem set. This little girl, Tang Qingzi said to herself. At this time in the previous life, I still talked and laughed with Wang Yan. After rebirth in this life, I have talked less with Wang Yan. One is that learning things must be picked up quickly, and the other is systemic things. Many times he will not talk, consciously thinking of the system's tasks and looking forward to the system's future functions. It can be said that he is not busy. In addition, he does not want to provoke Wang Yin in this life, so he rarely talks to her, and his attitude is much colder. Tang Qing saw Wang Yin, who looked serious and contemplating next to him, and compared with Wang Yin, who was more amusing after being familiar with later generations. A mentality of wanting to amuse her began to sprout. The corner of Tang Qing's mouth slightly raised and touched Wang Yan's arm with his right hand, and then looked at the teacher on the podium, but Yu Guang was paying attention to Wang Yan's reaction. Wang Yan felt that Tang Qing took the initiative to touch her arm, and immediately her body was shocked. She slightly turned her head to look at Tang Qing next to her. She did not expect Tang Qing to touch her so boldly, and at the same time she felt a little deer bumping into her heart. I dared to make this kind of joke with her in class, but it was really exciting. Seeing Tang Qing's serious appearance seemed to say that I did not do it. Wang Yin felt a little funny, like a child playing a game secretly, so Wang Yin couldn't help but touch Tang Qing. Tang Qing, who was touched at this time, also had a playful heart. This reminded him of doing homework with Lin Jiaxue when he was a child. They used to do homework on a table in Lin Jiaxue's house. They often played like this when they thought about it. At this time, he has put aside the idea of not provoking Wang Yin. Based on Wang Yin's character, Lin Jiaxue will not be an obstacle between the two and Wang Yin, and Wang Yin's personality is a very good friend. Select. In the end, Tang Qing couldn't help it, or took advantage of the opportunity of yawning to cover her mouth and coughed and laughed a few times. As for Wang Yin herself, she lowered her head. Seeing that Tang Qing couldn't laugh, she also covered her mouth and laughed. Fortunately, the tall books on her desk blocked the teacher and didn't notice it. If it weren't for the occasional trembling shoulders, Tang Qing didn't know that Wang Yin was smiling, and there was a tendency that she couldn't stop. Immediately, Tang Qing coughed a few more times and suppressed the smile on his face. By the way, he reminded Wang Yin to stop here and can't continue. It is estimated that he is really going to laugh while playing. So the two stopped this game of touching their elbows. After this classroom game, Tang Qing and Wang Yin regained their previous relationship. They talked and laughed. If escape can solve the problem. Tang Qing also figured it out. You can't lose a friend because of his scruples. A friend who has played an important role in his life. If that's the case, he really can't explain to himself. Tang Qing and Wang Yin's small movements in class were watched by the classmates behind them, and each of them looked at Tang Qing's eyes full of envy. Wang Yin is the most beautiful girl in the class and the boys' dreams. My lover, it's just that Wang Yin's conditions have almost dispelled everyone in the class. She is beautiful and has good studies. I heard that I still have some money at home, and I am doing a lot of business. This is an ordinary high school, and there is nothing big in the school. Rich second-generation officials, etc., even if they have, basically do not do much business. Otherwise, they would have spent money to enter the second middle school. Of course, there will always be someone who wants to hug a beautiful woman and is extremely diligent. This person is the monitor of the class, Suzy Wang, who is sitting behind Tang Qing on the right side, and he can touch him with any stretch of his hand. Seeing Tang Qing and Wang Yin's little actions, he was tickled with anger. Wang Yin is the woman he likes. He definitely doesn't allow others to think too much, but he still doesn't know that Wang Yin likes Tang Qing. After all, Wang Yin has been covering up so well that even the person involved deceived it. Suzy Wang had pursued Wang Yin several times before. Every time Wang Yin said that high school rejected him because of his studies. He didn't say much. He will be long in Japan. Although he knows that Wang Yin doesn't like him, he has already treated Wang Yin as his own band person. He believes that he will impress Wang Yin one day. He studies hard for Wang Yin and is always the top 10 in the class every time. But even so, Wang Yin hasn't changed him much. Of course, Suzy Wang couldn't do anything while he was in class. He just stared at Tang Qing's back fiercely, not knowing what he was thinking. Old Tang, I'm going home to get homework at noon, so I won't go to dinner with you. Go by yourself, Li Kai said to Tang Qing after school at noon. Li Kai forgot to take his math homework in the morning, and the teacher told him to have it in the afternoon. Submit. Well, okay, I'll go eating alone. Tang Qing replied. Today her aunt has something to do at school. She told Tang Qing that she would not cook at noon in the morning, and the two younger sisters were forced to eat at school. As for the uncle, it was even more busy today, because today it was the day when he went to the Qingxi police station to take up his post. Presumably, he wouldn't have time to go home to eat in these few days. Then I will go first, Li Kai said. Seeing Li Kai got in a taxi at the school gate, Tang Qing turned around and prepared to go to Shuaba's dumpling restaurant to eat dumplings. But before he could take a step, he was blocked by a familiar figure, not Suzy Wang or anyone else. Go away. Tang Qing stared at Suzy Wang and frowned and said coldly. He didn't have a good impression of Suzy Wang who was in front of him. Of course he knew that Suzy Wang liked Wang Yin, and later generation Wang Yin also told himself, but next month this person will be sentenced to 8 years in jail for a murder case. Since then, Tang Qing has never heard of Suzy Wang again. At that time, an old man on the road accidentally ran into him. Suzy Wang directly pushed him. The old man hit the stone pier on the side of the road and died on the spot. Because the other party was still relatively powerful, Even Su Ziwang's rich father was affected. Implicated, the company was also seized. Otherwise, with this person's revenge, later generations, he and Wang Yin would not have passed 3 years smoothly. Moreover, Su Ziwang's previous school's reputation was extremely poor. Before high school transferred to their class, she didn't know how many girlfriends she changed. Because she had a big belly and was forced to transfer to their school, Su Ziwang thought that no one else knew. But in private, everyone in the class knew that Tang Qing would never allow such a scumbag to covet Wang Yin. "How do you talk?" Su Ziwang said angrily. Since childhood, apart from his parents and those second generations, no one among his classmates dared to talk to him like this, especially Tang Qing, who wanted to beat him up. This made him feel a great shame. But after thinking of his purpose this time, he took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. "Tang Qing, Wang Yin belongs to me. In the future, don't do some small movements in class, or don't blame me for being polite." After Su Ziwang finished speaking, without waiting for Tang Qing to reply, he reached out and took out a small wad of money from the pocket of his school uniform pants. Passed over without counting. "This is 1,000 yuan. If you agree, then it belongs to you." He didn't know the situation of Tang Qing's family, but from the pair of shoes, it was obviously not a rich family. In his opinion, 1,000 yuan was already a figure that was hard to refuse for Tang Qing, a poor student. However, it is a pity that Tang Qing is not an ordinary person. With the hotel shares and the loaned rewards and the hundreds of thousands in his account, he already has nearly 1 million net worth at this time. In addition, he also has a system. In the future, his wealth will continue to rise rapidly. Facing the so-called huge sum of 1,000 yuan in front of him, Tang Qing didn't even have the thought of complaining about it. Besides, even if he had nothing, he would never accept such insults. Therefore, Tang Qing smiled and took 1,000 yuan from Su Ziwang's hand, and then in Su Ziwang's eyes that counted you. He threw the money on Su Ziwang's face with a pop, and then let the 1,000 yuan scatter. On the ground, the classmates who were after school were onlookers, whispering to each other. At first, Tang Qing wanted to tear up the money and then compensate him, but thought that it is illegal to destroy the renminbi. Still enjoying the face of the other party, which saves 1,000 yuan, and I can't waste my own money like this. Insulting people always humiliate them, and use the other's money to hit the other's face. Why not do it? Su Ziwang, whose face was beaten by the banknotes, gradually turned from contentment to iron blue. He didn't expect Tang Qing to treat himself like this, and throw the money on his face in the public with no face, imagining that he would become the entire school. The laughingstock was laughed at by the students for a long time, and the group of onlookers would definitely add fuel and jealousy to destroy their own image. Su Ziwang, don't use such a tasteless method in the future. Just be more honest if you have the ability. Is 1,000 yuan a lot? Cut. After Tang Qing curled his lips, turned and left. Opened a road, eyes full of curiosity. The second generation of poor students with banknotes against the rich, this plot is simply not too exciting. Unsurprisingly, Tang Qing is famous, and Su Ziwang is also famous. I will definitely make you regret what you did today. Su Ziwang stared at Tang Qing's back, gritted his teeth, and said, although he deliberately rushed to beat the man who humiliated him, but so many classmates watched, there is a police booth not far from the school. Maybe he will be punished by the school. And finally, he had to suppress his thoughts. The idea of rushing to beat Tang Qing. Besides, if he didn't hit anyone but was beaten by Tang Qing, that would be really shameful. Su Ziwang didn't want to completely lose his face thousands of miles away. However, he also had the idea of revenge against Tang Qing in his heart. See how long you can be proud of. Seeing Tang Qingyuan go, Su Ziwang slowly picked up the banknotes on the ground. Looking at the banknotes in his hand, he already had an idea in his mind. Su Ziwang, who picked up the money, squeezed the crowd and left the school. He came to the bank of Qingjiang River next to the school and took out his cell phone to make a call. Hey who? There was a silly voice on the other end of the phone. Brother Dong? This is Su Ziwang, the one who asked you to book the night at the successful internet cafe a few times last month. Su Ziwang said cautiously, although he asked the other party to book the night at the internet cafe that time. In fact, it was how many people he was caught. They were forced to take the money, and afterwards the other party patted his chest to make sure that anyone would not open his eyes to provoke him and help him settle. At that time, Suzy Wong heard that a friend in society was also good, so he invited them for a few more days. He also has a computer at home, but it was broken by him. The family thought that studying was important in the third year of high school, and they didn't buy a new one. During this time, the study became more and more stressful, so there was little time to go. It's just that Suzy Wong didn't expect to use this relationship so quickly. He couldn't help but admire his wiseness at the time. "It's you? What's the matter with the kid?" The adversary Donggu also immediately thought of Suzy Wong. He was bullying and fearing hard cash for a little money. "That's it. I want Donggu to teach me personally." Suzy Wong said his purpose. "Who is the other party?" Donggu asked. "He is not stupid. He is not stupid. If he does not find out clearly, it will be miserable if he cannot afford to offend him. After so many years in the society, he has been stumbling up here. But I watched a lot. It's just a poor student. The woman who molested me. I want Donggu to help teach him a lesson, so that he can't get up for a few days." Suzy Wong said the whole thing in one breath. When Brother Dong heard that the other party had no background, it was just a fight, and there was no risk of being disabled, so he rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, a price of 5,000. "What? Brother Dong, is this a bit expensive? Just beat that guy and cost me 5,000 yuan. It's not to mutilate him, but to hurt him a little. Are you kidding me?" After listening to the words on the other side of the phone, Suzy Wong said in surprise. To be honest, although Suzy Wong is his only son, the pocket money his family usually gives him is not too much. In his opinion, 5,000 yuan is not a small sum. It is equivalent to his pocket money for more than 2 months. His own savings totaled only 6,000 yuan, and he couldn't accept 5,000 lessons. So Brother Su doesn't want to teach him 5,000? Don't bargain. Just do it or not. Donggu said coldly. This is obviously to kill Suzy, but he won't have anything to do with it. Psychological burden. People who want to teach others are not serious people in the first place. Extortion should also be regarded as venting for the person who was beaten. Donggu couldn't help but be proud of his profound righteousness. 5,000 is 5,000. I will pay the money, but Dong brother, you have to do this thing more beautifully, but you can't hurt me. After thinking for a few seconds, Suzy Wong gritted his teeth and said to Dong brother, "I see, Brother Su. I will wait for you at the gate of your school in the afternoon. You will show us who it is. Then, give him an unforgettable memory on his way home." Brother Su has anything else to explain? Brother Dong said happily, sighing in his heart that these rich second generations are still generous, and he can be cool for a while. "Well, okay, there is nothing to explain. When the time comes, give me a call after the lesson." Suzy Wong said. "No problem," Donggu promised. "Well, goodbye." Suzy Wong hung up the phone and looked at the surging river in front of him. "Tang Qing, I'll give you a little lesson this time, so that you understand that people like Wang Yin are not something you planted mortals to get involved." Suzy Wong put his hands on his chest, with a smug smile on his face, muttered to himself. At this moment, he unconsciously appeared in his mind the scene of Tang Qing being beaten and unable to get up. Thinking of Tang Qing's next miserable situation, Suzy Wong couldn't help laughing, and passers-by looked sideways at this dress. Many young people in school uniforms thought that Suzy Wong would jump into the river because of the pressure of studying. Since he had just transferred to this school, Suzy Wong didn't know about Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, otherwise he wouldn't be so excited. Although he offended Suzy Wong, Tang Qing did not worry about the other party at all. Now he is no longer Wu Xiaoyi man. Not to mention that his uncle has gotten into a big relationship, resulting in an excellent relationship with the secretary of the political and legal committee, which is also in the eyes of the city leaders. The key training target is that a small businessman can't get through a big wave. Besides, Lu Gan is a local snake. Suzy looks at his father's transportation company, and he is not afraid of him at all. With only one meal at noon, Tang Qing's deeds have spread throughout the school. Suzy Wong is also known to everyone, and Wang Yin naturally also got the news. At this time, class has not yet started. Good student Wang Yin has already arrived in the classroom. Of course, there is no Tang Qingzhao who does not go home for dinner. Wang Yan's house is quite close, so she also goes home for dinner at noon every day. At this time, there were more than a dozen classmates in the class, whispering from time to time. Tang Qing knew that he was talking about himself without guessing, but he didn't care. Tang Qing, what's going on at noon? Wang Yin called Tang Qing out of the classroom and asked with a serious face. All she knew about noon was Tang Qing's face against Su Zhuang, and the version that reached her ears had already become messy. There are many versions, so the clever Wang Yin doesn't believe it. It's better to listen to what the person said. It's nothing. The monitor wants to buy something with me. I don't want to sell it. Tang Qing smiled lightly. He didn't intend to say too clearly. He believed that Wang Yan's IQ would immediately be able to guess what happened. Ah, what is it? Wang Yan asked in surprise. Shopping? What is so expensive? Dignity. Tang Qing replied lightly. Su Zhuang is too much. I'm going to find him. Wang Yin said angrily. Hearing the word dignity, Wang Yin immediately understood the whole story. Su Zhuang must have seen him in class and Tang Qing's small movements. Su Zhuang wanted to beat him. Think of Tang Qing. Thinking that Wang Yin is particularly angry here, Su Zhuang is too broad-minded. He is no one of him, and he still treats his friends like this, not to mention that the other party is Tang Qing. She was not afraid that Tang Qing would be overwhelmed by money. During this time, she could also vaguely feel that Tang Qing seemed to be suddenly rich. It could be seen from the mobile phone in his school bag. She even went to the mobile phone store for this purpose. Such an expensive mobile phone made her tongue stunned, and his father still uses PHS. She was worried that Tang Qing would think she was a trouble because of this, and she was afraid that Su Zhuang would find other ways to deal with Tang Qing. She had been at the same table for 2 years. Of course, she also knew that Uncle Tang Qing was the deputy director of the Chengnan police station, but this was not Uncle Tang Qing's jurisdiction. Can't control it here. Don't go. I've already taught him, so don't go. Tang Qing stopped with a tone of unwillingness. Don't let Wang Yin join in this matter, otherwise things will really make him head out. Well, if you don't go, you won't go. Seeing Tang Qing's firm expression, Wang Yin whispered. Although Tang Qing had murdered her just now, it did not affect her image in her heart, but became more attractive. In the afternoon class, Su Zhuang went to class as if nothing had happened. It was just that the sullen color in his eyes was all over his face. Of course Tang Qing had noticed it, but he didn't care. It was just a younger generation, so he should be careful about the other party. It is impossible to do anything to himself. He is not afraid of black and white. One afternoon passed. After school, Tang Qing noticed that Su Zhuang didn't leave as early as usual, but was hauling away things. Seeing this, Tang Qing also thought of something. A faint smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and said in an unsearchable voice, "It's interesting." After separating from Wang Yin and Li Kai at the school gate, Tang Qing turned his eyes around and saw 4 people standing at the gate who seemed to be doing nothing, as if they were waiting for someone. Tang Qing immediately understood Su Zhuang's support and peace. Backhand. However, he was not afraid, but a little excited. He really hopes to have a sandbag to practice boxing. After all, his physical fitness is there. These 4 gangsters don't seem to be strong at first, and he doesn't have it either. What a danger. Tang Qing, who realized that there was a good show, Yu Guang also noticed Su Zhuang behind him, smiled faintly, and walked towards home. Tang Qing did not go home directly. Otherwise, there were so many people on the road. The other party could not do it directly, and he could not do it directly. Instead, he turned halfway and came to an alley with few people. Nothing. He didn't want to hurt the innocent. After entering the alley for a certain distance, Tang Qing stopped watching when there was no one around, turned his back to the gangster, and said in a pretentious manner, "Okay, all of you come out, follow me all the way. You are not annoying. I think it's a waste of time." Hee hee, my little brother is not bad. I actually found our trail. With that, a thin man wearing a black jacket came out from the corner first, and as his voice fell, the 4 clothes were different. The hair was also dyed colorfully. At first sight, a young man who was not a serious person walked out from the corner. Several people slowly surrounded Tang Qing, looking at him with a sneer on his face, and the intention was self-evident. "It's like that. It seems that you are here specifically to deal with me. Brother, what is your name?" Tang Qing looked around, and looked up, and asked the young man who should be their boss with a smile. "Others call me Dong Go." "Yes, it seems that your kid is not stupid. Let us have a good meal. Everyone is good," the leader said with a smile with a crisp fist. "Brother Dong, right? But I really want to know who told you to teach you, Suzy Wang? Or Suzy Wang? Tang Qing said with a smile, seeing that the four of them didn't bring any controlled knives or weapons. Tang Qing also reduced his hatred for Suzy Wang a bit. If Suzy Wang let these gangsters beat him, he would definitely teach him to be a good man. After listening to Tang Qing's words, how could Donggu admit that his face remained unchanged and said, we don't know the person you are talking about. We have never heard of it. But no matter what your kid said today, this one will hit you. It is inevitable. After finishing talking, the young man named Donggu said to Tang Qing, little brothers, don't blame brothers today. We are also taking people's money and helping others to eliminate calamities. Who told you to offend people? It's safe, right? Haha. What you said is quite reasonable. Although I understand it well, I don't agree. Why do people want to learn from dogs? Tang Qing said with a light smile, then took down his school bag and put it aside. With his right foot, he took a short step back and made a pose that he prepared to take advantage of. This is what he learned on TV. Think about it too. How to make a punch while standing upright. In many cases, the posture is still very important, and you can stand up. Fighting with a group of people is a movie or a real master. Obviously, he is neither. As for fear, no, the other party just used his fist without a weapon, and he had nothing to worry about. With his strength and reaction speed, he could take them down with a few punches at most, not to mention whether he would get a fist. Hearing these words, Donggu looked at the student dressed as a teenager who was surrounded by them, but his face was calm and undaunted. Donggu didn't know why, but he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Even if the average adult is surrounded by the four of them, I am afraid that he will look nervous long ago, and even if he is timid, he will beg for mercy, not to mention that the other party is still a senior in high school. But now he couldn't see the slightest fear in Tang Qing's eyes. I don't know if it's an illusion. Donggu even felt that Tang Qing saw an eager look in Tang Qing's eyes, as if he had seen something funny. He didn't know whether Tang Qing was frightening them, or whether he was really bold. If it's the former, they have also encountered someone who pretended to be calm in front of them before, and got the last punch to kneel and call grandpa or run away directly. But if the other party was the latter who had practiced, then they would be a tragedy. Thinking of this, Brother Dong couldn't help frowning. He didn't step forward recklessly. The original joke on his face was gone. He stared at Tang Qing tightly, wanting to see something from his face, whether it was a bluff. Still have real confidence. Although Dongga hesitated, the younger brother beside him didn't know what his elder brother was thinking. They are accustomed to seeing ordinary people's humility and fear of them. Now they see Tang Qing's expression calm, as if he doesn't see them in his eyes, and he says that they are dogs. Starting from the heart, one of the younger brothers could not help but pointed to Tang Qing and said, Nemus, boy, you are very arrogant, let me. Tang Qing's sharp eyes forced the next words back involuntarily. However, he quickly came back to his senses and was forced by a student to not dare to speak. This made him lose face. Pointing to Tang Qing's hand before letting go, he felt a little irritated, and he waved his hand. Fist struck Tang Qing. Boom. Whoops. Oh. The next scene was different from what they expected. They thought that Tang Qing would be knocked to the ground with a punch, and he waited for others to punch and kick up. It was perfect, but the reality is that the companion who was standing next to them the other day was directly hit. Tang Qing kicked and flew out, and hit the wall on the side of the alley to stop his retreat. Then he sat on the ground with his belly and kept rolling. He couldn't stand at all, and he wanted to vomit in a cold sweat, but he just vomited. If I don't come out, it hurts a lot. Upon seeing this, the standing Dongga and his group swallowed unconsciously. They did not expect that one of their companions would be killed in seconds and lost their combat effectiveness, and they immediately assumed a free strike posture as if they were facing a major enemy. Looking for a sense of security, the three of them were indeed frightened. Excuse me, brother, this is the first time I hit someone. I don't know the severity of the attack. Please forgive me. Tang Qing put his right foot in the original position and said with a smile, What should I say with this kick? He hasn't fought anything before. He has always looked like a good student, and he doesn't like to cause trouble. At this time, he only had one feeling, and that was cool, just like Dong Qingxi's kick of Hong Qigong inside. The position of the opponent standing was really ecstasy, and it was so cool after a long time. Tang Qing couldn't help sighing secretly, It's no wonder that so many people like to hit people. It doesn't feel too good. After listening to Tang Qing's words, the expressions of the three gangsters changed. The apology was too sudden, but they immediately recovered, knowing that Tang Qing had encountered hard stubble. Tang Qing was not the soft-footed shrimp he had encountered before. With a retreat, but remembering that Tang Qing said that it was the first time he had beaten a few people, he was greatly relieved and forcibly comforted himself that Tang Qing was just lucky, and his courage became stronger. His eyes gradually changed from fear to fierce. Brother Dong glanced at the two younger brothers from side to side and said, "Brothers, let's go together. Get around him first. I don't believe I can't kill him." After hearing what the big brother said, the two gangsters immediately looked at Tang Qing with grimace as if they were looking at some prey. One may not be able to deal with it, but the so-called double fist is difficult to match with 4 hands, not to mention the fact that one side adds up to 6 hands. Even if they are entangled, even if the other party can defeat Tang Qing, he must be taught a lesson by then. And by the way, he will have to pay some money for medical expenses. Tang Qing also looked right when he saw it. He knew that he strategically despised the enemy and valued the enemy tactically. He shouldn't take it lightly at this time. The ship couldn't turn over here, but it had to be repaired after a hole was smashed. After stance and angle, he already has preliminary countermeasures, ready to use his speed and reaction ability to solve the battle quickly, and at the same time is determined to find a teacher to learn fighting skills when he is free. It's too shameful to push yourself like a big enemy. A few gangsters heard the order and immediately rushed towards Tang Qing, not ready to grab Tang Qing's hands and feet first and then fix him. It's just that the idea is very beautiful and the reality is very skinny. Tang Qing, who was prepared for a long time, took the lead and hit the bully on the right. Suddenly, the other party backed back like the guy just now. This time there was no wall blocking him. It took 7 or 8 meters to lie back on the ground, clutching his stomach and yelling, and it seemed that his arm had been scratched. Immediately before the remaining 2 people reflected, the left hand slapped the extended hand, and the right fist hit the face of the on the left. This time the force was controlled very little, and the punch was avoided. Now, the purpose of this time was just to beat him back. He didn't want to cause trouble. They was beaten and a little daunted to step back. He didn't dare to move forward. Between the lightning and flint, Dong Gu saw that his 2 younger brothers were beaten back, and he was left alone. He couldn't help feeling a little frightened, but before he could make a decision to stop, Tang Qing avoided Dong Ji's fist on his side. It was a slap on his face and knocked to the ground. Snapped. Brother Dong only felt gold stars in his eyes and buzzing in his head. It took a while to come back to his senses, and his face was already swollen. Another person who had just been punched immediately helped Dong Gu to his feet. He looked at Tang Qing cringly and waited for Dong Ji's order. He really didn't dare to go up alone. After recovering, Brother Dong looked at the people on his side. It was obvious that the younger brothers had basically lost their fighting spirit, and rushing up again was simply taking their own humiliation. For a while, he was in a dilemma. On the other hand, he received the money to teach Tang Qing. But I can't beat them, and while my little brothers are beaten, I'm out of my head. But if I go up again, it's just a blow to the head. Maybe the other party wants to punch them a few more times. He knows that beating is addictive. He also likes the feeling of, to the flesh. At this time, Brother Dong recalled the look in Tang Qing's eagerness to try just now, and the same look now. And he couldn't help but feel a chill. It was like the feeling of encountering a big monster while playing a game, and instantly he knew that he was being tricked. The Lord who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger, as Tang Qing said just now that it was the first time he hit someone. He unconsciously thought that it was to let them relax their vigilance and want to have the addiction of beating. Damn, Suzy Wong. You wait for me. I don't beat you to death. Dare to lie to me. June brother can't help cursing in his heart. Just as the military brother was unable to end the battle with heaven and human being awkward, Tang Qing's voice rang in his ears. Well, that's it for today. As for who asked you to come, I know, but if there is a next time, don't blame me for being rude. After finishing, Tang Qing picked up his school bag and patted the dust carefully. Several people turned and prepared to leave. The opponent has been scared, and defeating such an opponent is meaningless. By the way, Brother Dong, what is your real name? Tang Qing asked suddenly when he passed by the military brother who was holding his face and said nothing. My name is Su Dong. Brother Jun couldn't help but reported his name, and at the same time, he took a step back. He was really afraid that Tang Qing would give him another shot suddenly. It's swollen, and I'm a bit unclear about my speech. Is there a phone? Tang Qing asked again. Yes, there is a phone, Su Dong said hurriedly, then took out the mobile phone in his pocket and handed it over. He thought Tang Qing wanted his phone. Well, that's good. Give me the number, Tang Qing said lightly. Su Dong was taken aback, and then he reported a phone number. He didn't know why Tang Qing asked for his number, but he didn't dare not give it. Well, okay. Tang Qing took out his mobile phone from his school bag and recorded it, then turned and left. In the society, all the 3 teachers and the 9 Lu have to know and know. Although this group of people is dishonorable and does not succeed, they are not useless and can be used someday. Looking at Tang Qing's mobile phone, Su Dong of course couldn't fail to know the goods. The price was more than 6,000. The special Tang Qing was so rich. Su Ziwang also told himself that the other party was a poor student. There was so much difference in information. What a joke. He never believed that Su Ziwang didn't know that Tang Qing was so rich and he was in a class. I don't know who would believe it. Now Su Dong has concluded that Su Ziwang knew not to report and wanted to harm him. This was absolutely unbearable. Damn, dare to lie to Lao Tzu. Poor students can afford 6,000 mobile phones, grass. Su Dong gritted his teeth and covered his face. Brother Dong, that guy is gone. Let's call more brothers next time to teach this kid a lesson. Oh, it hurts. This kid is really heavy. The first, who was knocked down, stood up and bends. He walked over and barked his teeth and said, Yes, Brother Dong, call out more people, and you must get revenge. The little brother who was standing still after only a punch also responded. Shut up to Lao Tzu. Do you know how much that guy's cell phone is? At least 6,000, and it can be used like this, which is so annoying. Su Ziwang dared to lie to us and say that it is a poor student. We will go to Su Ziwang later. Go, you absolutely can't let him go like this. As for that kid, just leave him alone. I will think of a way. Su Dong cursed. Now a few people are angry, and those who have been beaten can't find anyone to vent. If you don't find Su Ziwang, who else is the instigator? The 4 of them got up and prepared to wait for a call to ask Su Zi to look out the medical bills and give a vicious lesson, otherwise they would be really frustrated. The next day, Su Ziwang didn't come to school. I heard that he was on sick leave. As for the illness, no one knew. Tang Qing, as the person involved, didn't have to think about Su Ziwang's revenge by Dong Ji's gang. Just think about it. Several gangsters suffered a big loss on their own, and they must take Su Ziwang to get along. Tang Qing has nothing to say about this. Yes, the so-called self-inflicted do not live, and the other way is to treat the other body. People are responsible for their actions. Fortunately, it is oneself this time. If other ordinary classmates may have to lie down at home for a few days, in this the juncture is not only about learning, but also has a great psychological impact on this group of students who have not yet entered the society. From then on, it is possible to ruin the lives of others. This time, I should teach Su Ziwang a severe lesson. You must have the awareness of being beaten when you hit someone. I hope that he will be more acquainted in the future, and if he thinks about Wang Yin more seriously, then he will not be polite. But the facts are as expected by Tang Qing. The military brother and his party were only deceived by Su Ziwang's popularity. He immediately called Su Ziwang to tell him that he had suffered a little injury and cost 1,000 medical expenses. Su Ziwang didn't think there was anything to do. Fighting is inevitable. He was injured, so he hurriedly withdrew 1,000 from the bank and prepared to send it there. I wanted this, and at the same time I couldn't help thinking about how Tang Qing was beaten. Young and ignorant, he still wanted to show off his fate against himself in front of Wang Yin. If Tang Qing knew this, he would be ashamed of defeating such a duo. When Su Ziwang saw Su Dong and the others, he was really shocked. He was indeed injured, but the injury was too serious. Su Dong's face was already obviously swollen, and the other face was also bruised. Qing, the remaining one, obviously scratched the skin and the other was dirty. It was obviously a tragic victory, but Su Ziwang didn't even think about it. Tang Qing must have been injured more seriously. 1,000 yuan is quite worth it, and another 1,000 is not too much. It's just that at this moment, why did Su Dong and others look at their eyes wrong? Su Ziwang also realized something was wrong. This time Su Dong called two more brothers out of fear that Su Ziwang would run away. Seeing Su Ziwang's miserable comparison with himself, Su Dongqi stopped fighting. At this time, Su Ziwang felt that something was wrong and wanted to run away, but the back road was blocked by the two new gangsters. In the end, I can think of and be proud. Su Dong didn't make any heavy moves, so as not to cause trouble. If they were crippled and tracked down, they would not have a good fruit. They have a lot of experience to fight people and know where to play. Injured. In the end, it is conceivable that Su Ziwang has been beaten for at least a week and has been unable to see people. His face has been fanned into pig heads, but at least he can walk. Of course, Su Ziwang didn't dare to tell his father about the whole thing. Otherwise he would be finished. He would provoke his classmates as soon as he got into trouble and transfer to another school, and he was beaten up like this. It would be strange not to be beaten by his father again, Su Ziwang. It's just that when he came back from seeing his friend, he had a quarrel with someone and was beaten. Otherwise, if the father called the police and arrested the Dong brothers and confessed himself, then he would be really troubled, and he didn't want to be fired again. Or reformed through labor. And finally, Su Ziwang's father saw that he couldn't find the real murderer. Tang Qing, who had just beaten someone yesterday, was abused by the class teacher today. The so-called often walk by the river. There is no one who does not wet shoes. The next day, Tang Qing's exclusive mind-shifting skills were discovered by the class teacher Shin Mei. The reason was that the head teacher asked a question and the whole class made a mistake. Only Tang Qing nodded and caught Shun Mei's attention. After observing Tang Qing for a few seconds, Shun Mei was even more angry. She was openly laughing at her IQ, and she was so blatantly in class. But thinking that it was class time, she immediately suppressed the anger in her heart. But she knew from her cousin that Tang Qing's uncle was promoted. Although the celebrities in the city don't know the specific content of the case, it's just around the corner to get promoted. She doesn't want to offend each other too much. Qin Yugong and his wife are so busy that they called people to school because of this, and Tang Qing didn't disrupt the classroom. Discipline. Just because Qin Yu just came, it would be too uninteresting. But I can't leave it alone, so Shin Mei thought of a way and was ready to remind Tang Qing. Tang Qing, come up and solve this problem. Shun Mei said loudly to Tang Qing. At the same table, Wang Yin also realized that there was something wrong and immediately grabbed Tang Qing with her elbow bucket. Tang Qing came back to her senses, looking at Shun Mei's seemingly angry expression and the staring eyes of the surrounding students, with a dazed expression on her face. He stood up, completely ignorant of what happened, but no matter what, he was obviously called to stand up first. The clever Wang Yin immediately stood up and gave Tang Qing a position. Tang Qing also understood that Shun Mei was asking herself to go up and do the problem, and immediately relieved her mind and did the problem. This class seemed to him to be no difficulty. These are old-fashioned topics, which can be modified at most, and they are not a problem at all for him. Looking at the question on the blackboard, Tang Qing came up with 3 ways to solve the problem at a glance. After a few seconds of thinking, he quickly wrote on the blackboard. Thanks to the great efforts of later generations to practice calligraphy, the text is quite good. Beautiful, amazed the students below. They didn't expect Tang Qing's chalk handwriting to be so good. Shin Mei was also a little stunned, but he knew Tang Qing's chalk writing, but he didn't expect to see so much progress before long. If I had known the blackboard newspaper, let him go out. Wrong. The focus is wrong, regardless of whether the words are good or not. Shin Mei shook her head to get the thought of bias back on track. Tang Qing finished this difficult 3-dimensional geometry in just over a minute. Shin Mei looked at it twice and found no mistakes. Suddenly, there was a feeling of a fist hitting the cotton, and he said nonchalantly, "Well, right, let's go down." It's just that Shin Mei, of course, can't just let Tang Qing go. The next Tang Qing became Shun Mei's key care object. In order to be sure to teach Tang Qing a lesson, her questions became more and more difficult, but in the end, Tang Qing answered them in minutes, leaving Shun Mei for a while. Anxious. It's not that I'm losing face and angry. The student is so good that the teacher should be happy. Tang Qing, who was angry, didn't teach her a lesson before, and her heart was unbalanced. In the end, Shun Mei, who was really helpless, directly came out with a super class. The title, looked at Tang Qing triumphantly, and said, "Tang Qing, come up and solve it." Tang Qing looked at Shun Mei helplessly and stood up. He also guessed that Shun Mei was deliberately trying to be ugly once, thinking that Shin Mei was kind to him before and was not angry, just helpless. He still wanted to. I deliberately made a wrong question to save the teacher, but when I thought that after this monthly exam, I would definitely surprise the teachers and classmates, thinking that there must be a process of acceptance, so I lost this idea. Since you want to be high profile, then I will do a good high profile time to brighten up your titanium alloy eyes. This question is so difficult, I have no idea at all. That's right, it's super gangbang. It must be super class. The schoolmaster is thinking hard. Look at what Tang Qing will do. It is estimated that you will go up and down in a circle. The previous questions are not difficult and regular, and there is no idea at all at this time. Amidst the whispers of the classmates and the complacency of the class teacher, Tang Qing calmly walked onto the podium, picked up the chalk, and started writing quickly without even thinking about it. Tang Qing could see the essence of this question at a glance. It would be difficult to calculate this question using high school methods. It is absolutely amazing that it can be done, but if it is calculated using partial derivatives, it will only take 3 to 5 steps. Don't be too simple. As for why Tang Qing remembered this knowledge point of the university so clearly, it was because the teacher was called to explain this knowledge point when he was distracted in this get out of class. This knowledge is very thorough, and I recall it from time to time after graduation, so the memory is quite strong. He believes that many people have such experiences, and certain university knowledge will not be forgotten after 10 years. Look at Tang Qing using the second-order partial derivative of a binary function to solve it on the blackboard. Even Shun Mei can't understand it. After all, he is not a college teacher, but a high school teacher. He remembers the simple calculus in college, but it's difficult. One thing is already vague, but with the rigor of mathematics, it is no different from not understanding it. I can't help looking at Tang Qing and the question in confusion, not knowing whether it is right or wrong for a while. What is this? I can't read it at all. What ghost picture symbol? It looks like a derivative, but also like a function. Fake it, this should not be high school knowledge. Within 3 minutes, a conclusion was placed on the blackboard, and Shun Mei was shocked. She doesn't know the process, but he knows the result, and the result is completely correct. She also read the standard solution of this question. It is very long, and it can be calculated on 2 pages of paper, but Tang Qing is actually quite right. Step by step came to the conclusion that Shun Mei looked at Tang Qing like an alien. Tang Qing was seen hairy and said, "Teacher, can I go down?" Shun Mei came back to her senses as soon as she heard it, put away her slightly open mouth, coughed, and said, "Well, classmate Tang Qing's answer is correct. Go down." What? Tang Qing actually got it right. What's the matter? A few steps are taken out. It's not scientific. Quiet. Shun Mei loudly stopped the discussion among the students. The students immediately stopped the discussion and stared at Shun Mei, waiting for her to answer their doubts. Ahem, this question is a bit over the top. Classmate Tang Qing did the right thing. It's just that he used university mathematics, so you don't need to learn it. Shun Mei said truthfully. Although she felt dull, she was happy in her heart. Yes, who doesn't want his student to be a genius? And Tang Qing was defined by Shun Mei as such a person. There was another buzzing sound when Shun Mei's voice had just left the class. Looking at Tang Qing's eyes were full of surprise, just like watching a monkey in a zoo, which made Tang Qing very uncomfortable. Even Wang Yan was covering her mouth and staring at Tang Qing in surprise, as if she wanted to see something. The students have only one idea in their minds. This guy can learn mathematics without saying a word. It's not too fanciful. Ling ling ling. At this time, the bell rang, and Shun Mei also sighed in relief. It would be miserable for the students to ask her to talk about this question. She can't remember this knowledge at all. Shun Mei raised her head and said to Tang Qing, "Come to my office." After finishing speaking, he packed up the lesson plans and went out. Tang Qing had no choice but to get up and chase after him. Looking at the gazes of the surrounding students, he felt that he was a bit too much, but he was just thinking about it. After all, such a situation has to be faced sooner or later, so let him enjoy the joy of victory early. Come on, what are you thinking about in class? Shun Mei put the lesson plan on her desk and hugged her hands and said lightly. She didn't ask the question first. Let's talk about the thing about Qing Zongshan. She is also afraid that she will lose face by showing the silly look that Tang Qing expected. After finishing speaking, she looked at Tang Qing with a smile, as if she was saying, I will not ask you about the question first, dumbfounded. Got it. I'm memorizing the formula. Tang Qing said helplessly. Looking at Shun Mei's expression, he knew what the other party was thinking, and he was very speechless to the childlike innocence of the head teacher. Remember the formula? Really? Shun Mei looked at Tang Qing suspiciously. She didn't expect Tang Qing to give him this answer. She thought Tang Qing would apologize directly. The script did not go as she expected. Yeah, I can do most of what you said, so I will memorize the formula to prepare for the next monthly exam. Tang Qing said with a fist and face firmly, but in his heart, he said that his acting skills are great. Investing in making movies on his own, he suddenly realized that it was a good idea. In the future, investing in movies and making money will make money, and also going to make good-for-nothing stories. It's quite interesting to think about it. Is it the same in other classes? Shun Mei asked again. She didn't have the habit of climbing windows. She didn't know Tang Qing's performance in other subjects, and there was no teacher to reflect Tang Qing's distractions, so she asked casually. Yeah. Tang Qing thought for a while and admitted. It's better to admit this kind of thing, lest he lied if the head teacher climbed the window, and the gain was not worth the loss. You? Okay, then I will wait and see how much you can take this time. If it is the same as the first time, and there is no big improvement, I can only ask you to call a parent. You can read the book by yourself in the future. Shun Mei glared at Tang Qing and said, originally wanted to tell Tang Qing not to be distracted in other classes, but she would not listen to Tang Qing if she wanted to come to Tang Qing. It's better to leave it alone than Tang Qing lied. Some teachers reported. Besides, lest you become passive. In addition to the many questions in class, Tang Qing can't be troubled. If he thinks that his grades should not be good this time, let him enjoy the privileges in advance. Thank you, teacher, for your understanding. Don't worry, I will do well in the exam. Tang Qing immediately promised. He also heard what Shun Mei did not want to do in other classes, and said thank you sincerely. She was most afraid of that. This kind of turbulent teacher insists that you don't know how to be flexible, and you don't care about general lenient. Well, what's the matter with your question? Shun Mei was very satisfied with Tang Qing's attitude and began to care about that question. As for why she didn't say it clearly, because she didn't remember what the formula was for, so as not to speak out in front of the students ashamed. That's it. Some time ago, I bought a high numerical book from the old book stand. I went home and looked through it. I can increase my knowledge. The teacher is relieved. I only read it a little bit. The main focus is on high school knowledge. Tang Qing replied wittily. Well, this answer is fine. Well, that's good. You can understand and use it proficiently to prove that you are really studying hard. I won't say anything, come on. Shun Mei smiled and encouraged. Thank you. Teacher, I will not disappoint you in this monthly exam. Tang Qing said with a light smile. Well, remember your words, you can go back first. Shun Mei said with her head up. Okay, Teacher Shun. After Tang Qing left the office, Shun Mei was about to go back and study Tang Qing's formula. A teacher who couldn't understand the student's question made her really uneasy. Walked to the door of the classroom. Li Kai blocked Tang Qing and asked curiously, Old Tang, what did the old class tell you to do? Do you praise you? No, just tell me to study hard. I get a good result in this monthly exam, otherwise I will call my parents. Tang Qing said truthfully. Cut, if you are so rich, you still need to study. You can learn from university. Li Kai said in a sour tone. In the past, Tang Qing was rich, handsome, and taller than him, but now he can bear it. Even learning is about to crush him. It is impossible to say that he does not envy him. Of course, he also knows that knowledge cannot be envied. It depends on hard work. Knowledge is already there, and anyone can pick it up. There is no limit. See if you are lazy or not. This is hard work, and he is convinced that he loses. If you have money, you have to study. Your family has more money than mine. Why don't you drop out? If you have money, you won't study. What kind of logic is this? Tang Qing said irritably, and he was in Lugon. Li Kai definitely didn't know where he was earning, and he wasn't prepared to say. Otherwise, it might not be certain who has more money. I have to dare to do this. My father won't interrupt my legs. Li Kai said with a smile. Li Jianguo always wanted him to study with Tang Qing. Tang Qing was in school. He dared to drop out. Maybe he would really break him. As for his legs, this is the truth. Well, review it this time. Otherwise I will fall too far. Your father will still kill you. Tang Qing said with a smile. It's just you? It's a little better than my grades. How about you answering that question, spending so much time learning such difficult knowledge, and how far you want to fall behind me? Cut. Li Kai said disdainfully. It seems that Tang Qing is bluffing, wasting time to learn knowledge that he doesn't need. Maybe he's not as good as himself in this exam, but he is studying hard this month. As for Tang Qing, he knows that he often goes to dinner and business talks. I'm still distracted in class. How can I surpass myself too much? That's not necessarily this time. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. Tang Qing said proudly, thinking that if you don't stimulate you this time, how could you work harder? He doesn't feel anything over Li Kai. He just hopes that through such stimulation, Li Kai will study harder, have a good future, and be able to help himself as his right-hand man in the future. That's okay. Let's compare and see who gets the highest score in this monthly exam. Li Kai immediately quit as soon as he heard that he couldn't bear being provoked. No problem, what is the bet? Tang Qing said with a smile while holding both hands. Well, I think about it. Whoever loses invites dinner to sing. How about it? I know that a newly opened karaoke hall is in a good environment. Li Kai thought for a while and rolled his eyes. He still listened to his neighbors in this karaoke hall. Yes, I heard that the environment is very good. I still pass by every time I go to school. He heard that the owner of this karaoke bar is very powerful in the city. It's not that I doubt your strength. Are you rich? Tang Qing gave another mental crit. You. Although I don't have money like you, I still have the money to sing a song. Li Kai was choked by Tang Qing's words and hurriedly said, TSK, then I will reluctantly believe you. Tang Qing said with a face-saving face. You? I'm so mad. Alas, I'm not careful about making friends. Li Kai sighed and said, Tang Qing, just heard you say how you lost. What are you betting on? A voice rang from the side, and Tang Qing turned his head to see that it was Wang Yin. We are betting whoever scores poorly in the exam, please sing. Li Kai said truthfully. Then I want to go too. Wang Yin immediately became interested when he heard. Also, we invite you. Li Kai said loudly, patting his chest. No, I can't take advantage of you in vain. In this way, as long as Tang Qing gets the top 3 in the class, it's me who asks. If it's not the top 3, how about you two? Wang Yin thought for a while and said softly, smart of course, she also knows how to take care of a man's face. First, let her down, and secondly, if Tang Qing really gets into the top 3, it won't matter if she asks herself. Everyone is not embarrassed. This is a good idea. Li Kai said immediately. He didn't believe that Tang Qing could get into the top 3 in the class, so that it would prevent a girl from paying for it. Then the two elders would be too embarrassing. By the way, Tang Qing, when did you start taking college courses? Wang Yin asked her doubts. Tang Qing's performance just shocked her, but such an excellent Tang Qing is what she likes. So Tang Qing repeated the reason just now, which attracted Li Kai's contempt, while Wang Yin stared at Tang Qing with undisguised appreciation. Even Li Kai on the side saw some clues, but he didn't think much about it. Only when Wang Yin was appreciating Tang Qing's efforts. Friday, November 12th. Today, my aunt has something to do again. Tang Qing and Li Kai came to the classroom early after eating outside at noon. After reading the book, they will have a monthly exam tomorrow. Time is running out. At this time, he can't help but feel a little nervous. At this time, the phone in Tang Qing's school bag vibrated. Tang Qing immediately took out the phone and saw that Lu Gan's heart was overjoyed. Another business came to his door. He hurried out of the classroom and pressed the answer button and said, Hey, is Uncle Lu? Haha. Yes, Xiao Tang. I am your Uncle Lu. What are you doing? Lu Gan said with a smile. At school. Uncle Lu, is there another business to take care of me this time? Tang Qing asked directly. Yes, my friends have needed a lot recently. This time I need $3 million. I don't know how long you can provide Xiao Tang. Lu Gan asked. How long do you need it? Are you in a hurry? Tang Qing asked. It's not a hurry. Anytime within 3 to 5 days. Lu Gan said with a smile. That's fine. You pay before fun day. I can send it on fun day, and there is not much time for the monthly exam tomorrow. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, since Lu Gan is not in a hurry, he doesn't need to be in a hurry, So take the exam first. Let's talk about it after this pass. Haha. Yes, a total of 25.05 million, no problem. Lugon smiled. Why Uncle Lu's 150,000 more? Tang Qing asked suspiciously. 3 million US dollars. 1 to 83 is 24.9 million. He doesn't believe that this arithmetic problem can be calculated wrong by himself. Isn't the exchange rate going up these days? I can't let you suffer, isn't it? Lugon explained with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Lu, and see you on Fun Day. Tang Qing heard that the exchange rate market is constantly changing, and the inverted exchange rate will definitely change. Even if the international exchange rate does not change, a domestic anti-corruption policy may make the domestic black market price of US dollars has soared, and there is no absolute rule at all. Okay, then you study hard. I wish you a good grade in the exam. Goodbye. Lugon said. Okay, see you, Uncle Lu. Tang Qing said. Hung up the phone. Tang Qing thought about his own harvest this time, 150,000 yuan, and the money is really fast for those doing financial services. The next 2 days will be an intense monthly exam. Tang Qing has already made sufficient preparations for this. He believes that he will definitely get a good result in the exam this time, so that he doesn't have to look at the blackboard stupidly. English is of course needless to say. He feels that he can basically get full marks. The listening skills that sounded difficult in the previous life have become so simple. He is also very speechless, why he was so stupid before. Chinese is a bit difficult. After all, although there are many deadly answers, there are still many subjective questions and classical Chinese essays that have not been read. As for composition, I am not a literary sage, and my writing level cannot be improved in a short time. My essay level will not be fundamentally improved because I have written a lot of copywriting. I have used most of the language with rigor and precision. The examples cited are no longer the examples of Li Bai Dufu that make the teacher disgusting. He is with a deep understanding of the pain of the teachers. The same example of Li Bai Dufu Edison Newton, even if it is changed in a different way, it is really disgusting. During the period of rebirth, he focused his energy on subjects with certain answers, such as mathematics and science comprehensives. Of course, this test does not mean that he will be in a plenary session, but he has the absolute belief that his score will not exceed 40 points, not more than 20 in mathematics. He didn't have to hand in the papers in advance for every test. He always checked and checked to the end. If he didn't, he would just give up. The exam arrangements for the first day are Chinese and English in the morning and math in the afternoon. Old Tang, how did your exams go? This time the math papers are quite rare. I have all the questions I didn't do. Li Kai followed up and asked as soon as he came out of the mathematics examination room. Every exam is like this. It sounds like it sounds. When Tang Qing said it was difficult, he could increase his odds of winning. It's definitely better than you. Wait for the bleeding. Tang Qing said angrily. Of course, he knew Li Kai's psychology. This is also the psychology of most students. After the exam, he hopes to hear that others have failed the exam. Ba would also say the same. And if you believed it, Shuaba took 104 exams, and you took 70 exams, and then you will be dumbfounded. Never believe that Shuaba said that he did not do well in the exam. It is pure to look for abuse. Cut. What are you proud of? I am not a vegetarian. Besides, even if you win, my dad knows that I will pay you if I ask you to pay. Ha, I don't need to spend a dime. I'm really smart. Li Kai proud the ground laughed and said, this is the truth. Li Jiangguo asked Tang Qing to pay for it without saying a word. His father's mind was accurate with him. You cheat. Tang Qing despised. He had known Li Kai's abacus a long time ago, and he would definitely get reimbursement from his father based on this kid's cleverness. La la la, I am a cheating little connoisseur. What can you do to me along the way? Li Kai proudly sang the adapted nursery rhyme. He was in a very good mood. Anyway, winning or losing is good. As for the test, Li Kai proudly sang the adapted nursery rhyme. The difference is too much to be cleaned up by the old man. How can I care about so many? Let's talk about it after playing. Looking at these two products, Tang Qing walked aside too, with an expression that I didn't recognize them. As for the classmate's scrutiny, Li Kai, this kid, doesn't care what he wants to do, rubbing against Tang Qing's side. The two walked out of the school. Old Tang, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Li Kai finally stopped being hot after singing a song and said to Tang Qing next to him. Something, what's the matter? Tang Qing asked strangely. No, just ask. I feel that you have been so busy lately. You can't stop during school. Li Kai said. He also understands what Tang Qing is doing during this period. It is not something a high school student should do at all. At the same time, he is under pressure. I am getting older. It is indeed very stressful to have such a good friend. Just imagine an official who is better than you in every aspect. The second generation of the rich and the second generation is harder than you. What reason do you have to slack off? As for Tang Qing, he is not a direct official. In the second generation, Li Kai automatically ignored it. So during this time he also studied madly in private, not seeking to surpass Tang Qing, but just keeping up with his footsteps. He believed that following Tang Qing might be the most correct decision in his life. For dreams. Tang Qing stopped and looked up at the distant sky and said faintly. At the same time, he admired himself in his heart. This is better than pretending, and I give full marks. Cut. Dream of a fart, I won't tell you anymore. I'll go back to the restaurant to find my dad to eat a big meal, to replenish my brain. Li Kai immediately attacked when he heard that. Of course he said so, but in his heart I believed it instinctively, but I got used to hitting him with Tang Qing. Well, goodbye, Tang Qing said, and Li Kai responded and went to the bus station. Huh. Just when Tang Qing turned around and was about to walk home, he heard the system prompt, stopped quickly, closed his eyes and checked. Up to now, Tang Qing doesn't know why the system can only be done with his eyes closed. Check, the ghost knows what setting this is. The system message is that the external account has received 25.05 million. Looking at the more than 20 million in the account, Tang Qing transferred all of it to the system. After deducting the money to be exchanged, he made a net profit of 1.05 million this time, and instantly he became a millionaire. He did not bring his mobile phone for the 2 days of the exam, but kept it at home. Otherwise, if the phone vibrated in class, it would be unreasonable. Although this kind of exam will not be so strict, the punishment will never be light. Fortunately, the SMS notification function is not activated. If you leave it at home or someone uses his mobile phone to see it, you won't be scared to death, and a high school student's account suddenly generates tens of millions of transactions. Besides, this is a card issued by someone else's ID card. Your mobile phone is indeed a real named card. If it is bound to it, wouldn't it be self-employed? November 14th. Fun day. Tang Qing, as always, finished the homework quickly in advance. This time due to the exam, the teacher assigned less homework. Tang Qing came to the restaurant early the next morning. At this time, Li Jiangguo had already bought a new bun. He usually left it out after buying the vegetables. Tang Qing drove out. This time he was not called Zhang Dongqing. Zhang Dongqing's role in this matter has ended, and it is not suitable to join in again. Tang Qing was driving without a license. Li Jiangguo was worried about Tang Qing's skills at first, but after driving with Li Jiangguo for a few laps, he believed Tang Qing. As for driving without a license, he didn't believe what would happen to Qin Yugong and Tang Qing. Now Qin Yugong, I have already taken office and have eaten several meals here. Obviously Qin Yugong also knew about Tang Qing's shares. Li Jiangguo was very happy about this. The sense of security created by someone covering it is not that insiders simply can't understand the truth. He drove the van to the villa area, and Tang Qing withdrew the money outside the villa area. It's too dangerous to run around with millions of dollars. It's not afraid of robbery. In this world, drinking water may choke and go out. It's nothing unusual to point out unexpected things, just in case. Xiaotang, I didn't expect it, you are really low-key. Lu Gan looked at Tang Qing's van with amazement in his eyes, but after thinking about it, he made up for it and made the transaction safe. After all, who could think of a broken van? Although the bread is 90% new, it contains a huge sum of $3 million. You can buy hundreds of vans. This may be that the smarter people are, the better they are to deceive. This group of people have too strong brain supplement ability. They can find ways to exploit any loopholes, and they can find ways to fix any loopholes. They deceive themselves first, and then others. Haha, made Uncle Lu laugh. I'll buy a better car and get a driver's license by the way. Tang Qing said embarrassedly. Of course he didn't know that Lu Gan had already regarded his behavior as a deal. It's safe, but even if he knew he was going to buy a better car. First, he didn't own a car in his previous life. Second, he liked a car, but was a man by nature. He was going to buy one when he had enough money. Everything was convenient. You're still driving without a license, so be careful. It's not that you are afraid of hitting someone. The key is your safety. Don't worry. Whether it's hitting a person or a car, Uncle will settle it for you. Lugon first, after a moment of surprise, he patted his chest and said. As for Tang Qing's driver's license, he didn't mention a word. With Qin Yugong there, a driver's license shouldn't be too simple. And because of Tang Qing, Qin Yugong is also one of Lugon's focus. With his relationship, he also knows that Qin Yugong is now proud of the breeze, has a magnanimous career, and has a relationship with the province. It's hard not to get promoted. Therefore, even if there is no dollar transaction, he dare not underestimate Tang Qing. After all, his biggest backer is equal to that one. Then thank Uncle Lu, my skills are not bad, but it is too expensive, cars cannot be bought. Tang Qing thanked him. Of course he believed in Lu Qian's strength and Lu Qian's credit. He checked Lu Qian's credit during the last transaction. He was 90, and he was still in the 5-star list. This is why he still dares to check Lu Qian's credit. The main reason for this peace of mind to conduct large dollar transactions with Lu Qian, what he really worries about is other unforeseen risks. Where, Min, and Xiao Tang, your future is limitless. You can afford to buy the most expensive things sooner or later. In the future, it may be possible that Uncle Lu will have to rely on you for food. Lugon joked. Of course he felt a little bit in his heart. I really think so. Young and ambitious, not arrogant or impetuous, and prudent in doing things. Although there are some other small flaws that are not as old and cunning as the old and cunning. This is what a young talent should look like. A 6-year-old child frowns all day and talks about the principles of life. Not a genius, but a terrible thing. Where, Uncle Lu passed the award. Let's look at the money first. Tang Qing finished the topic and said, this time he bought 2 big bags for convenience. One for 1.5 million, and the total is only 20. Comes in kilograms, not heavy. Okay. After Lugon finished speaking, he took Tang Qing into the house and asked someone to make tea. $3 million. It doesn't seem to be too much, but in 2004, nearly tens of millions of huge sums of money. Tang Qing watched Gongzi and the monkey look unchanging. He wanted to have seen more big scenes. The guess in my heart also became firmer. The US dollar bill counter is very fast. 3 US dollar bill counters are used, each of which has a speed of 1,000 bills per minute, and 3 million US dollars is 30,000 bills, plus the intermediate time. It took more than 20 minutes to finish the order. I don't know if it was all new banknotes. No error was reported once. After checking all the US bills, it was almost 10 o'clock. Every time he traded, Lu Qian would push all the entertainment. In addition to the Gongzi and the monkey in the villa, there were other bodyguards guarding them. Take care to prevent anyone from disturbing the transaction. Otherwise, Tang Qing will not come. I haven't seen any friends from Lugon visit a few times. A boss of this size doesn't even have a friend in a villa, which is obviously unscientific. But what Tang Qing didn't know was that now Qingyan City is no longer Lugon's main battlefield. As his business grows, his industry has spread throughout the province, so he spends most of his time in the provincial capital and comes closer. The right center is conducive to industrial expansion. Secondly, the local market has been laid out by him, and the management has been taken over by his subordinates. His current goal is to develop the national market. At present, Lugon is not ready to expand in other provinces, and the province is far from saturated. His network is mainly in the province. It is not so easy to use outside the province, and he needs to re-establish it. He also finds it troublesome. Lugon next plans to invest heavily in the service industry. He also knows that the diversified and risk-resistant capabilities of his industry will be stronger. Xiaotang, I may have to exchange more money next week in Fun Day. I don't know if there is any problem with you. Lugon said after seeing Gongzi take the money upstairs. The recent appearance of a large amount of cash caused him to reverse the exchange. The business is very good. He has already escaped from the low-level badmaster and entered a higher level. Like those scattered tens of thousands of transactions have been handed over to his former subordinates as his next family, and these next family members are also his. The blood vessels that absorb dollars or other foreign currencies from the market. It's just that these blood vessels not only absorb but also give out. Generally speaking, it creates a relatively balanced situation. Unlike Tang Qing, where he only provides US dollars without him needing to feed back. So Tang Qing has now become his biggest dollar cash. The provider had to arouse his extreme attention. Lu Qian, who has broken away from the low-level depravity, involves more and more transactions. It involves not only cash, but also domestic and foreign transfers. However, he is also a principled person. People who need US dollars have many uses. Merchants transfer assets and other things. He does, but he never participates in things that happen when corrupt officials transfer assets abroad. In this regard, the country is very strict. You usually don't have enough money to travel abroad, or you want to spend more. It's okay. Everyone turns a blind eye to the past. You are a businessman who wants to buy overseas assets or invest. Foreign stock markets are also okay. It's okay if they haven't been caught. Merchants are very strict about transferring assets, but they have not managed to die. The country also knows that this kind of thing cannot be avoided, otherwise there will be no foreign exchange in the country's ability. With the capabilities of our party, black markets and underground banks and the like, basically there is nothing it wants to do but can't do, and it didn't do it, just because it still has value in it, but it can't be completely let go. But it's not that simple if you want to help corrupt officials transfer stolen money abroad on a large scale. Once an official is involved in the country, it is a top priority. Once you participate, no matter how big the backing is, you can't hold it. Lugan understands this very well. He knows where the bottom line of the country is, so he has always abided by this rule. Otherwise, he would have been taken down long ago, and his patrons dare not and will not cooperate with him. Of course, as long as you don't transfer overseas, there are no restrictions. As for how the other party operates and transfers out, it doesn't matter what Lu did. Oh, how much will Uncle Lu need next time? Tang Qing asked, and at the same time, he couldn't help beating. What Lugan wanted more than 5 million or even 10 million, which was another large amount of arbitrage profit. 10 million US dollars. Lugan stretched out a finger and said, while looking at Tang Qing, looking forward to his reply. Hearing Lugan's words, Tang Qing's heart beating even more violently. 10 million yuan. It would be 83.5 million yuan when converted into RMB, and 3.5 million yuan would be earned after deducting the exchange, which is a huge sum of money. Tang Qing swallowed lightly and suppressed the excitement in his heart. After thinking about it, he said, "No problem, I will bring the money next fund day." The old rule is that the RMB will be paid in advance. This time, it will take 2 days in advance. It was enough to follow the old rules for 1 day, but I have to emphasize that the difficulty is not. You can't have any amount of funds for one time. That's weird. He still has an IQ. Haha. Well, Xiao Tang's strength really surprised me. Lugan said happily right away. He was ready to be pushed back or reduced, but he didn't expect Tang Qing to actually take it out. And this, it seems that it is not the limit. This has raised his assessment of the strength of the partners behind Tang Qing to another level. As for 2 days in advance, it seems to him to be normal. This kind of transaction volume is not transferable and can be received in real time. I just thought that Tang Qing's partners needed more time to prepare and get through the joints, plus the transportation process. 2 days is not too long. Now every month, the cash exchange from Lugan is about 20 million US dollars. It's a lot to say, but it's not too much. Although it is an inland province, there are many people who come to travel, even if it is a foreigner. Only 10,000 US dollars. 2,000 people make up 20 million. Besides, some people can exchange more than 10,000, some even 30,000 to 50,000 or more. As for transfer transactions, there are no counts. There are high and some low as not necessarily low. There have been nearly 60 million US dollars in the past month, but the total seems to be a lot, but the commissions received are not very large. After all, this is not pure income, and there are other transaction costs. I have passed the prize, because my partner has the strength, I just run errands. Tang Qing quickly waved his hands and said modestly, "At this time, you can't pretend to be an uncle. It's better to keep a low profile." It's all the same. Lugan smiled. After that, Lugan thought about it and asked carefully, "By the way, Xiao Tang, I don't know if you mentioned that you do not provide overseas remittances. After all, I have a lot of friends who want to invest overseas. There is really no way to exchange a large amount of US dollars. Cash transactions are better in China, but they are not suitable for transfer overseas. Rest assured, I will definitely not involve money laundering here. To be honest, in cross-border dollar exchange, money is basically transferred out and relatively few transferred back. Therefore, Lu Qian has always lacked overseas US dollars. Sometimes he can only borrow money from his peers and pay. The handling fee is relatively high, so he also asked Tang Qing with the mentality of trying it out. If there is any, it would help him a lot. After all, this person can even get such a huge amount of cash, and there are other ways to get it. Foreign dollars are not impossible. I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. Currently, my partner does not provide overseas dollar transfers, but my partners are also actively trying to find ways to work hard in this regard. If there is this business, I will definitely think of Uncle Lu the first time. Tang Qing said with a smile. Now that Lu Qian has exploded his identity, Tang Qing doesn't think anything. To be honest, he can only do this kind of business with people like Lu Qian. Unless the next level opens up a freely convertible currency, he still has to do it. It is not much different from the US dollar exchange rate, so he may terminate the business. Otherwise, the cooperation relationship with Lu Qian is likely to be long-term. At this time, Tang Qing has already realized the feeling of being involuntary, but if he comes again, he will still choose to cooperate with Lu Gan, because he has already tasted the sweetness of it. The formal way of making money is too slow, and the profit is also foresight. It is not omnipotent. Without capital, everything is empty. If you ask a person to go on the road to success, he is not sure to succeed again, let alone an outsider. At this time, he felt that as an ordinary rebirth, he was more helpless than high-spirited. Haha. Okay, then I would like to thank you Xiao Tang first, Lu Gan thanked. He believed that Tang Qing's partner was really capable of doing this business, and he also looked forward to the support of a powerful partner. By the way, Xiao Tang, this is my group's diamond card. As long as it is in the sale of properties under my banner, you can enjoy a half-price discount, and other service industries are free. Lu Gan took out a black card from his pocket again. The famous material card said to Tang Qing that this is what he had prepared long ago. He has only issued 7 of this type of card. This is the 8th. The others are all big and wealthy businessmen, and Lu Gan thinks Tang Qing is already eligible for this card. Well, this card is so expensive, I can't ask for it. Tang Qing hurriedly declined. Such an expensive gift. Okay, he wants it, but he has to be humble, otherwise it's too much. How valuable this can be. I want to compare it to your help. This is nothing. To tell you the truth, I don't make much money from the exchange of these money orders, but the contacts that I make can really make me make more money. The principal is likely to be high, so you help me a lot. If you have anything to do in the future, I will ask you, Uncle Lu. If your partner is not easy to come forward, leave it to me. There are not many things that Uncle Lu can't do in the province. Lu Gan said sincerely, these words are facts. The contacts you make in this industry are simply not too wide. Those who deal with are absolutely wealthy businessmen, and every wealthy businessman has a huge network of relationships behind him, as long as he is not too authoritative. Basically won't stumble. There are indeed very few things in the province that he can't do. People who can find key positions with 3 crutches and 2 crutches. Then I'm disrespectful. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Tang Qing took it and put it in his pocket as soon as he thought about it. But in his mind, there was another place where he could eat for nothing. He heard Zhang Dongqing talk about the city. The newly opened 5-star hotel is Lu Qian's industry, so you can try it if you have time. Haha, I should. Seeing that Tang Qing took over the diamond card, Lu Gan was relieved. In the end, Tang Qing ate lunch at Lu Gan's place before leaving. Lu Gan originally wanted him to continue playing there, but a student and a middle-aged man had nothing in common with each other. Tang Qing refused when he said something was wrong. Tang Qing is indeed something. I haven't seen Lin Jiaxue for so long. I missed it very much. I called yesterday and said I was going, but I can't break my promise. After leaving the villa, Tang Qing drove a small bread back to dinner and returned the car with joy, and then took a taxi to Lin Jiaxue's house. It was already 2:30 when he came to Lin Jiaxue's house. Of course, Tang Qing couldn't get started empty-handed. He bought a lot of fruits at the gate of the community, and some of them came. He knew that Lin Jiaxue likes to eat apples, so he bought a box directly. If it weren't for it, he would still want to buy a few more boxes. Later, after thinking about it, forget it, and Lin Jiaxue said that for a while, he could buy it again next time. So many things cost him more than 200 yuan in total. It feels very cheap. If he had never had more than 200 free disposable money in his pocket before, Tang Qing could only sigh that it's nice to have money. Tang Qing held the cardboard box containing apples in his left hand, and 5 or 6 bags containing other fruits in his right hand, came to the door and rang the doorbell of Lin Jiashue's house. A few seconds later, Tang Qing, who had an unusually sensitive hearing, heard the sound of walking inside, and noticed that the cat's eyes on the door had dimmed. It was obvious who Lin Jiashue was looking at. Tang Qing suddenly became playful and made a grimacing face with his tongue out, only to hear a pounce. It was Lin Jiashue's laughter that came from inside. Squeak! The door opened. Tang Qing looked at her beloved woman in front of him, her eyes filled with love. Today's Lin Jiashue is also very simple, still wearing the same white short sleeves, shorts, and slippers as last time. She looked like a little girl at home. Her black hair was not, this time but scattered behind her back. Looking at Lin Jiashue's hair, Tang Qing remembered a poem. Until my long hair reaches my waist, it's good to marry me as a teenager, but when you're right, can you put on red makeup for 10 miles? Tang Qing wanted to say, I am willing. Although she has no makeup, it can't conceal Lin Jiashue's natural beauty. Tang Qing has only one feeling, it's really beautiful. You are here. Why do you buy so many things and waste money? Lin Jiashue said softly with a smile. Although she said so, her heart was sweet, looking at the big bags and boxes that Tang Qing was holding. Apple, the sensibility of a woman makes Lin Jiashue's heart full of the warmth of being cared about. No, it's not messy flowers. It's all eaten in the stomach. How can it be wasted? Tang Qing smiled and defended. He was relieved when he saw Lin Jiashue. The previous deal with Lu Gan always made him feel a kind of fear in his heart. Being implicated, one day the police came to the door and was sentenced to imprisonment and felt ashamed of his family. But seeing Lin Jiashue, he was not afraid of everything. His heart was full of self-confidence and confidence, a kind of courage to overcome all difficulties. He felt that Lin Jiashue was his motivation source. As long as you are tired, you can immediately regain your vitality and eliminate all his negative emotions as long as you see her. How about this monthly test? After Lin Jiashue took the box with the apples, she turned and walked in. She had already found Tang Qing's recent strangeness, much quieter than before. Tang Qing also joked with her from time to time. But during this time Tang Qing's words have become less. But as a woman she can see that Tang Qing's love for her has grown deeper, so she didn't think too much, just thought Tang Qing was caused by the pressure of study. Very good. The results this time will definitely shock you. Tang Qing also followed Lin Jiashue and walked in. At the same time, she said in her heart that I can't hold you back in this life. Lin Jiashue's dream is not Tsinghua University and Peking University. It was Fudan University of the demon capital. It was only the university in the province that he reported to Tang Qing in order to take care of Tang Qing. He didn't know it before. He only saw it in her diary after Lin Jiashue's accident. This made Tang Qing's heart full of guilt. In the first generation, he vowed to be admitted to Fudan University and Lin Jiashue to achieve her goal together. Every time he thought of this, his love for Lin Jiashue grew a little bit. If you have a wife like this, what can your husband ask for? Really? That's fine. Here, drink water. After putting the box on the dining table, Lin Jiashue walked to the kettle and poured a glass of water and handed it to Tang Qing. She believed Tang Qing when she said that. I hope that Tang Qing can enter the ideal university together with herself, but she was afraid of putting too much pressure on Tang Qing before and never said positively about her ideal university. Now she is really happy to see Tang Qing studying so hard. What about you? How about the monthly test? Tang Qing took a sip of the water. In fact, he was not thirsty. He just wanted to drink the water that Lin Jiashue poured. Lin Jiashue's school also took the monthly test 2 days ago. The whole city is basically the same, except for the citywide unified exam. Every other time is the topic of each individual's own proposition. It's still like that. Lin Jiashue turned on the TV and said softly while sitting on the sofa, Did you finish your homework? Tang Qing also sat down beside Lin Jiashue and said. Of course he understood that Lin Jiashue still meant that, and his schoolmaster remained the same. We have no homework this week. The teacher asked us to take a good rest and work harder next. Lin Jiashue said while changing the stage. Finally, she chose a singer and listened to it. At this time, it was the sweetness of Teresa Tang. Hearing a few words, Tang Qing grabbed Lin Jiashue's hand and placed it on his lap, pinching Lin Jiashue's hand and rubbing it constantly, feeling the softness and delicateness in his hand. Tang Qing didn't have the slightest desire in his heart, but felt at ease. This is his soul. Harbor. Lin Jiashue didn't think anything about it. The two of them have held hands so far, but they are very ordinary. Sometimes Tang Qing still kisses her as a gangster, but after 11, Tang Qing has been a lot more honest, holding hands at most, and often looking stupidly. He was in a daze, and she was so attentive, although she noticed a lot of differences, but she didn't ask, as long as Tang Qing still loved her very much. Then how about we go shopping and buy clothes for you? Tang Qing, who had been playing with Lin Jiashue's hand for a while, suggested that, now that he earns money, he really wants to fulfill his previous life's dream. In the previous life, he never bought Lin Jiashue anything more expensive because he has no money, and there will be no chance when he can make money, so I want to make up for it. I have clothes, what to buy, what a waste. Lin Jiashue twisted her hair and said softly, this is true. She really has no interest in what to wear. As long as Tang Qing has this heart, she is very satisfied. No waste, no matter how much money is spent on you, it won't be wasted. Tang Qing looked at Lin Jiashue and said softly, you don't have much money. Your pocket money is only a lot. You must have spent almost the same amount again. Keep it. I have some money. I will bring it to you later and save some money. Lin Jiashue smiled. Said at once. Tang Qing didn't know what to say at this time. Such a gentle and virtuous woman made him love to his bones. Let's go shopping. I helped a big man some time ago and gave me a lot of money. You see, this is the phone I bought. Tang Qing took a deep breath and said with an impulse to cry in his heart. For a moment he felt like a woman so easily moved. But when he thought of Lin Jiashue next to her, her gentleness, he didn't care about any man or woman. You can't cry, but you've never been so moved. It's so beautiful. How much did you buy it? Lin Jiashue took Tang Qing's phone in surprise and played with it a few times. She only thought that this phone was really beautiful, much better than her father's phone. No matter how it feels or its functions, it's just one heart. She did not know the price when she was studying. There are also a few rich second-generation mobile phones in the class. They don't seem to have this one. Even if they were there, she hadn't noticed them. More than 6,000. Tang Qing said truthfully. He really didn't want to deceive the woman in front of him. Except for system issues, he was not going to tell anyone that people should be normal. It can be awesome and okay. Pretend to be forced, or even become the richest man in the world, but don't become a stranger, otherwise, there will be no good end. More than 6,000? It's so expensive. If you have money in the future, you can save some flowers, and you can buy some good things for your uncles and aunts during the holidays. It's a pity to spend it like this. Lin Jiashue turned her head and exclaimed. When Tang Qing heard this, he couldn't help but hug Lin Jiashue. Only touching was left in his heart. This woman who was thinking about him everywhere. He had done many good things in his previous life to get fate in this life. At this time there is only one thought in his heart, and that is to never let her down. Lin Jiashue didn't struggle when seeing Tang Qing hugging herself. She was very docile and hugged Tang Qing. But after holding Lin Jiashue for a while, he suddenly felt the softness on his chest. Tang Qing, who had been very touched, couldn't help but develop desire. He was embarrassed for a while, and at the same time rejoicing. Fortunately, it would be a shame if there was no sticker underneath. He remembered that Lin Jiashue allowed him to hug him, but he was not allowed to use his hands. He remembered that he could not help but make Lin Jiashue angry several times in his previous life. It took him a long time to coax him. Lin Jiashue's attitude is traditional. It was also clear that she was only allowed to touch her when she was in college. Therefore, Tang Qing didn't dare to go too far. At the same time, he wanted to say that when a woman said no, sometimes she really didn't. One standard cannot measure all women. But I can't touch it, my dear is okay. They have often played this game since they were young. I haven't kissed the lover in my arms since I was born again, so I just want to do it. After Tang Qing released Lin Jiashue, he kissed him domineeringly. At first Lin Jiashue also froze for a moment, resisting instinctively, but immediately stopped. Tang Qing felt that his lips touched a certain soft spot, and there was a sweet fragrance, and their tongues were also skillfully entangled together. Tang Qing's heartbeat was uncontrollable and jumped wildly. It was really soft. This was the most direct feeling. So soft, this is the second feeling. It's really soft, this is the third feeling. At this moment, Tang Qing suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was desire rising, but this thought was immediately suppressed by him. Let alone impossible. He was tempted by Wang Yan's girl in the previous life, if it were not for concentration. Well, I was taken down by Wang Yan a long time ago, and I wouldn't have tasted meat before he died. After being entangled for 10 minutes, the two people separated. After they separated, the two looked at each other, and they both understood love from each other's eyes. Lin Jiaxue was also a bit surprised to find that Tang Qing did not have the same desire in her eyes as before. This time, she only saw tenderness and love, which made her really happy. Her lover is not the person who loves his body, but her. Thinking of this, Lin Jiaxue threw herself into Tang Qing's arms very moved. Hearing Tang Qing's powerful heartbeat, her heart was filled with sweetness. Tang Qing also hugged Lin Jiaxue and gently patted her on the shoulder without saying anything. At this moment, silence is better than speech. Swear, let's go shopping. I have money. Some time ago that person lent me some money and bought a steak in a restaurant. It is Li Kai's father. From now on, I can even divide a lot of money every month. Don't save it for me. Tang Qing said softly after 10 minutes of warmth. The lover in his arms also has the right to know some of his own things, so that they can accept it slowly. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain the bigger and bigger career in the future. How much can you divide each month? Lin Jiaxue asked when she let go. Tang Qing sat up and asked. I'm not sure right now. There should be 50,000 or 60,000. Tang Qing said with a smile. Of course, this is just a conservative estimate, not to deceive Lin Jiaxue, but to give her a process of acceptance. So much, that's not more than my parents earn a year. Lin Jiaxue exclaimed, covering her mouth. She didn't expect that her lover's monthly income would have exceeded her family's annual income. Of course, I'm just a minority shareholder. The entire investment is close to 1 million, and it's not much to make tens of thousands of dollars a month. Tang Qing said. That can't be sloppy. Lin Jiaxue educated. Swear, remember, mine is yours. No matter how much money you spend, it is not a mess. Tang Qing looked at Lin Jiaxue affectionately and said, N. Lin Jiaxue replied moved. Then let's go shopping now. Tang Qing said with a smile again. That's okay. I'll change my clothes first. Lin Jiaxue didn't refuse this time. Of course, she was very happy that her spouse bought clothes for herself. It was earned by her spouse, and at the same time, she made up her mind to buy something cheaper later. Lin Jiaxue turned around and went back to the room to change clothes. Tang Qing waited in the living room, but she unconsciously thought of the scene of Lin Jiaxue changing clothes. This is human nature, and any normal person would think so, but now Tang Qing still I don't dare to move my hands, and I'm not anxious about things sooner or later. I'll be fine after graduating from high school. Then I will find a chance to travel with Lin Jiaxue. I will live in the same room with men and women. Buying a house outside and living a life without shame. Well, it was such a happy decision. Why are you in a daze? Just as Tang Qing was already planning a good life in the future, Lin Jiaxue's voice interrupted his thoughts, and when he fixed his eyes, he realized that there was a white, tender little hand in front of him. Shake! Tang Qing looked up and saw Lin Jiaxue who had changed his clothes. Her body seemed to be electrocuted, and she suddenly felt astonished. Lin Jiaxue put on a white one-piece dress, made Tang Qing feel like seeing a fairy in an instant. He realized that he had never seen Lin Jiaxue wear this suit. His hair was tied into a bunch and placed on his left chest. Naturally, he didn't know how to describe it. Zhong's temperament is now. Beautiful eyes look at him tenderly, so beautiful that makes the heart tremble. You are so beautiful today. When did you buy this skirt? I haven't seen you wear it yet. Tang Qing's eyes lit up and looked at Lin Jiaxue. I bought it last week. I saw it by accident in the market and bought it if I thought it was good. Lin Jiaxue said softly, and she didn't feel embarrassed to be stared at by Tang Qing. Then let's go. Tang Qing stood up and said. The two came to the pedestrian street holding hands and brought Lin Jiaxue all kinds of clothes to try on. In the previous life, she had no money, and Lin Jiaxue also wore street stalls. In this life, She must make up for it. After trying a lot, Lin Jiaxue said she didn't like it. Tang Qing I also gradually saw the doorway. Lin Jiaxue felt that it was too expensive and wanted to save money for him. So she didn't care what Lin Jiaxue thought. As long as Tang Qing felt good-looking, she bought it. After spending nearly 5,000, Lin Jiaxue stopped shopping all the time. Later, Tang Qing also proposed to sell her a mobile phone, but Lin Jiaxue said that after graduation, the mobile phone affects her studies, and Tang Qing can only give up. After shopping, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue strolled along the banks of the Qingjiang River. They chatted with each other. If you want to do so much, just love each other. After returning home, they were naturally told by Lin's father and Lin's mother for a while, but they were really happy in their hearts. The son-in-law was able to spend money for his daughter. At the same time, Tang Qing also asked Lin's father and Lin to keep his money a secret. Prepare to talk to your parents about this at the time of the Chinese New Year, so that the two elders will not rush over to the third court for the trial. November 15th. On Monday, after a whole day of intensive correction by the teachers, the results of the third monthly test have been released. Of course, these are not only corrected in one day on Fun Day, but the papers have already been changed during the 2 days of the test, and the students have finished the test every day. The teachers have to change their papers to 7 or 8 o'clock, otherwise the teachers will not be too busy in one day. Early in the morning, Tang Qing came to school with a bit of excitement. Even if he was the soul of a middle-aged uncle, he could not help but feel a little nervous when facing the test results. It was just like the assessment or promotion after work. No one cares about the inspection and review of the results. Even if they know that they will fail this exam, they will have a mentality of waiting for the trial. Those who don't care are all pretense. After handing in the homework, the time for early self-study will soon come. This type of early self-study is only 30 minutes. It is not a normal class and is different from the early self-study of students who live on campus. Generally, there are only 3 subjects in turn. Of course, there are sometimes exceptions. The morning self-study on Monday is naturally occupied by the class teacher Xinmei. This is the school's rules. It is mainly for the new week to facilitate the class teacher to arrange tasks or other things. But at this time, Xinmei has not come yet, and the students are discussing the results in whispers below. There are all kinds of gossip, and rumors are flying all over the sky, and everyone is in the cloud. This time the self-study announced the total score and ranking. Of course, there are also math papers as usual. As for the other papers, they are in various subjects. In the hands of the teacher, it will be posted during class. Ling ling ling. The class bell suddenly rang, and the students immediately stopped talking and sat up, looking at the door. The classroom door was not closed, but for a few seconds only Shun Mei, the head teacher, was walking up with a stack of teaching plans and a barrel-shaped math paper. Podium. After Shun Mei put the things on the podium, she raised her head and looked at the reactions of the classmates. Seeing the eager gazes of the students in the class glaring at her reading the grades, Shun Mei chuckled slightly, not feeling that there was anything. A curiosity student is a good student. She doesn't care about anything until she is lifeless and has a headache. Shun Mei is a serious teacher, adhering to the rigor of mathematics, and usually pays attention to class discipline. She herself rarely laughs, but today she was in a very good mood. From entering the classroom to stepping onto the podium, she always had a faint smile on her face. She looked around the faces of the whole class, and her eyes suddenly fell in the direction of Tang Qing. Tang Qing swallowed and spit, and his heart thumped wildly. He found that the head teacher, who had always ignored his own class, had a kind of excitement and surprise in his eyes that could not be concealed. Students, the results of this monthly test have been released. Many students in the class have achieved very good levels. Some of them have made considerable progress. I am very surprised and very happy, and the average score of our class this time, I'm very pleased that I won the first place in the school with more than 9 classes, but you can't be proud. If you don't study well, you must continue to work hard, and if you are good, you must continue to maintain. After a while, Xinmei looked around the classroom and said loudly, "There are 5 students in this class who have excellent grades and won the top 10 grades in the school. Let us congratulate these students with warm applause and hope that they will continue to work hard to win glory for our class." There was a sparse applause, but a few seconds passed quickly. 5 people are in the top 10, except for the class teacher Xinmei. No one else is very excited. It's up to me. What I care about is my grades. After the applause, all the students in the class stared at Shun Mei with bright eyes, and when they waited for Shun Mei, the previous opening remarks were tired of listening, and the subsequent announcement of the results was the focus. Next, I will start to announce the total scores of the classmates in this monthly exam and the ranking of the whole school. Shun Mei pulled out a transcript from the lesson plan and read it one by one from top to bottom. First place, Lu Shusheng, with a total score of 697, second in the school. Second place, Wang Yin, with a total score of 690, third in the school. Third place, Xiong Jun, with a total score of 673, seventh in the school. Fourth place, Sun Hui, with a total score of 665, ninth in the school. The top few did not surprise the classmates. These few school tyrants occupied the top 20 all year round, and the top few had no suspense. Then Shun Mei paused again, and looked at her calmly and leisurely. Tang Qing announced. Fifth place, Tang Qing, with a total score of 661, 10th in the school. Just now, the students thought that which of the 10th to the 20th in the class was killed. That was also expected, but Tang Qing just so quietly reached the top 10. The classroom was quiet and buzzed for a second before it exploded. What? Tang Qing? How could it be him? How can it be? His first monthly exam is still out of 100 in school. Say it wrong. After announcing that there was a sound of discussion in the class, all the students were shocked, and the tone was full of doubts. Every time the exam is advanced, it is understandable, but it is very difficult to advance hundreds of people. After all, it is not just you. They are making progress in their studies. Everyone is running. It is not easy to catch up 1 second in the 100-meter race, but Tang Qing actually catches up. How can they not be shocked? Of course, in addition to shock, two people are very happy. One is Wang Yin. Of course, the person he likes is happy with good grades. The other is Li Kai. He really regards Tang Qing as a good brother. As for that bet, it doesn't matter. It's something to celebrate for your good friends to do well in the exam. There is no need to divide you into the higher and the lower. Even if you divide it, it's just a quarrel. Quiet. Shun Mei said that the whole class suddenly became quiet. The students all stared at Shun Mei and waited for her to explain, but after some discussion, they had already somewhat accepted this fact. After all, it was a few days ago. Tang Qing didn't get the right question for a few days, and it was no longer so sensational anymore. Shun Mei slowly said, "Next, let us use the warmest and most sincere applause. Congratulations to classmate Tang Qing. His progress in this monthly test is very great. I think everyone should be able to see that he has advanced hundreds of people. What does this mean? It means that you are far from reaching the limit. Your ranking and your scores still have huge room for improvement. This is something that should be pleased. Work hard. Maybe the next thing that shocks us is yours. For others, there is no best, only better. Tang Qing is the best proof. I believe you will bring me even greater surprises. I am also full of expectations for this. Is worthy of the class teacher." After a lot of praise and education, the students immediately gave birth to an illusion that I can do it. Well, it is fighting spirit. After finishing speaking, Shun Mei looked at the thoughtful students below, admiring her gift for speech for a while. But this is also the basic skill of a class teacher, and she can't even motivate students to do what a class teacher does. But because her speech was too long, the students had forgotten the applause she started talking about, and they were full of eagerness to try. Even Shun Mei himself had forgotten. But how could Tang Qing, as the person involved and the elementary school Ba Wang Yin next to him, be overthrown by this sugar-coated cannonball? Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and Wang Yin couldn't stop laughing while covering his mouth. As for Li Kai, he is also immersed in the illusion that I can do it too. Shun Mei's face is full of smiles like a spring breeze. In this month's exam of the top 10 in the school, their class has swept 5, which is 2 more than the last time. With this score, as long as she keeps on, she can imagine her own the year-end bonus should not be less. If you stick to the college entrance examination, TSK. Shun Mei really did not expect that Tang Qing would be among the top 10 in the school in this monthly test. In the first monthly test, he was ranked outside more than 150 and was ranked 830 in the school. Many senior high school students are not prominent. It can only be said to be middle and upper. After all, as long as they are not in the top 100, it makes no difference in his opinion. 100 outside and 100 within is a watershed, and it is completely a result of two levels. Although Shun Mei didn't know why Tang Qing could break out in such a short period of time, squeezing into the top 10 from 150. But one thing is unquestionable, that is, they have an extra schoolmaster in their class, and their original vision is also good. The next grades were read from Shun Mei's mouth. When she read Li Kai, she paused and praised her. This time Li Kai also made good progress in the exam. She was 15th in the class and the 5th in grade. 88. The progress is quite large, but it was covered up in the face of Tang Qing's progress. But it is also an excellent propaganda material. The more changes, the happier the teacher. If the grades of the whole class do not rise or fall, they will even stimulate them. The reason is gone. That would be troublesome. After reading the grades, he issued math papers, read the names one by one, and read them from high to bottom. This time, Tang Qing scored 132 points on the test, which was almost the same as his estimated score after the test. When Tang Qing went up to get the papers, all the classmates in the class looked at him with different eyes: admiration, contempt, dissatisfaction, appreciation, and others. Adoration. Tang Qing, who was watched by so many people, was a little embarrassed, watching his nose and heart and walking off the stage. This time, Tang Qing's mathematics score was better than Wang Yan. Wang Yan also felt that there was nothing. She might blame herself and get angry if others, but if it was Tang Qing, she would only take it for granted. She would think that the man I like is so good. It's so perfect. Tang Qing turned his head and looked at Wang Yan, who looked admiringly around him. He couldn't help feeling a little satisfied. After all, it was a good taste to be recognized. His celebrities were loved and admired by so many people. He doesn't want to live under the spotlight. He can be a superstar. Just forget it when he is a star. Perceiving Tang Qing's gaze, Wang Yan's expression changed, and she changed to her usual nonchalant gesture. At this time, Shen Mei read her name, so she hurriedly got up to get the papers so as not to reveal the flaws. But she didn't know. Tang Qing's concealment and disguise were invisible in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing looked at Wang Yan's magical face-changing skills and said that she was speechless with the advanced skills she had mastered. Women are really born acting, and they can hide their emotions too much. However, he has become accustomed to it. Such a sneaky feeling, he only finds it fun, but he doesn't dare to play in depth, lest he will be miserable if he plays with himself. Immediately, Tang Qing chuckled and put aside those boring thoughts, looked down at his test paper, did wrong questions, looked for the reasons, and then studied specifically. There are a lot of people in their class. There are already 56 people coming and going. If it weren't for the classroom, it wouldn't be crowded. Just as the self-study ended early, Shen Mei handed out the papers of all the students in the class. There was a 10-minute break between classes, and the first class was also Shen Mei's class, so she did not go back to the office, but read the papers on the podium. After all, she would definitely not go to class after the exam. There was only one item: the papers. This time I did a good job in the test. I naturally smiled, thinking about studying hard and keeping it up. If I did not test well, I was kicking and uneasy. Firstly, it is not easy to explain at home. Secondly, the teacher will definitely assign all kinds of homework. Their teacher has a good habit. It's okay to say that the difficult questions are wrong, but if the simple questions are wrong, I'm sorry. Copy me the knowledge points or questions 10 times and 20 times. The top 10 in the school are not in this list. This group of people, the teacher's attitude is what to do and what to do. As for the grades that fall out, then you'll have to copy if you are embarrassed. The teachers believe that this kind of differential treatment can make the schoolmasters work harder to learn to protect their position. Once I read someone else's copy, I will be like them this time, and I definitely can't stand it psychologically. After the first get out of class was over, Li Kai ran over immediately, not asking Tang Qing. He was really itchy. Old Tang, how could you get such a high score? Come on, tell me what's the trick. I've only moved so hard with so much effort. Li Kai asked curiously, sitting in front of Tang Qing, although he did have it this time. A huge improvement, but it's really incomparable with Tang Qing. The higher you go, the harder it is to walk. It's difficult to increase from 200 to 400, but it's far inferior to the increase from 680 to 700. It takes a lot of effort to improve every point in the later stage. During this period of time, Tang Qing was busy without baggage. Kai also watched. This is what he saw. He didn't know how much he didn't know. The business people also understand that negotiation is in the whole process. Not much time. More time is in boring preparations. This is a gap in IQ. It is impossible to learn. Tang Qingbai glanced at him and said, "How can this be explained? Study hard every day? It is estimated that Li Kai will despise it a lot, so I might as well despise you first. This is called wisdom. IQ is just like that. Then I used to be similar to me. How come I didn't see it?" Li Kai said with a sigh. He couldn't accept this reason at all. Accepting it is the real gap in IQ. Shan Lang. Anyhow, brother, I was to take care of your self-esteem. Alas, too genius. I was suspected and jealous, just like you are now. This is the reason why I am low-key. Tang Qingyu patted heartily. Li Kai said on the shoulder. You. I'm mad at me. You will die if you don't hit me. Li Kai slapped Tang Qing's hand and said angrily. This is naked contempt, and he can't bear it. But I don't know what to say. After all, the facts are in front of me. Tang Qing has a reason to say it. There is a saying that history is written by victors. I am taller than you. Everything is right. I am richer than you. Some people listen to what you say, some believe, some follow, and some suddenly realize that if you are a beggar talking about ideals, talking about ambitions, talking about trouble Ali, stepping on penguins, let's call the police. Puff. At this time, Wang Yin, who was next to him, watched the two people quarrel and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, she knew that they were joking. Every time Li Kai was beaten, she rushed up and was beaten happily. Moths are like fighting a fire. It's funny when you think about it. Well, in order to make up for your remaining broken and incomplete self-esteem, I will invite you to have a big meal on Fun Day night, and you will come for the money for singing. Tang Qing said again, taking Lu Gan's diamond card, and said, It's the principle of not eating for nothing. By the way, let's go and eat first. Of course, he knows any of his consumption. Lu Gan will know about it. But what's the matter? The deeper the relationship between the two, the more assured Lu Gan. If he never, you don't need Lu Gan's card to worry about the other party. The relationship between the two parties is the strongest when the two parties have no idea who owes whom. No need. Let me have dinner. Anyway, if I want to invite you, my dad will definitely give me money. Li Kai said with a pouting mouth. He thought Tang Qing would ask them to eat the food stalls, so he swore it down. Okay, read the book and study. Next time you still have a chance to win it back. Tang Qing smiled lightly and encouraged. Jokes belong to jokes. Encouragement should be done when encouragement is needed. As for the five-star hotel, he still didn't plan to talk about eating at the hotel first. I went to copy the wrong question. Li Kai hummed and turned around after speaking. It can be imagined that the students were busy these 2 days. In addition, they only talked about papers and did not go to class. There won't be any homework, and Tang Qing also enjoys this privilege. Don't be too beautiful in his heart. Copy the questions dozens of times. TSK. The whole person will feel sublimated a lot. Thinking about it, Tang Qing can't help but shiver. I really envy your relationship. Wang Yin said to Tang Qing with a smile after seeing Li Kai left. Don't you have a girlfriend? What do you envy? Tang Qing questioned. He remembered that Wang Yin had a girlfriend in high school. He didn't know where it was, but he could be sure that it was from this city. Later, he went to school in a university in Beijing. It's quite far away, so he hasn't seen it a few times in public, and now he can't remember what he looks like. As for in this class, Wang Yin does not have any good female classmates to play with. She has always been alone. If not for later generations to know Wang Yan's character, he would think Wang Yin has autism. There is one. It's too far away. I can only see it on weekends. I'm nervous about studying now. I haven't seen it for more than a month. Wang Yin said thoughtfully. Oh, it's okay. Follow us in the future. Tang Qing comforted. Although he is not ready to accept this relationship, but it is not a burden to be a friend. With Wang Yan's character, as long as Lin Jiaxue is still there, she will not find anything for herself. She is a smart and traditional woman, at least in previous lives. Wang Yin said that she would never be a third party or destroy other people's families. Okay, Wang Yin said happily as soon as she heard it. She didn't ask for something to happen to Tang Qing. If Tang Qing could even give up Lin Jiaxue for her, then she would look down on it. She just wanted to be able to stay. It's good to be beside Tang Qing, as long as Tang Qing doesn't reject her. The next day was to send papers, lead papers, and talk about papers. For this reason, Tang Qing, who had suddenly emerged, became the focus of his teachers. All the teachers all wanted to test Tang Qing's level. So when talking about the topic, one by one called Tang Qing to go up and talk. At first I saw a few times that I was a little nervous, but after one time, I was no longer nervous. With the uncles thinking, the language organization skills are also very good. Let the teachers nod and praise frequently. Lectures in class are also a skill. It is not something you can tell others if you know it. It is not a simple thing for students of all levels to understand it. After all, it's hard to tune in and the ability to understand is different. Tang Qing directly taught the entire problem-solving process in accordance with the lowest level of treatment. Then Tang Qing was in a tragedy. Except for Chinese, which was a subject he took a hit, he basically talked about 1/5 of the topics in the other classes, and the teacher felt that it was nothing. First, let everyone recognize Tang Qing's strength. Come and let the students below look at the gaps, and by the way, let Tang Qing share his ideas and skills to solve the problem. He has enough strength to do 3 things in one fell swoop. As for Tang Qing, he is not impatient. In his opinion, he wants to learn. If you want to remember a piece of knowledge firmly and understand it more thoroughly, the best way is to teach others the topic over and over again. This is also an ultra-fast learning technique. When you speak it several times, basically this knowledge point is short. I will never forget in time. As far as Tang Qing knows, in his previous life, I have heard that the learning technique of a super schoolmaster is to set up a blackboard at home, pretend that there are students underneath, and then lecturing to the air from the perspective of a teacher. This method is actually very effective. I remember it is very strong, and it has occupied the whole school for more than a year. It was only when I was admitted to Peking University that this method was made public, but it was not popularized in the end, where everyone was doing it, and I didn't say anything about it, Tang Qing. I haven't noticed it anymore. I have gone to college, and I have no interest in paying attention to this. However, through this lecture, Tang Qing's abilities were unanimously recognized by the entire class, and he accepted Tang Qing's score frankly. There was no doubt about it. The students are like this. You will be like a cow. It will be scum. In this way, Tang Qing ended this interesting day. Tang is back. I'll take a look at how many exams have been taken this time. As soon as he got home, his aunt had already come back. Elementary school had been over early, and the 2 cousins had already returned to do their homework in their own house. How about your monthly exam? In here, Tang Qing handed over all of his papers from his school bag. In his previous life, his aunt had to read his test papers every month, so he simply took all the papers to avoid looking for them one by one. Out of trouble, my aunt took Tang Qing's paper and put it on the coffee table to read it. On the top was Chinese. 118. It was a normal score. It was almost the same as last time. It's fine if it didn't drop. Take the Chinese paper. It's mathematics. Seeing mathematics grades, my aunt's eyes brightened. This is a big improvement, so I continued to look more and more happier. After reading it, I closed the paper and said excitedly, Tang, is this true of you? The total score is 650 and 60. Your first monthly exam was only 576. Yes, the hard work during this period has yielded results, and I passed the 10th grade exam. Tang Qing said with a sip of water. Awesome, your uncle will be very happy to know it. After finishing talking, my aunt read the paper carefully. After all, I have been in a teaching post. Although it is an elementary school, many topics are still understandable. Well, just be happy if you are happy, Tang Qing said with a smile. At this time, Qin Shiqi, who heard her mother exclaim in exclamation, ran out violently and said, Brother, how many points did you score on the test? My mother is so excited. After speaking, she sat beside her aunt and looked at Tang Qing's paper. Wow, brother, you cheated. After reading the score, Qin Shiqi covered her small mouth and said in surprise after that. She looked at Tang Qing like an alien. Tang Qing is still very useful for this kind of gaze. After all, his big cousin rarely sees herself like this, and basically tells him whether he is like this or not, and he has to talk about the posture of holding a pen. Cheer, how can you say that to your brother? Hurry up and apologize. Aunt Qin Shichi patted Qin Shichi's head and criticized. Brother, I'm sorry, just forgive you for being such a lovely sister. Qin Shichi put out her tongue and stared at Tang Qing with her big cute eyes. This is just to say that she is used to it, but she also knows that she is usually very carefree. This kind of thing can't be nonsense. It's very hurtful. It's okay. It's normal to be unacceptable at once. That's it if it's too good. Tang Qing didn't eat this trick and raised his head and said, seeing Qin Shichi apologize, but his heart was upset. In his memory, he apologized and coaxed her. Cut, show the tail, and leak out. Qin Shichi muttered, you have a foxtail. Tang Qing, in a good mood, immediately countered. You only have. You have. Watching the two brothers and sisters bickering, and my aunt watching the excitement. This family should be a little lively, really. Even Qin Shiyu, who was doing homework in the house, smiled and eavesdropped on the quarrel between Tang Qing and felt a burst of joy. Soon after Qin Yugan came back and saw Tang Qing's score, he was also very happy. To celebrate this, he decided to eat out at night on the spot. A hot pot meal is in full swing. On Friday, Tang Qing received a transfer of 83.5 million yuan from Lugan. He was prompted by the system, and he immediately transferred the money to the account. To be honest, he doesn't know whether his account has been monitored by the bank. He was afraid that he would be frozen if he was too late, so he was really over, and he couldn't pay for Lugan at all. Therefore, he has always been extremely sensitive to this. As long as the money is transferred to the system, this is the safest place. No one can find out the whereabouts, and it is impossible to freeze the system account. In fact, Tang Qing thinks too much. The bank monitors such abnormal large-scale transfers, but there are process restrictions. When the transfer is in, to be honest, the bank monitoring system shows abnormalities, but the transfer is the system. In doing so, the process has been encrypted and legally concealed. To put it bluntly, the system automatically changes or evades bank supervision. After all, this is only the circulation of domestic renminbi and does not involve foreign exchange. If it is foreign exchange, it will be troublesome, not to mention the central banks with clearing. The bank's internal settlement can identify problems and list them as key monitoring targets. As for how Lugan handles the money in the end, it's not his business. The protagonists of the novel are killed and arsonless. No one cares about it. If you do some foreign exchange business by yourself, if someone can't manage it, you should increase your country's foreign exchange reserves. But I remember a data. It is said that in the first half of 2007, the country's foreign exchange reserves increased by more than 260 billion US dollars, after deducting the 120 billion US dollars trade surplus, and more than 30 billion US dollars in overseas investment. The other 1,000, where did the multi-billion-dollar foreign exchange come from? This is a data that cannot be counted. Of course, there must be other legitimate foreign exchange sources. But even if this group of bad guys only accounts for the remaining 5%, one can imagine how big the entire market is. Anyway, it is for the country. Increasing foreign exchange is also a good thing. After all, the country has always been in short supply of foreign exchange. Even if it reaches the scale of 3 trillion in future generations, it seems that you should carefully calculate the proportion of various uses. It is really not too much. If the country does not have it for half a year, if you count it all down, foreign exchange income has to be on your knees, let alone the current 2004 year. Foreign exchange earning is still the mainstream idea, lenient entry and strict exit. So Tang Qing found another reason for himself to do this kind of thing with peace of mind and foreign exchange. This is also no way. Anyone who does something has to give himself an excuse and reason to persuade himself to be the righteous party, even if the reason is illogical, but only one is enough. Just like Tang Qing remembered an example in the previous life, the police asked a drug dealer why so many people were killed. His answer was simple. I wanted to cure my father's disease. I wanted my mother to be no longer tired. My daughter leads a superior life. On Fun Day morning, Tang Qing still drove a minivan to Lugan. The order was $10 million. It took nearly an hour to finish the order, but the cash counter was not burned out. Tang Qing still ate lunch at Lugan's place before leaving. This time Lugan did not say the time and number of the next transaction, only that he might have to wait until next month. Tang Qing didn't think there was anything. Such a large dollar really needed Lugan to digest for a while. Calculating this transaction made 3.5 million, plus his previous 1.05 million, and the first transaction of 450,000. Lu Gan made 5 million by himself, but this at that time, there was only 4.98 million in his own account. He had previously investigated Lu Qian's credit, bought clothes for Lin Jiaxue, and lost some other expenses. For 0.98 million, Tusk. Looking at the balance in the account over and over again, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh that it feels good to have money. This is the wealth and strength, but this is far from his ideal limit. It depends on the next level of the system. What currency has been opened up determines his next step, and he remembers that the US dollar has been depreciating against the renminbi. As long as the depreciation of the US dollar falls below 1 to 8, or more than 1 to 7.5, his business will not be easy to do. He couldn't remember when and what happened. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years. The ghost knew it. There was nothing in his memory. Also, I don't know if the income earned from Lu Gan is his own assets. After all, the achievement task says that system rewards and personal loans are not included in the statistics of own assets. He asked the system and didn't say it. It seems that he can only wait for the end of the month. It will be known after the assessment. After lunch, Tang Qing went back to the hotel to return the van and started homework at the front desk. This time the teacher did not assign much homework, so I was too lazy to do it last night, so I had to make it up today. At this time, it was past dinner and there were no guests. Li Jianguo was also watching TV in the lobby. Li Kai was doing his homework next to him. Not writing together would prevent Li Kai from copying Tang Qing. Li Jianguo knew about Tang Qing this time. His test results were full of surprises, so Li Kai's supervision was more stringent. It wasn't that he wanted his son to surpass Tang Qing, but he just hoped that he wouldn't go too far. Little boss, come and eat watermelon. Zhang Jing handed out a piece of watermelon and said with a smile. Looking at the young face beside him, Zhang Jing felt that she was a little nostalgic. She can only bury her in the bottom of her heart because of the disparity and status disparity, as long as she can see him often. Well, you eat too. Tang Qing took the watermelon and sat upright, lest the watermelon juice drips onto the textbook. Although watermelon is super expensive at this season, it is still consumed as a big restaurant. Seeing Tang Qing lie, Li Jianguo directly killed it. After serving 5 watermelons, a few of them ate one at the high-level restaurant, and the others were divided among the waiters and chefs. Tang, why are you here? At this time, a voice rang in Tang Qing's ears, and turned his head to see that it was his uncle. But at this moment, his uncle was walking behind. In front of him was an unknown middle-aged man dressed as a policeman. Service, I think it should be the leader of the city bureau. I'm here to do my homework, and I will go to dinner with Li Kai in the evening. Tang Qing directly concealed the singing. It is better to go to this kind of entertainment place to be low-key. The uncle said that he had planned to go last night. After all, the next fun day, but Wang Yin suddenly had something to do, so she postponed it one day. Well, do your homework well. I missed dinner again today. Boss Li, give us some special dishes, Qin Yugong said, turning his head to Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo responded and walked into the kitchen to get ready. Seeing Qin Yugong walking in with someone who was obviously a leader, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. You gang, who is this? The policeman in the lead asked with a smile. Xiaotang. This is Secretary Feng of the Political and Legal Committee of our city. This is my nephew, Tang Qing. This restaurant is run by his classmates. Qin Yugong hurriedly introduced. He didn't want Feng Hai to know that his nephew was this, although it's okay to know about the shareholders of a restaurant. It's better to say that more is worse than less. Hee. The young man should be very good at learning talents. Feng Hai laughed. Seeing Tang Qing who was reading, he couldn't help but look at the younger generation. Uncle passed the award. You are the domineering side leaker. Tang Qing joked. In front of such a big man, there must be a student-like person. They see many accidents and pretend to be a student. It must be installed. If all kinds of flattery come, the other party will think that he is so sophisticated at a young age, it would be boring. Haha, the young man is really, can talk, although the words are improper, but it is also very interesting. Feng Hai laughed. He was used to flattery and flattery. He also found Tang Qing's words interesting, but he was accustomed to flattery and flattery. I don't know if he made a mistake on purpose. Secretary, go. Let's go to the upper box. Tang. Do your homework well, and come back early in the evening, Qin Yugong said from the side. He was also very happy to see Feng Hai's immediate boss so happy, and at the same time gave Tang Qing an order in his heart. Yes, he knows Tang Qing's level. How could he say such a simple idiom wrong? Well, I see. Tang Qing agreed. After speaking, Qin Yugong and the two walked up. Tang Qing knows that Qin Yugong's reception has been here during this period, but it is usually bookkeeping. This is what Tang Qing requested, and his uncle did not refute. If his nephew is successful, he can also enjoy the blessing. After all, even if he goes to other places to treat guests, it's not asking for money. Of course, he won't take advantage of his nephew. If he can reimburse him, he won't pay the money stupidly, and only the private ones will be credited to Tang Qing's account. They only ate this meal for half an hour and then left. They thought that there was something important, and Tang Qing didn't ask about it. It's better to inquire about this kind of things so as not to embarrass everyone. In the evening, Wang Yin came to Tang Qing's shop as scheduled. Looking at the smile on Wang Yan's face, she knew that she should be fine. Tang Qing was also not interested in listening to other people's housework, as long as it was handled properly. Tang Qing, mystery, where are we going? Li Kai couldn't help but ask again when he got on the bus. Tang Qing said that he would like to have dinner before, but he didn't mention the specific place. After asking several times in the afternoon, he didn't say anything. Just follow along, and you'll know. Tang Qing said with a mysterious smile. Cut. Don't tell, no matter what you eat, I will give you a bad review. Li Kai said in a disdainful tone with both hands. Haha. Okay. Wait a minute to see how you give a bad review. Tang Qing said with a big laugh. As for Wang Yan, she watched the two of them quarrel, play with their fingers and smile. Master, go to Tianfu Hotel. Tang Qing whispered in the ear of the taxi driver. The driver looked at him in amazement and didn't say anything. He also heard Tang Qing's conversation just now. He has lived for so many years. Will be stupidly dismantled. As to whether the other party can afford to spend, regardless of his troubles, he will not lose a car money. After a while, the car drove to the Tianfu Hotel. The name sounded festive. Tang Qing naturally associates Tian with Lugan's dryness, which is a good name. This hotel is located on the edge of the Qingjiang River, with a great view and a large area. It consists of a 28-story main building and two 9-story subsidiary buildings at right angles. The lower 9 floors are mainly used for dining and leisure. For entertainment, the 9 floors above are mainly for business meetings and accommodations. Looking at the banner at the door, Tang Qing also found that there is still a movie theater here, but there is only one screen, which is broadcast on demand throughout the day. It is simply not advanced. He has the feeling of seeing upstarts. I haven't heard of a 5-star hotel that can show movies. It seems that I am a little ignorant. Lugan has put all the things in order. He is rich and self-willed. Looking at this shape, Tang Qing couldn't help but maliciously think that if the two auxiliary buildings are on both sides of the main building, isn't this one pillar Optimus? Then he thought of CCTV's Panty Tower. Tang Qing couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. Old Tang, why are you so happy with your smile? What are you taking us here for, to eat hot pot? Li Kai looked around and asked. The driver didn't drive into the hotel, but stopped by the road. Tang Qing didn't say anything, and paid to leave. The hot pot Li Kai said was a row of restaurants opposite the Tianfu Hotel. Among them was a hot pot restaurant with a big brand, which could be seen from a distance. He wouldn't think Tang Qing would invite them to this 5-star hotel. He had only heard of this hotel. It was expensive. Although Li Kai knew that Tang Qing had money, it shouldn't be so wasteful. I didn't smile. I just wanted to laugh. Tang Qing finally stopped smiling and said, Cut. Don't tell, don't tell. Li Kai turned his head back and said, Let's go. After Tang Qing walked towards Tianfu Hotel, the two behind did not move. Old Tang, did you go wrong here? Li Kai said, pointing to the location of the hot pot restaurant. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and follow up. Tang Qing did not turn back and said with a gesture of walking forward. Wang Yin and Li Kai looked at each other and immediately followed. The two thoughts were completely different. Wang Yin was surprised, but not the other way around. After all, his family was also considered rich. When Tang Qing didn't have enough money, he would pay for it first. Li Kai believes that Tang Qing must have started to consume. Damn, I know you have money, but I didn't expect to be so generous this time. Li Kai quickly caught up with Tang Qing and said, "All right, let's go. Eat your meal. Just order whatever you want. I think there will be business KTV on it. When the time comes, I will sing well and provide one-stop service. I won't be too lazy to go to your karaoke hall," Tang Qing said as he walked. "Well, this time you slaughter the local tyrants. If you don't slaughter you will feel distressed and vomit blood. Never stop." Li Kai squeezed his fist and said, "Of course, he was just talking, and we can't get rid of language." "Okay, I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Tang Qing said irritably. "Anyway, it's free, and you can eat it hard. Just look at it. I want you to look good then," Li Kai said, waving his fist. Originally wanted to save a little bit for Tang Qing. When he heard this, he immediately decided to order an expensive one and felt sorry for Tang Qing. Well, it was so decided. "Then I will wait and see," Tang Qing said with a smile. While fighting like this, Tang Qing and several others entered the hotel door. After a while, Tang Qing and several people came to the door of the hotel. The doorman, who has nothing to do, is of course observing and listening to all directions. He has already noticed Tang Qing and the others, but he did not look down on them because Tang Qing took a taxi. After all, as a five-star hotel, the training and respect must be quite good, especially the doorman. As the first hurdle for welcoming guests, there are extremely strict requirements for both quality and dealing with people. If you don't have a wink and look at people, it's impossible. Although the doorman was surprised that these few people who were obviously high school students came to eat, the clothes were basically not brand name, and Li Kai's trousers were still a little damaged, but he didn't say anything. The rich second generation of this year, there are too many. As long as it is not too dirty to see people and affect other guests, it has nothing to do with him. It is the manager and the front desk inside to worry about whether it is affordable or not. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" The doorman stepped forward and asked as usual. Tang Qing shook his head. He didn't know the phone number. How could he make a reservation? After seeing Tang Qing shaking his head, the doorman couldn't help but frown, because this time was the peak of consumption, and their hotel was the only five-star hotel in the city. It's really hard to find a suitable one without a reservation. Position. The doorboy hesitated for a while and asked carefully, "Well, sir, you go to the lobby and ask the front desk to see if there is a suitable place for you." "Also," Tang Qing said with a smile. After finishing speaking, I walked directly into the hotel. As soon as I entered the door, there were a total of 4 red Cheongsam beauties welcoming the guests and bowed slightly and said, "Welcome to Tianfu Hotel." This sound made Tang Qing all heard. Of course, the welcoming guests at the five-star hotel are not bad. All of them are beautiful women, and they only encountered this situation when they followed Li Kai to a club in a previous life. Of course, it just floated in his heart, and his face still kept smiling. Seeing Tang Qing's face did not change. Wang Yin also admired his concentration in his heart. As for Li Kai's eyes straightened, he has never encountered this kind of formation. After speaking, one of them walked up to Tang Qing and made a gesture of invitation and said, "Please follow me." At this time, the doorman had already told on the public screen that Tang Qing had no appointment, so the welcoming lady did not ask. Otherwise, it would be annoying to ask the guests every time in the reception process, and immediately brought Tang Qing to the front desk. Whether a student-like person can have a position or not, it doesn't matter to her. "Hello, welcome to Tianfu Hotel. What can I do for you, sir?" The front desk in black professional uniform hugged his abdomen and bowed slightly and smiled. In addition, she was a beautiful woman with a standard and pleasing posture. Tang Qing couldn't help, but I sigh that the big hotel is different. This kind of front desk, you will get 5,000 or 6,000 salary every month. "We want to eat," Tang Qing said. He also knows that there are many hotel projects, basically everything. "Is it Chinese food or Western food?" the beauty said with a smile at the front desk. "What about you?" "I'm casual." Tang Qing turned his head and asked. "Chinese food." Li Kai thought for a while and said, he doesn't know how to eat Western food. I heard that it is troublesome to eat Western food, so he was lazy to lose face. "Well, let's just have Chinese food. I have eaten Western food twice, and I am not used to it." Wang Yin said. She also dislikes Western food. Although she looks high-end and elegant, she is awe-inspiring. But how to say it, the overall atmosphere is for her. The feeling of pretending is out of place. She doesn't think that Western food is so gentle and elegant. Of course, she can't deny the benefits of Western food. It is true that a piece of beef can be full, because meat is high in calories, and eating meat is easy for people to produce. It feels full, so it's true that foreigners have a huge amount of exercise and are full after eating a piece of beef. Then Chinese food. Is there a bigger box? Tang Qing turned his head and said with a smile, "Sorry, our Chinese food box has been booked. Please forgive me." The beauty at the front desk apologized. Tang Qing smiled and didn't say much, just took out his wallet. From the inside, he took out the diamond card Lu Qian presented to him and handed it to the front desk. He believes that the hotel must have reserved boxes. This is the norm. Of course, even if there are really no boxes, they can find a way to get them. Besides, even if you eat in a KTV box, it is not a box. The hotel will not refuse it. Such a big hotel. There are so many ways. The beauty at the front desk looked at this card for a moment, and the memory in her mind was immediately tuned out. The diamond card of the group, and then looked at Tang Qing with bright eyes. How could this card as the front desk not know she also knows the privileges it enjoys? So Tang Qing's status immediately rose to countless levels in her heart, and she said with some excitement, "Please wait a moment. I'll let our lobby manager come." After speaking, he took the intercom and said, "Manager, there are diamond VIPs. Please come to the front desk." After that, he turned to Tang Qing and said respectfully, "Sir, our lobby manager will come right away." Within 20 seconds, Tang Qing heard rapid footsteps approaching and saw a beautiful woman in a foreman's costume approaching. After receiving Tang Qing's diamond card, she looked at it, and after confirming that it was correct, she said excitedly, "Sir, your last name is Tang, right?" Tang Qing was startled and said, "Do you know me?" The beauty manager said with a smile, "Mr. Tang, you don't recognize me, but I recognize you. Every time our group issues a card, we will inform all the industrial managers and above the title of the VIP, and every card has a number, so that's right." "Number? What number?" Tang Qing frowned and asked. Although this system is very convenient, it is obviously suspected of leaking personal privacy. He wondered if other cardholders could agree to such a system. Senior officials should not be exposed to others, but Tang Qing can only bury this question in his heart, and it is not a big deal to him. What Tang Qing didn't know was that Lu Gan's so-called title used the last name or first name for people who could be displayed on the surface and would never have a full name, and used code names for those who could not be displayed on the surface, such as boss. Yes, how could this kind of little thing Lu Gan and the group of subordinates couldn't think of? Look at the 8 here. The lobby manager handed the card over and said. Tang Qing took the card and took a closer look. There really is an 8 in the lower left corner, but the color is gray, and it is not eye-catching on the black card background. He hasn't looked at it carefully. His previous attention was focused on it. The small diamonds in a circle are on top. The 2 sides of the entire card are surrounded by tiny diamonds. The font and group icon in the middle are all golden. Obviously, it is not a kind of paint on this card, but real gold gives people the feeling of a complete nouveau riche, and his previous attention has been on these gold and diamonds. It turned out to be like this. I really didn't notice it. Tang Qing smiled embarrassedly. The beauty manager chuckled and said, "Don't hide from Mr. Tang. We, Mr. Liu, visited the hotel a few days ago. At that time, he told me a lot. He said that as long as it is Mr. Tang, you or your friend will come to spend with your card. He must be treated like him, with the greatest enthusiasm and the best service." Tang Qing asked with a smile, "This, sister, what's your last name?" The lobby manager was called by him to his sister with a happy face and said softly, "Don't dare, my sister's surname is Chiu, the name is Chiulan." "Chiulan? Haha, Sister Lan's name is very good." Tang Qing was startled and then said with a smile, "This surname is rare. Chiulan, beg a man. It doesn't have any meaning. Don't you care about him? Guan my SHD." Tang Qing got rid of those boring thoughts. Immediately Tang Qing took the diamond card from Chiulan, put it in the wallet, and asked again, "Sister Lan, my classmates and I came over for dinner. Are there any boxes available?" Chiulan immediately smiled and said, "Yes, of course, Mr. Tang. I will let you arrange the largest box for you. This is reserved for the boss and users with your card. It is not open to the public." Since its opening at the beginning of the year, it has only been used since the last time the chairman came. This is the first time that we have received guests like you. Please hear. After finishing talking, Qilan took the walkie-talkie and said, "On the 9th floor, the Qianquan pavilion box opens. It will be implemented as planned." Received. Tang Qing nodded and said, "That's okay. Sister Lan, look at the arrangement." At the moment, Qilan personally led Tang Qing up to the 9th floor, and then came to Qianquan pavilion to sit down. It has to be said that it is indeed an ultra-luxury box that is not open to the public. The entire box has an area of at least 203, more than 10 square meters. The decoration is nothing to say. Extremely luxurious, huge TV. There are karaoke equipment, independent bathroom and reception area, mahjong table. Everything is messy. The huge dining table is no problem for 20 people. At this time, there were already waiters waiting inside. A man and a woman, handsome men and beauties, and tea and drinks were all ready. Looking at the cleanliness of the boxes and the fresh flowers, they were obviously cleaned and replaced every day. Li Kai and Wang Yin were amazed as soon as they came in. Even Tang Qing was in excitement. After all, the two generations had never seen such a scene. Even the club where Li Kai took him to the previous life was not so luxurious. He just wanted to say that it's good to have money. Because the table was too big, the three of them did not sit separately, but squeezed together. In the middle of Tang Qing, Wang Yin was on the left and Li Kai on the right. At this time, various snacks and fruit plates have been placed on the table. Some dried fruits and fruits have never been seen by Tang Qing. This hotel is really not afraid of waste. As soon as Li Kai sat down, he grabbed some of them and ate them in front of him. Wang Yin also grabbed some melon seeds and played. Qilan asked Tang Qing and the others if they wanted to order or the best set meal. Tang Qing asked Wang Yin and Li Kai for their opinions. Seeing that everyone was too lazy to order food, and the three of them didn't understand when they came here for the first time, so he asked for a set meal. "Wait a minute, we will serve the food as quickly as possible." After saying that, Qilan walked out. Two waiters poured tea and water and stood at the door waiting for instructions. The bored Wang Yin turned over to the cabinet to the side and picked up a huge menu and looked at it, his eyes widening. "Tang Qing, these dishes are so expensive. The most expensive ones are tens of thousands." Wang Yin said in surprise. Although her family has a bit of money and has seen many people in the world, this is the first time I have seen such extravagant dishes, let alone eat it. "What? Let me take a look." When Li Kai heard it, he got up and leaned forward when he saw the price of 13,888. Lao Yuan's eyes widened and exclaimed, "Really? Old Tang, you are going to bleed heavily." "What? I don't need money for food," Tang Qing said with a smile without turning back. "What? What?" Wang Yin and Li Kai turned their heads and exclaimed at the same time. They only remembered 3 words. No money, no money. They only heard Qilan say to entertain Tang Qing with the best, but they automatically ignored the money. In this regard, when I heard it at this time, I remembered what Qilan meant to the boss. Of course, the boss didn't need money for meals. Why? Li Kai leaned forward and couldn't help asking. Wang Yin also sat next to Tang Qing and stared at him curiously, waiting for an explanation. "My boss and I are friends. They gave me a membership card, and I don't need money to eat here," Tang Qing explained. When the two heard each other, they didn't ask again. So as not to involve privacy and hurt others, it is better to eat well. The two who were worried about Tang Qing's bleeding suddenly felt speechless and worried. "Then I'm welcome, treacherous old Tang. That's okay. You can sing here. I even save the money for singing." Li Kai complained. "You can't escape. Save it next time, please." Tang Qing said with a smile. You can't let me save some private money." When Li Kai heard that he stopped doing it, he wanted to save some money this time. As for what to save some money for, he didn't know. Maybe it's the collection of the people in the country. Let's talk about it after saving it. "Cut. What do you want money for? Is there anything missing?" Tang Qing asked rhetorically. I donate to out-of-school children." Li Kai thought for a moment and said the wise. After 10 minutes, the dishes are on the ground one after another. As the best box, of course it is privileged. If you stop the dishes in other boxes, you have to make this box first. Just look at the 20-odd boxes on the table. The appearance of the dishes, a few people realized that the weight of this set meal is a bit too big, but they didn't say anything. I can't finish the package. There is nothing in it. It can't be wasted. It was free anyway. So Tang Qing specially ordered a few bottles of drinks and a bottle of red wine that he had never heard of before. The drinks were nothing. The red wines are all very expensive. Wang Yin knows the goods. Seeing that the red wine is actually in the vintage Lafite, looking at the price of a bottle on the menu is tens of thousands, I can't help but swallow my mouth. Fortunately, I don't need the money, otherwise they won't be able to leave today. Old Tang, this is delicious. This is also good. Old Tang, fast clip, I'm going to turn it. What's the hurry? You haven't finished eating the stuff in your bowl. That's right, Li Kai. Eat slowly, don't choke. Tang Qing slowly ate the big meal, while Li Kai took a big bite. Wang Yin chewed slowly like a lady. The two waiters were kicked out by them, and it was really inconvenient to be stared at. Boom. The door of the room was knocked, interrupting the conversation of the three people inside. Then, the door was pushed open. Xiaolan walked in with a bright smile on her face and a bottle of liquor in her hand, followed by a middle-aged man. Didn't you bother you? Xiaolan said with a smile. Tang Qing asked with a surprised expression. No, Sister Lan. Who is next to you? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Hello Tang Xiao. I am the general manager of Tianfu Hotel, Wu Zhengfeng. According to the rules of our Tianfu Hotel, every VIP who comes to the restaurant for dinner, the person in charge of the restaurant must come. Toast. And Xiao Tang, you are even more of our VIP guests. Tang Qing also knows about the toast. Most hotels have this kind of rule, usually the lobby manager, but the hotel manager rarely makes a toast. Hee, just call me Xiao Tang. Tang Xiao dare not be. Tang Qing smiled and waved his hand. Where? I just called the chairman of the board. Tang Xiao deserves his name. I hope that Tang Xiao will visit our hotel more in the future. Wu Zhengfeng smiled. Although Lu Gan didn't say Tang Qing's identity, he had such a card. He didn't think it was an exaggeration to say a few words. Hee, I'll bother you after that. Tang Qing said in a formal way. Immediately begged Lan to open the bottle of Wulianya and filled Wu Zhengfeng and himself. Li Kai and Wang Yin also stood up and carried red wine. Wu Zhengfeng smiled and said, Tang Xiao, there are two distinguished guests. I toast you 3 glasses. I hope you will eat and drink well in our Tianfu Hotel. Then after finishing 3 glasses of liquor, Tang Qing and others drank up too. The little red wine left in my glass. Then Xiao Tang and the 2 distinguished guests, I will leave first. If you have something, you can call Manager Qiulan. After that, Tang Qing responded, and Wu Zhengfeng and Qiulan left the box with a smile. After dinner, Tang Qing took the microphone and began to sing. This should only be specially designed. The sound effects of such a large space are even more powerful. Such luxurious and atmospheric boxes and karaoke venues can be used. It was the first time even for Wang Yin. Her eyes were full of curiosity when she looked at Tang Qing. During this period of time, Tang Qing's changes were a bit too great. I thought that learning and a little money would be the biggest changes, but I didn't expect to be even more surprised. Such a big hotel, such a big box, such expensive dishes taste nothing. Even if it is free, it must be a good relationship to give it away, and it seems that it is infinitely free to ask for food. I really don't know how many secrets Tang Qing has. As for Li Kai, it's nothing except to be surprised. Tang Qing is rich, has a lot of money, but I'm just a little surprised. But what I think in my heart is that such a hanging experience is enough for myself to choose for a long time. Of course, he would not foolishly tell others that Tang Qing can eat for free. He still has this IQ. During the singing period, Wang Yin and Li Kai were basically singing. To be honest, Tang Qingwei really didn't have much. Before, he just liked listening to songs and didn't remember the lyrics. There were only 7 or 8 songs that he could fully remember the lyrics. After Rebirth, I didn't think of it when my memory was good, otherwise it would be a good idea to sell songs. Yesterday was like the water flowing. Stay away from me. I am troubled today. The knife cuts the water and the water flows more. Raise a glass to eliminate sorrow. For fresh breeze flows in the Ming dynasty. The origin of only new people laugh. This is one of the songs Tang Qing remembers. He thinks it is very classic. So a few people thoughtfully finished the meal, and it was not too early to see that the time was too early. A few people were going to go home and have classes tomorrow. As Wang Yin and Li Kai didn't say anything about coming back next time, they didn't. Silly, there is no love for no reason in this world. You have to pay a price if you take things from others. Although they don't know what Tang Qing helped each other, it's definitely not a little bit. Otherwise the other party could not give this card. The two of them also decided not to come here as much as possible in the future to increase the debt of favor to Tang Qing. Walking out of the Qinkuan pavilion, Tang Qing saw the two of them look silent. During the entire meal, they didn't mention a word about coming here next time. They were also very touched. This is the real friend. He usually plays jokes, xiao. Blackmail and blackmail, you are always happy, but you don't really want to take advantage of you. Li Kai, Wang Yin, why are you here? Just when Tang Qing and his party were about to take the elevator downstairs, a voice came from behind. Tang Qing did not react for a while. There was someone he knew here. It was not until he turned his head that he realized that it was Suzy Wang. No wonder I didn't hear the other party's voice just now, and I just said a few words to Suzy Wang from the beginning to the end of this life. At the same time, Tang Qing's heart chuckles. Isn't it so bloody? He hasn't seen Suzy Wang in the past few days, and the other party hasn't even participated in the monthly test. But thinking about what Suzy Wang has done, Tang Qing doesn't feel sorry for him. He doesn't have the slightest affection for this person in his previous life or in this life, paying a price for his behavior. So the eyes that looked at Suzy Wang were full of disgust. What is your business if I am here? Is this hotel open by your house? Tang Qing said coldly before Wang Yin and Li Kai answered. Suzy Wang deliberately ignored himself, and he would not give the other side a good face. Suzy Wang's face has been swollen at this time, and his body is just a little painful. He thinks that he was hit on the ground by that group of gangsters. He felt resentment towards Tang Qing. Now he only knows that Tang Qing should have been beaten too. He guessed at those gangsters. As for Tang Qing escaped the siege of several gangsters unharmed, he obviously didn't believe it. He couldn't help complaining that if Tang Qing was beaten obediently at the time, he wouldn't be retaliated by that group of gangsters. But now with Wang Yin on the side, he wouldn't dare to attack, although he has a little confidence now. At this time, he still doesn't know about Tang Qingyue's exam results. Otherwise, he won't be jealous and crazy. Wang Yin and Li Kai also looked at Suzy Wang, and they owed a little bit of affection in their hearts. Most of the good mood just now disappeared. Wang Yin was thinking of Suzy Wang's use of money to insult Tang Qing. She didn't know that Suzy Wang was beaten into a pig head. As for Li Kai, it looked down on Suzy Wang's behavior in the previous school and the disgusting act of campaigning for class monitor when the school started. Tang Qing, this is of course not opened by my house. I kindly ask you, can't you speak well? Suzy Wang responded with angrily. At first, he wanted to scold him, but Wang Yin was beside him. He couldn't be so innocent. He knew that a woman like Wang Yin was well-educated and had a cheerful personality. He didn't like people full of swear words, and he was not stupid. He also had to hold back his anger. As for the fact that Tang Qing took money to smash him in the face, he knew that Wang Yin must know it, but Suzy Wang didn't think it was anything. Is it wrong to have money? Is it wrong to take money to solve things? Is it wrong to help students in difficulty? Obviously, they are all at the same level. Although they are not in a circle, he believes that the values are all the same. There is no generation gap, and the things that can be solved with money are small things. No, Wang Yin, Li Kai, let's go. The elevator came, and Tang Qing was about to call the two to leave after he finished speaking. With such a person, he felt that saying a word was a waste of saliva. Wang Yin and Li Kai ignored Suzy Wang and walked into the elevator. You can't go yet. After all, Suzy Wang is a high school student. When he heard that he was ignored by others, he immediately quit and quickly chased up and blocked the elevator entrance. Oh, why can't you go? Are you a policeman, or this elevator belongs to your house? Tang Qing looked at Suzy Wang playfully, with contempt in his eyes. At this level, there is no sense of accomplishment in defeating this kind of person, okay? Suzy looked at you for a long time, and nothing came out of you. It was just impulsive just now, and now I can't find a qualified reason for Tang Qing and others to stay. And who else is he and why? Let the other party stay. Suzy Wang watched Wang Yin and Li Kai look at his contemptuous eyes, and the anger in his heart suddenly surged. Suddenly, he thought of a reason. You haven't paid yet. Hearing this, Tang Qing was stunned. How did he come up with these two things? How did this brain circuit come about? He wanted to say, are you sure that your IQ can reach the standard for going out? But think about it, a senior high school student. The brain circuit is not on these things. A bit stupid can understand. Puff. Huh. Wang Yin and Li Kai were stunned for a while and couldn't help but laugh. Tang Qing held back. After all, they had listened to so many jokes in the previous life. They laughed a lot, just chuckled twice. Seeing a few people laughing so hard, Suzy immediately realized how stupid he was. He paid for the first floor. He was blocked on the 9th floor. His face was rarely red, thinking that he was embarrassed in front of Wang Yin. The resentment towards Tang Qing deepens in my heart. Ziwang, what are you doing here? What are you doing at the elevator door? At this time, a voice rang from Su Ziwang's side, and Su Ziwang immediately became happy when he heard the voice. Today, he finally got into this meal with a friend, most of whom are official second-generation officials, and his friend is rich second-generation. After the meal, most of the people went down to sing. Only these 2 second generations came later and were still eating. The friend asked himself to serve with them. During the whole period, he was extremely flattered and was the biggest one in this meal. The second generation patted his shoulders and praised him. He thought he had found a backer. He immediately boosted morale when they saw them. With these two, Tang Qing and Li Kai are just scumbags. Maybe Wang Yin looked at him differently. The person speaking at this time is Lu Kai, and the other is Feng's son. Tang Qing turned his head and looked at the 2 young men. They both looked about his age. They weren't wearing any famous brands, but their temperament could tell that they were officials at home. Why did they feel that way? Because Tang Qing felt the taste of the power of the 2 of them, or called it emboldened. Xiao Lu, you are here. Su Ziwang walked over and said respectfully, well, what's the matter? It's stuck here. Lu Kai looked around and frowned and said, I have a few classmates here. He walked up to Lu Kai and whispered, Xiao Lu, the one in blue in front, is my mortal enemy. I want to ask Lu Xiao to teach him a lesson. Oh, what's the background of the other party? Lu Kai asked suspiciously. He is not a second-generation stupid. People who can eat in a 5-star hotel are not ordinary people. At least the family has a bit of money. It would be troublesome. At the same time, Lu Kai Xinli despised Su Ziwang. He is really a kid. Can he speak, use words, and teach? Do you let me rush to fight? But for the sake of Su Ziwang's diligence, he resisted and said nothing. Without background, one family opened a small restaurant, and that woman's house seemed to be a small decoration company. As for the previous one, you can tell by looking at his clothes that it is an ordinary family, and the family is still in the county town below. It is said that she is still boarding with her uncle. Home, Su Ziwang whispered. That's it. Okay, do you a small favor. Lu Kai thought for a while and said, since there is no background, it is easy to handle. It is all classmates. He believes that Li Kai has an absolute understanding of these people, and then turned to the person next to him. A young man said, Feng Xiao, do a little favor for your friend. Wait a moment. It's okay, you're busy with you. Feng's son didn't even watch him continue to play with his mobile phone. He was tired of seeing this kind of things. He had played before and didn't think there was anything. I have power and power. What if I teach you a lesson? It's not about fighting to death, and there is no psychological burden. As for the beauty of Wang Yin, I just look at it more. I am not a person who has not passed away. I have visited a lot of high-end places in the province. I don't see too many beauties, and there are all kinds of them. How could it be possible to see a beautiful woman in a novel like The Thing That You Need to Get? That is, the son who has never seen the world, and he feels ashamed to look at this kind of son. Seeing Feng's son nodded, Lu opened his eyes and scanned the painting on the wall next to him. So he had an idea. There are so many things to do, and there are so many ways to go directly up to beat people or put on an identity. Disgusting people. Give it's interesting when the other party is looking for trouble. The most interesting thing is that the other party is crying and crying to let him go. Tang Qing listened to their conversation, only chuckled. He also wanted to see what tricks these second generations could play. He hadn't encountered it yet, and he didn't expect to catch up suddenly. Too suddenly. Immediately, Lu Kai walked to the oil painting opposite the elevator entrance, removed the frame, and fell to the ground severely, stepped on a few more feet, and then yelled for security. But within a few seconds, a waiter came over to check the situation and immediately called the security through the intercom. After the painting was finished, Lu Kai gave Su Ziwang a look that was waiting for the theater. Lu Kai is not a fool. Of course he knows that there is surveillance here, but so what? He thinks that the hotel will not offend a few of himself for the children of small businessmen. When the time comes, he will not say what he wants, and there will be more behind him. As for Zun Fengsun, his father is a city leader and secretary of the political and legal committee. He is not afraid of Tang Qing and others at all. Even if the hotel goes crazy and enforces the law impartially, it's nothing. This kind of painting is definitely not worth much, so Suzy Wang can just pay for it. Even if the opponent is stronger than himself, it is certainly not much stronger than when they join forces. When the time comes, an apology and a gift will be over, and the other party will not dare to retaliate. To put it bluntly, no matter what the outcome of this matter is from the beginning to the end, they are taking the initiative, and he just wants to discuss the other party. A little Suzy Wang has no huge interests, and Lu Kai has no interest in being used as a gun. For the other party, just let the other party make some money. He is also just a student, and he is not interested in dealing with Tang Qing and others who are also students. But he is embarrassed, just play around. By the way, Lu Kai also wanted to show off in front of Wang Yan. He didn't have as many markets as Feng Sun, and there were no good women in his turn. So Wang Yan is still very attractive, and he also looks at it. After I came out, Suzy Wang liked Wang Yan, but so what? When Suzy Wang got it, he would definitely attend their party. When the time comes, I will grab it. I am not in a hurry now. The previous one is not tired yet. After a while, both the security guard and Qilan came. Looking at the two teams and the paintings on the ground, I understood what was going on. I felt entangled. One is the boss's diamond card issuer, and the other is the official second generation. The question of choosing a battle station team. After all, this matter is not a big deal, but she really can't make this decision. How many distinguished guests? What's the matter? Qilan asked, understanding the demands of the two parties before speaking. Sister Lan, this person deliberately sabotaged your hotel's assets. We all watched it. Lu Kai pointed at Tang Qing and said loudly. After that, Suzy Wang stood up and said, yes, it's him. As for Feng Sun, he continued to play. Holding the phone, he looked disinterested. You're talking nonsense. It's obviously that you broke it yourself, and you stepped on a few feet. Wang Yin took the lead to stand up and point to Lu Kai and said angrily, she doesn't matter what you are, as long as you frame Tang Qing, it is all hers. Enemy. You two despicable villains, you actually framed us. Li Kai scolded as he looked at Suzy Wang. Seeing the two yelling at him, Lu Kai didn't say anything. It seemed to him that he was arguing with these people too much in his identity. He ignored the yelling of the two and turned his head to look, seeking Lan. At this time, Feng Sun also watched the scene with great interest. It is the nature of the Chinese to watch the excitement, especially at this critical moment. Qiulan looked at the two groups of people embarrassedly. Her level is really not good enough to participate in this matter. Manager Lan, what's the matter? At this time, looking at the elevator hotel manager Wu Zhengfeng next to him, he rushed to hear the news, begging Lan to immediately relax, and finally don't have to deal with this mess, just have his own manager to deal with it. Wu Zhengfeng was also embarrassed at this time and didn't know how to deal with it. He doesn't know Tang Qing's background, but he knows the background of the other two. It's certain that there is a big Buddha behind him, and he has no choice at all. He hates dealing with this kind of thing the most, and he offends how to deal with it. People. Tang Qing chuckled, seeing the manager embarrassed, and he also understood. It seems that the other party's background is not small, but he is not afraid, and he is not a vegetarian, unless the other party's backstage is a direct provincial boss. Otherwise, the city at the first level, he really didn't have too much fear. After all, it wasn't a conflict of fundamental interests, and it was impossible to involve a big brother in just a little kid. Xiao Lu, what do your family do? Tang Qing asked. What do you mean? Lu Kai said suddenly and vigilantly. He wouldn't think the other person asked casually. It's not interesting. To tell you the truth, don't talk about this painting. Even if I smashed all the paintings in this corridor in front of Manager Wu, I don't have to pay a penny. I still walk out of this door immediately. Tang Qingswan said slowly. Lu Kai was shocked after hearing this. In front of the manager, he dared to say that if the painting on a wall of the hotel doesn't need to accompany a penny so arrogant, can it be an ordinary person? Feng Sun behind him did not dare to say such a tone. Is the opponent background very strong? Lu Kai thought to himself, but he had never seen it before. The children of the city leaders knew all of them. Didn't Suzy Wang say that the other party was a poor student? He thought that Lu Kai looked at the manager and was waiting for his reply. Wu Jingfeng also said cooperatively, yes, even if Xiao Tang smashes a painting of the corridor, we won't ask him to compensate. Lu Gan said that he should treat diamond card holders like him. Of course, the boss doesn't have to pay for the hotel painting. Wu Jingfeng was immediately relieved when he saw Tang Qing taking the conversation. Tang Qing was the main force, and he was just as good as his own support. Tang Xiao? A few people looked at Tang Qing in amazement. This is not a title that ordinary people can give. Either a huge wealth or a huge power. No matter which one is not much worse than their own status. It's just that none of the city leaders has the surname Tang. Is it from the province? Lu was surprised when he thought of this. Tang Xiao, the next father is the deputy director of the Municipal Administration of Industry and Commerce. This Feng's son is the son of the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. I don't know who is Tang Xiao's father. Lu Kai began to pose and asked carefully. Haha, don't ask, Feng's son. Feng Hai is your father, right? Tang Qing said to Feng's senator, now the situation is very clear. Lu Kai is Feng Sen's younger brother. Just fix Feng's senator. As for that, Lu Kai directly ignored it, and he didn't even bother with his ink marks. You know my dad? Feng Sen asked. He didn't expect Tang Qing to call his father's name directly. There was a fate. Your father is really extraordinary, and his spirit is also very good. Tang Qing did not answer. This kind of thing is better to be mysterious. Oh, yeah, my father is like this and my role model. Feng's son said confidently. Well, I won't tell you anymore. I have something to do when I go back. Tang Qing said again. Tang, Young, or let's go sing together. The KTV on the 8th floor below works well, and there are more than a dozen friends there. Everyone is familiar with it. Feng's son saw Tang Qing confidently. Although I don't know Tang Qing's background, but Wu Zhongfeng's attitude obviously doesn't need to offend the other party, so as not to make trouble for his family. It's strange to teach yourself hard. No, I just finished singing. Have fun with you guys. When you meet for the first time, you will be friends. Tonight, your box consumption will be counted as mine, but don't be too high. Make up an auspicious number of 60,000. Manager Wu. Tonight, the consumption of less than 60,000 in their box is on my head, and they pay more than 60,000 by themselves. How about it? Tang Qing said with a smile, and then turned to Wu Zhengfeng. Wu Zhengfeng quickly agreed that there was no problem, and at the same time sighed Tang Qing's way of dealing with things, turning enemies into friends with a few words. The so-called cannibalism is a guest that the boss valued. Feng Xiao, there is no problem with you. Tang Qing said with a smile at Feng's son. Haha, no problem. Then I will thank Tang Xiao for my friends. We will invite him back when we have the opportunity. I hope that Tang Xiao will appreciate it. Feng's son said happily, seeing that Tang Qing is so generous. He was not an inked person, so Tang Xiao was also more and more comfortable. Well, no problem, goodbye. Tang Qing said. After walking into the elevator, Wang Yin and Li Kai also walked in. Their faces were full of confusion. Looking at Tang Qing as if looking at a monkey, he felt more and more. Don't recognize. As for Suzy Wang's future, Tang Qing didn't bother about it. It is conceivable that Suzy Wang's so-called relationship just established would be ruined. Suzy Wang, you go, I don't want to see you again. Lu Kai said coldly to Suzy Wang. Although he was angry with Tang Qing's ignorance of him, what about it? The situation is better than others, although he doesn't know the strength of the opponent. But looking at the conversation and financial resources, you know that you can't compare. As for this 60,000 yuan treat, of course there is no Suzy Wang thing. If the other party knows that Suzy Wang has been in the game, he will not hate himself. A small businessman will not enter him at all. Of the Dharma Eye. After talking, Lu Kai and Feng's son walked to the KTV on the 8th floor. Anyway, they are separated by one floor. Just go down the stairs. At this time, they want to pretend to be a comparison with the people inside. By the way, they are ready to call some more friends. It's fun. Xiao Lu Feng Xiao. Seeing the two of them go away, Suzy Wang didn't dare to chase after him. He also knew that this matter would be hard to redeem for Wang Yin and Tang Qing. He no longer dared I have any thoughts. My family is just a businessman. Faced with the network of relationships Tang Qing showed just now, it will only be sooner or later that I will be played to death, and I can't beat each other at all. After figuring it out, Su Ziwang also decided that he would never provoke Tang Qing again. The two provokes Tang Qing were repaired so badly, once physically and once mentally. This is because the other party did not really do anything to him. Under the circumstances, if you really want to deal with yourself? Su Ziwang couldn't help feeling clever when he thought of this, and he started to be scared. Old Tang, you were handsome like that just now, but you just dipped other people's 60,000 yuan. That's okay. Li Kai couldn't help asking when he got out of the hotel. After all, it was not 10,000 yuan, but 60,000 yuan. The salary of an ordinary family in a year might not be so high. Just throw it out. He couldn't accept it at all. Wang Yin nodded and agreed with Li Kai's words. It's nothing. The boss is very rich, and I don't lose to him every day. There will be nothing. Tang Qing said indifferently. As Lu Gan said last time, the potential benefits that these money can bring may even be possible. It's bigger than the principal, and he only spent a little bit. It would be strange if Lu Gan felt that he was losing. That's good. I won't go next time. This place consumes too much money. If you owe too much favor, it's not good to pay it back. Wang Yin also took the conversation. This is what she worries most. Okay, I won't come here next time. Come and be cool after graduation. Tang Qing nodded in agreement and said, That's good, I agree. Li Kai said quickly, Well, you can. Wang Yin also said graciously. Then several people hired a taxi to take Wang Yin to their doorsteps before returning home. The new week began, and the new busyness was about to begin. The next day, Su Ziwang returned to the class and learned of Tang Qing's results last month. He looked at Tang Qing with more awe than fear. After all, he was only a senior high school student, and he studied well here. It means that the age of everything is normal. Now he doesn't dare to think about Wang Yin at all. Facing Tang Qing, an opponent who is richer than himself, has the right to learn and is better than him. He really can't afford to have the courage to fight, although sometimes his thoughts are a little naive. But he is not a fool either. If he continues to be an enemy of Tang Qing, it may cause unimaginable trouble for himself and his family. It's like being at a hotel yesterday. If he meets him, he can only kneel down. Others want to fix you. If you don't have any background, you have to follow the other party's wishes and let others need it. It feels like he doesn't want to try again in his life. In the next week, Tang Qing did not receive a call from Lu Gan. Apparently, he was digesting the tens of millions of dollars in cash. Tang Qing was not in a hurry. He earned so much from Lu Gan, and it was enough for him to build it for a while. Anxious to earn more of this kind of money. Now his main task is to study and improve his grades. Firstly, he has a better chance of going to the Magic City. Secondly, he also gives his parents some light. Thirdly, he also wants to obtain another privilege, which is to ask for leave. During this period of time, he found that his time was too tight. Whenever something happened, it was good to talk on weekends. The rest of the time was basically at noon. He came in a hurry and went in a hurry. It was really inconvenient. Can't do it. Therefore, he wants to get the top 3 position in the next monthly exam, and then talk to the school teacher about the conditions and grant him some urgent leave. Of course, he can't ask for a week at a time. He just wants to have something to do with him. At that time, you can take a day or half a day off to deal with things. As for him to be squeezed down in the future? How could it be possible? Although he hasn't been overwhelmed in his memory now, what he remembers is basically unforgettable and extremely profound. His high school knowledge is only so much, and he doesn't stop learning, but he just needs more time to deal with himself. Private affairs. Fortunately, he doesn't need to look at the blackboard anymore in class. Tang Qing feels that his learning speed has accelerated a lot, and even some of them are basically like biology and English. He no longer reads it. Biology only has that little knowledge. Now it is difficult for him to deduct points. As for other things, it is necessary to understand well. This is the advantage of science. If you are smart and have a deep understanding of the principles, it will be easy to learn. No matter how the topic changes, you will not be troubled. It's not like liberal arts. It is really hard to bear. And Tang Qing also said to Wang Yin and Li Kai that he had to be admitted to Fudan University. So the two of them worked harder and harder, and they didn't want to separate from Tang Qing. December 1st. On Wednesday. Today is Tang Qing's second assessment day after he obtained the system, and the system interface has also changed color early. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Tang Qing did not sleep, but was waiting for the results of this month's system assessment. He was not worried that he would be unqualified, because it was impossible. He just wanted to see some of the second-level tasks. The tasks will not be refreshed until the assessment on the first of each month is completed, which is not humane at all. Tang Qing turned off the light and lay on the bed, constantly refreshing his personal information. After a few small tasks last month, Tang Qing's personal information at this time was: host name, Tang Qing. Level 2. Experience, 20 out of 200. Loan amount this month, 50/500,000. Personal quota this month, 200,000/200,000. It has been overdrawn until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 4.98 million. Spirit, 51 plus 45. Constitution, 49 plus 45. Source chi value, 45. Convertible foreign currency, US dollars. Immediately, Tang Qing checked his tasks again and calculated the completion of the previous month. 1. Complete the loan task recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion degree 1/1. Completed. 2. Complete one non-system recommended customer loan business this month. The amount is not less than 100,000. Reward content. Experience plus 5. Completion degree 1/1. Completed. 3. Complete all foreign loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion degree 50/50ths. Completed. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion degree 10/10ths. Completed. 5. Achievement Task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 1/1 million. Completed. 6. Achievement Task 2. The system's total external loan principal recovery reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source value plus 5. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 50 to 1 million. 7. Achievement Task 3. The total amount of personal loans in the system has reached 500,000. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 30/500,000. 8. Achievement Task 4. The host's own assets reach 500,000. Personal loans and rewards of the system are not included. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 20. Mission 1 and Mission 4 were completed before the upgrade. After the upgrade, only Mission 2 and Mission 3 were completed, so only 10 points of experience were added, plus the 10 points of experience gained by completing Achievement Task 1. In total, after the upgrade, he only gained 20 points of experience. Looking at the 200 experience slots, he can only say that there is a long way to go, but I don't know if the level 2 mission experience will increase. If it doesn't increase, that's really going to get stuck. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Tang Qing refreshed his personal information over and over again. Although he knew that the system had hints, he developed the habit of playing games he couldn't stop at all. At this time, Tang Qing remembered a game ad slogan he had played in his previous life. 3 yuan dominates, 5 yuan to be the father, 10 yuan to be the ancestor, and someone specially made a funny video, rushed to 10 yuan, and no one called him. The ancestor also called the customer service to ask why, and he said that he was called ancestor. It was funny even thinking about it. November assessment result passed. The sound of the system interrupted his thoughts of running away, and Tang Qing quickly called up his personal information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 2. Experience, 50 out of 200. Loan amount this month, 0/1 million. Personal quota this month, 200,000/200,000. It has been overdrawn until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 4.98 million. Spirit, 51 plus 50. Physique, 49 plus 50. Genius value, 50. Convertible foreign currency, US dollars. The change was not much. The experience increased by 30 points. The source power value increased by 5 points. And then Tang Qing looked at his mission again to see where the experience came from. 1. Complete the loan task recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete one non-system recommended customer loan business this month. The amount is not less than 200,000. Reward content. Experience plus 10. Completion degree 0/1. 3. Complete all foreign loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 0/100. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 20/20ths. Completed. 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 3 million. Reward content. Source value plus 10. Experience value plus 30. Completion degree 1/5 million. 6. Achievement task 2. The system's total external loan principal recovery reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source value plus 5. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 50 to 1 million. 7. Achievement task 3. The total amount of personal loans in the system has reached 500,000. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 30/500,000. 8. Achievement task 4. The host's own assets reach 5 million. System personal loans and rewards are not included. Reward content. Source power value plus 10. Experience value plus 50. The experience of the first 4 missions has been doubled. Obviously, the personal loan was overdrawn again this month, so I directly completed task 4 and gained 10 points of experience. At the same time, he found that he had completed the task of his own assets of 500,000 yuan, gained 20 points of experience, and 5 points of origin. Adds up to 30 points of experience and 5 points of source energy, just right. At the same time, he is also convinced that the money made by his reversed foreign exchange business is not recognized as his own assets by the system. Otherwise, his personal account plus the hotel assets could not reach 5 million assets. There are 4.98 million in cash alone, and I feel quite disappointed. But this also strengthened Tang Qing's idea of participating in the industry. If he encounters a good opportunity in the future, he must invest heavily in the industry. Otherwise, it will be difficult to accomplish task 4. Industry creates wealth, while finance is the redistribution of wealth. Just like the stock market and futures, these are zero-sum games. They don't create any wealth. Money is only transferred from one person's bag to another. It's true that the so-called stock market has steamed tens of trillions and trillions. It doesn't make much sense. It can only mean that the funds have flowed out of the stock market. It can even be said that some people have made the money away. In fact, the dime has not disappeared. At the same time, Tang Qing began to figure out how much experience he could gain from the assessment day next month, and he was able to determine his next plan. Tang Qing himself now has 50 points of experience. The first 3 tasks can add 30 points of experience to yourself. Achievement task can be completed in 2 days, which can increase 10 points of experience and 5 points of source energy. Achievement tasks can be completed in 3 immediately, and you can gain 20 points of experience and 5 points of source energy. As for the task of owning assets, it is impossible to complete the task. The system is only evaluated when the monthly task is refreshed. It is a very awkward setting. He wants to pull the system out for a while, not even a progress reference system. Tang Qing the guess may be because free assets are changing all the time and not counting. Plus, when the 500,000 loan of last month is due tomorrow, I will have 50 points of experience after repayment. The whole experience of calculating on the first day of next month is 160 points, and there are 40 points before the upgrade. If you set the recommended customers of this month to repay the first day of the next month, wouldn't you have at least 40 points of experience? Isn't that you can upgrade before the next assessment? Tang Qing felt excited when he thought of this, and immediately sat up from the bed. Tusk, good, great. Tang Qing looked at his attributes again. His spirit had exceeded 100 to 101, and his physique was 99. It was still a bit short. Only when both of them exceeded 100, the system would unlock his genetic lock. Looking at the achievement of Task 3, as long as I overdraw 200,000 now, I can immediately get 5 points of source energy. However, Tang Qing looked at his loan client this month and dispelled the idea. He calculated it. If this client borrowed 600,000 yuan, he would not have to waste his personal loan limit for next month, so he would have lost another 20. 1. The gain is not worth the loss, and it is not worth wasting 200,000 for a moment of curiosity. System, why do you display my attributes like this? Just add them directly, and I have to add this arithmetic problem myself. Tang Qing asked his own question. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, at the first level. Only when the system does this to tell him the function of the source energy, put a plus sign in the middle, but I have a second level. Knowing the function of the source energy, there is no need to display it like this. It feels a little bit too. This data is the direct function of the source chi value. It is an external force. It has not been fully integrated with the host's body. After the first level gene lock is unlocked, it will be completely integrated into the host's body and displayed in a unified manner. The system replied. Tang Qing also understood that this source energy is an external force, and now it is not entirely his own, or that his body does not match the source energy value. After unlocking the gene lock, it is estimated that it will affect his body. A thorough transformation, even if there is no change when it is available, the system will definitely not say, "Leave him alone. I will know when all the payments are completed tomorrow night and the achievement task 2 is completed. Forget it, I don't want to. It's too late." Tang Qing fell asleep shortly after lying in bed. He will see Zhang Dongqing and others at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow night is the repayment date recommended by the system last month. Then the day after tomorrow, he will find the system for this month. Recommend customers to complete the loan, and then have to find a way to issue the remaining loan. I'll make a big fork. Tang Qing realized that he had a lot of things, and he was also considering whether to find someone to help. It's really a human being in the arena. I can't help it. December 2nd, Thursday at noon. It was another day to pay back the money. After school, Tang Qing hurriedly took a taxi to the byway restaurant, and Li Kai also ran over to rub his father's meal. At this time, it was already dinner. Whether it was the lobby or the box, Zhang Dongqing also came to the box early to wait for Tang Qing. In the 6th box. At this time, Lu Jianhui had something to do, and the food was not served. Only Zhang Dongqing and Tang Qing were sitting and drinking tea. "Xiao Tang, how is your recent deal with Mr. Lu?" Zhang Dongqing asked seemingly casually. To be honest, since the last time he left, he was unavoidably whispering, for fear that Tang Qing was too messed up and caught too much. Deep. After all, he doesn't know what the people behind Tang Qing are like. If he pulls out the radish and brings out the mud, it will not only harm Lu Gan, but also Tang Qing. The more he thinks about it that day, the more wrong he gets back home. Qing introduced it to Lu Gan, but it had already happened, and it was too late to call to remind him. Zhang Dongqing could only pray that Tang Qing's entire chain of interests would not go wrong. "Very good. Mr. Lu has a lot of exchange," Tang Qing said with a smile, but he didn't specify how much it was. For one thing, this kind of transaction is still kept secret, and secondly, it won't scare Zhang Dongqing. "I thought I would make this business so big." "Well, Xiao Tang, you must be careful. It's not a good thing that you have so many new copies flowing into the market," Zhang Dongqing said worriedly. Last time he looked at the new banknotes worth nearly 10 million yuan. He was very helpful for Tang Qing. Worry, if it is tracked down from above, this will be a huge problem. But if he knew that the subsequent transaction volume was nearly 10 times what he saw, he wouldn't say that. He might even have the idea of calling the police directly, but he wouldn't do it. At this age, many things are more thorough than ordinary people, and things like pouring cash in dollars are not transferring money abroad. Even if money laundering is involved, they are still in the pot and can't get out. Although the country has laws, they don't. You can see a lot of problems by deciding this thing to death, and it's reasonable to exist. If he dared to pick up the lid indiscriminately and was not pressed into the pot to boil or burned as firewood, he would never get out of his body. He would not do this kind of detrimental and self-defeating thing. Don't worry. Uncle Lu said that when he exchanged out, he had already shuffled the banknotes and made them old. It's okay. Tang Qing and Lu Gan also mentioned Lu Gan be careful when they had a meal last time. After all, there are so many. It's strange that the new series of dollar bills flowed into the market without attracting attention. Lu Gan did not shy away from telling him directly that the exchanged products will be processed, and it will not be too suspicious. How can Lu Gan, an old fried dough stick, not see this potential risk? Since he dared to eat it, he would not be broken. Stomach. This also made Tang Qing feel less uneasy. Having a smart partner is so easy to worry about. This is also one of the reasons why he dared to continue to make huge dollar transactions with Lu Gan in the future. Well, that's good. Anyway, be careful. I can't help me with this matter. Zhang Dongqing was relieved when he heard it. In his opinion, Tang Qing's transaction volume was only a few million at most. This is old. Disrupting the inflow of the market will rarely be noticed. After all, such things as US dollar bills cannot be used in China. Large exchanges are basically kept at home for the purpose of maintaining value, and they are rarely circulated, which greatly reduces the risk of attracting attention. Why? It's the greatest help to me to introduce Uncle Lu to me, Tang Qing said sincerely. Without Zhang Dongqing, it would be really difficult for him to find a partner for cooperation. As for going to the street to find a foreign currency exchange, the scalper? Don't be kidding. I was in danger when I finally found someone with no bottom line. At that time, I was basically penniless and borrowed it. I couldn't even check my credit, so I could talk about cooperation. If there is no Zhang Dongqing, I estimate that the account is still 10,000 yuan now. Hee, I'm really afraid I killed you. Zhang Dongqing waved his hand and smiled bitterly. No, you have to think about it on the bright side. I think this is an indirect increase in foreign exchange reserves for the country, and it is not selling abroad. Tang Qing comforted, but he regretted it after he said it. The amount of information in this sentence seems a bit too big. That's good. Zhang Dongqing didn't realize the meaning of Tang Qing's words at the beginning, but after a few more thoughts, he figured out that there is something wrong with the content of Tang Qing's words. What is meant by increasing foreign exchange reserves? Earning US dollars is called increasing foreign exchange. Could it be that Zhang Dongqing stared at Tang Qing with wide eyes and didn't dare to think about it anymore? Haha. How has Uncle Zhang's business been these days? Tang Qing lowered his head and drank a sip of tea, and said lightly with an expression that seemed to have not noticed that he had made a mistake. He must end this topic immediately, which is getting darker and darker. Why did you say this? It's really nonsense. It's okay to say that. It's just that Zhang Dongqing will be thinking about it again. As for how these US dollars came from, Tang Qing had a lot of speculations, and finally came to the conclusion that it is absolutely impossible to come from the country. Such things cannot exist in the central bank or flow out through the so-called legitimate means of circulation, because it depends on the system obviously. There is no limit to the amount of USD exchanged in this posture, and it is estimated that it can convert 100 million US dollars in cash. So Tang Qing suspects that the system is fraudulent, but it is not really counterfeit currency. After all, the system is also involved in the issue of transfers. Banknotes can be counterfeited. How can the transfer amount be fraudulent? That is indeed the funds that have been recognized and labeled by the Federal Reserve. The currency is recognized by the whole world, so he can only guess that the system has done tricks on the currency filing of the Federal Reserve, and this will be able to provide US dollar cash and transfer unscrupulously and unlimitedly. It's okay. With the basis of the last big order, business has been going well recently. The factory is expanding, and the number of machinery and equipment personnel has increased a lot. Zhang Dongqing replied. But the thought in his heart couldn't be erased. But it didn't matter to him no matter what Tang Qing did. At the same time, he decided that he would never ask Tang Qing and Lu Gan about the content of the transaction in the future. He didn't want to know anything. That's good. If there are any difficulties, I have the funds if I need myself, Tang Qing said with a smile. He didn't care what Zhang Dongqing found out. He believed Zhang Dongqing was a smart man and would never make trouble for himself. No, I am expanding based on orders. If there is no large number of orders in a short period of time, I don't need so many. Zhang Dongqing waved his hand. He is also a very cautious person. What about it? He has seen too many examples like this, otherwise his factory would not survive now. That's okay. Don't be polite to me if there is a need for funds, Tang Qing promised with a smile. Haha, good, no problem. Zhang Dongqing smiled. Just finish speaking. At this moment the box door was pushed open. The two looked up, and Lu Jianwei came with a bag. Brother Zhang, Xiaotang, I'm sorry to be late. Lu Jianwei sat down beside Zhang Dongqing with a smile, and put the bag on the stool next to him. The next step is to pay back the money. The system will know the true and false and the quantity as soon as the system receives it. Tang Qing is too lazy to count, so he opens the bag and simply flips through it, and the count is correct. Otherwise, it would be too much if you don't look at it. Xiao Tang, thank you so much this time. I toast you a glass. Lu Jianwei toasted. Of course, Tang Qing can't drink alcohol in class in the afternoon, but tea. Zhang Dongqing also drinks tea and will have to drive later. Well, so as not to stop, he heard that the drunk driving check has been very strict recently. Although he also has a relationship, he does not need to be an uncle. When the relationship is used, it is a favor, and the favor needs to be paid back. It can be saved or saved. Uncle Lu is polite. I have a relationship with Uncle Zhang. I also absolutely trust the boss, and I will have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. Tang Qing said, standing up to clink glasses. Yes, the industry has been good during this period of time. Alas, if the capital is not enough, I plan to purchase the factory next to me. Lu Jianhui regretted after finishing a whole glass of liquor. Which factory? Tang Qing asked along the way. The skill of answering stubborn conversations is the basic skill. If you don't answer the topic, those who can't answer the conversation are the ones who can't answer the conversation. It's a clothing factory like me. 3 months ago, the boss suddenly got seriously ill and was hospitalized. His wife passed away a few years ago. His only daughter hurriedly quit her job and came back to take over, but his daughter had no experience to do a few. The monthly factory got worse and worse, and the father who was seriously ill in bed also needed to take care and money. So she thought about selling the factory, plus the land and equipment. She asked for 5 million, which is a lot compared to the size of the factory. The price of conscience, if it weren't for the fact that my funds were too bad, I would like to take it if I borrowed money. Lu Jianhui said with a bit of disappointment. Oh, since Uncle Lu said it's good, it must be good. I am quite interested in this factory. Tang Qing said immediately after hearing it. Watching the money earned from the reverse foreign exchange business could not complete the task of owning assets. He also wanted to get more involved in the industry, and he also needed a career, but he didn't know what to do because he didn't know much about it. I can't do a farmer's business. He is not as powerful as the protagonist in the novel. He has as many ideas as the protagonist in the novel. He has good luck and can do everything. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. But it is a lot, very big, very big, very big, huge. At this time, when he heard of an opportunity, Tang Qing immediately became interested. Making clothing is a good business. It's useless to put my money there anyway, so I might as well find something to do. What? Xiao Tang, you have so much money. Lu Jianhui immediately raised his head and stared at Tang Qing when he heard it. Zhang Dongqing also stopped his chopsticks and looked at Tang Qing waiting for his answer. Hee, I don't have it, my partner has it, but it's all under my name. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. I don't know what Xiao Tang is going to do, OEM? Lu Jianwei asked again. Hearing Tang Qing said that his partner had no doubts, he should be able to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to play. Million. No, I don't do OEM, I want to be a brand. Tang Qing vowed to say. This is his real idea. It is better to be a brand than to be a OEM. A rebirth to do OEM too, it's a loss. Anyway, let's put aside how much money he makes. He won't be credited with the money, and he won't be able to smash a brand. You want to make a brand? Xiao Tang can't do it with a little money, Lu Jianwei said in surprise. Their garment factories across the country don't have many brands of their own. They basically do it. In the OEM business, they also produce some off-the-shelf brands for wholesale. Although the threshold of the brand is low, it is too difficult to climb up. Those who can go up are all made with money, and they are already in the ranks of playing capital. Of course I know, but it's human. Tang Qing said confidently. That's okay, let me introduce to you. We will be neighbors at that time. If your list is too busy, you can take care of us at that time. Lu Jianhui did not continue to ask after hearing this. Although his colleagues are enemies, they have strengths. A strong colleague may be a partner. His creed in life is to be friends with strong people, not enemies. That would be too exhausting. Okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. As for the money spent this time on the stock market next month, he had already considered the money. He was going to borrow the money from Lu Gan and borrow it with his current reputation. 88 million is simple. Even if you have a factory, you can find a bank or private mortgage loan. Now there are many ways to get money. Unlike the previous tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of small tricks, You can play whatever you want with money and assets. I will call the other party now. I also know that Xiao Tang, you are short on time. Don't wait for another day. She lives close to here. She should be able to come soon. Let me ask first. I am impatient and mindful. Knowing that Tang Qing has no time to go to school, it is better to take advantage of this time to get a preliminary understanding. The field visit may have to wait until the next time. He is very optimistic about Tang Qing now, but he is very enthusiastic in order to win over this big customer in the future. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.